The Open Veins of Latin America. Eduardo Galeano. The Open Veins of Latin America. I wrote Las Venas to disseminate other people's ideas and my own experiences that perhaps help a little, in their realistic measure, to clear up the questions that have always haunted us. Is Latin America a region of the world condemned to humiliation and poverty? Condemned by whom? God's fault, nature's fault? Isn't misfortune a product of history, made by men and that by men can, therefore, be undone? This book was written with the intention of disclosing certain facts that the official story, the story told by the victors, hides or lies. I know that it could be sacrilegious for this popularization manual to talk about political economy in the style of a love story or pirate novel. I believe that there is no vanity in the joy of verifying, after time, that Las Venas has not been a silent book. Eduardo Galeano. We have kept a silence quite similar to stupidity. Insurrectionary proclamation of the Junta Tuitiva in the city of La Paz, July 16, 1809. Introduction. 120 million children in the center of storm. The International Division of Labor consists of some countries specializing in winning and others in losing. Our region of the world, which we now call Latin America, was precocious. It specialized in losing since the remote times when Renaissance Europeans rushed across the sea and sank their teeth into its throat. Centuries passed and Latin America perfected its functions. This is no longer the realm of wonders where reality defeated fable and imagination was humiliated by the trophies of conquest, fields of gold and mountains of silver. But the region continues working as a maid. It continues to exist at the service of the needs of others, as a source and reserve of oil and iron, copper and meat, fruit and coffee, raw materials and food destined for the rich countries that earn by consuming them, much more than what Latin America earns producing them. The taxes charged by buyers are much higher than the prices received by sellers, and after all, as Covey T. Oliver, coordinator of the Alliance for Progress, declared in July 1968. Talking about fair prices today is a medieval concept. We are in the age of free trade. The more freedom given to business, the more prisons it is necessary to build for those who suffer from business. Our systems of inquisitors and executioners not only work to the dominant foreign market, they also provide rich streams of profits flowing from foreign borrowing and investment in dominated domestic markets. We have heard of concessions made by Latin America to foreign capital, but not of concessions made by the United States to the capital of other countries. It is that we do not give concessions, warned, back in 1913, the North American President Woodrow Wilson. He was sure, a country, he said, is owned and dominated by the capital that has been invested in it. And he was right. Along the way we even lost the right to call ourselves Americans, although Haitians and Cubans had already appeared in history, as new peoples, a century before the Mayflower Pilgrims settled on the shores of Plymouth. Now America is, for the world, nothing more than the United States. We inhabit, at most, a sub-America, a second-class America, of nebulous identification. It is Latin America, the region of open veins. From the discovery to the present day, everything has always been transmuted into European or, later, North American capital, and as such it has accumulated and continues to accumulate in distant centers of power. Everything, the earth, its fruits and its depths rich in minerals, men and their capacity for work and consumption, natural resources and human resources. The mode of production and the class structure of each place have been successively determined, from the outside, by its incorporation into the universal machinery of capitalism. Each one has been assigned a function, always for the benefit of the development of the foreign metropolis in turn, and the chain of successive dependencies has become infinite, which has much more than two links, and which, incidentally, also includes, within of Latin America, the oppression of small countries by their larger neighbors and, within each country's borders, the exploitation that large cities and ports exert on their internal sources of food and labor. 4 centuries ago, they were already born 16 of the 20 most populous Latin American cities today. For those who conceive of history as a competition, the backwardness and misery of Latin America are nothing more than the result of its failure. We lost, others won. But it happens that those who won thanks to the fact that we lost. The history of Latin America's underdevelopment integrates, as has been said, the history of the development of world capitalism. Our defeat was always implicit in the victory of others. Our wealth has always generated our poverty to feed the prosperity of others, the empires and their native foremen. In colonial and neocolonial alchemy, gold is transformed into junk, and food is turned into poison. Budabtc. Zacatecas and Ouro Preto plummeted from the peak of the splendors of precious metals to the deep hole of empty tunnels, and ruin was the fate of the Chilean saltpeter pampas and the Amazonian rubber forest, Brazil's sugar-producing northeast, the Argentine quebracho forests, or certain oil towns on Lake Maracaibo have painful reasons to believe in the mortality of the fortunes that nature bestows and imperialism usurps. The rain that irrigates the centers of imperialist power drowns the vast suburbs of the system. In the same way, and symmetrically, the well-being of our ruling classes dominant from within, dominated from without, is the curse of our multitudes condemned to a life of beasts of burden. The gap is widening. Around the middle of the previous century, the standard of living in the rich countries of the world exceeded the level of the poor countries by 50%. Development breeds inequality, Richard Nixon announced, in his April 1969 speech before the OAS, that by the end of the 20th century per capita income in the United States will be 15 times higher than income in Latin America. The strength of the imperialist system as a whole rests on the necessary inequality of the parts that make it up, and this inequality assumes increasingly dramatic magnitudes. The oppressor countries are getting richer in absolute terms, but much more in relative terms, due to the dynamism of growing disparity. Central capitalism can afford to create and believe its own myths of opulence, but myths are not eaten, and the poor countries that make up the vast peripheral capitalism know it well. The average income of a North American citizen is 7 times greater than that of a Latin American, and it increases at a rate 10 times more intense. And the averages are deceiving, due to the unfathomable abysses that open up, south of the Rio Grande, between the many poor and the few rich in the region. At the top, in effect, 6 million Latin Americans have, according to the United Nations, the same income as 140 million people located at the base of the social pyramid. There are 60 million peasants whose fortune amounts to 25 cents a day. At the other extreme, the pimps of misfortune have the luxury of accumulating $5 billion in their private accounts in Switzerland or the United States, and waste in ostentation and sterile luxury, offense and defiance, and in unproductive investments, which constitute no less than half of the total investment, the capital that Latin America could allocate to the replacement, expansion, and creation of sources of production and work. Always incorporated into the constellation of imperialist power, our ruling classes have not the slightest interest in finding out if patriotism could be more profitable than treason, or if begging is the only possible form of international politics. Sovereignty is mortgaged because there is no other way. The alibis of the oligarchy self-servingly confuse the impotence of a social class with the presumed empty destiny of each nation. José de Castro declares, "I, who have received an international peace prize, think that, unfortunately, there is no other solution than violence for Latin America. 120 million children are agitated in the center of this storm. The population of Latin America is growing like no other. In half a century it more than tripled. Every minute a child dies of disease or hunger, but in the year 2000 there will be 650 million Latin Americans, and half of them will be under 15 years of age, a time bomb. Among the 280 million Latin Americans there are, at the end of 1970, 50 million unemployed or underemployed and close to 100 million illiterates. Half of Latin Americans live crowded together in unsanitary housing. The 3 largest markets in Latin America, Argentina, Brazil, and Mexico, are not enough to equal, added together, the consumption capacity of France or West Germany, although the combined population of our big three far exceeds that of any European country. Latin America today produces, relative to population, less food than before the last World War, and its per capita exports have fallen 3 times, at constant prices, since the eve of the 1929 crisis. The system is very rational. From the point of view of its foreign owners and of our commission agent bourgeoisie, which has sold its soul to the devil at a price that would have shamed Faust. But the system is so irrational for all the others that the more it develops, the more it sharpens its imbalances and its tensions, its fiery contradictions. Even industrialization, dependent and late, which comfortably coexists with the latifundia and the structures of inequality, contributes to sow unemployment instead of helping to solve it. Poverty spreads and wealth is concentrated in this region that has immense legions of idlers that multiply without rest. New factories are set up in the privileged poles of development: Sao Paulo, Buenos Aires, Mexico City, but less labor is needed each time. The system has not foreseen this small annoyance. What is left over is people. And people reproduce. Love is made with enthusiasm and without precautions. More and more people are left on the side of the road, without work in the countryside, where the latifundio reigns with its gigantic wastelands, and without work in the city, where machines reign. The system vomits men. The North American missions massively sterilize women and sew pills, diaphragms, coils, condoms and marked almanacs, but reap children, stubbornly. The Latin American children continue to be born, claiming their natural right to obtain a place under the sun in these splendid lands that could offer to everyone what almost everyone is denied. At the beginning of November 1968, Richard Nixon verified aloud that the Alliance for Progress had completed 7 years of life and, nevertheless, malnutrition and food shortages in Latin America had worsened. A few months earlier, in April, George W. Ball wrote in Life, "At least for the next few decades, the discontent of the poorest nations will not mean a threat of destruction of the world. As shameful as it is, the world has lived, for generations, 2/3 poor and 1/3 rich. Unfair as it may be, the power of poor countries is limited." Ball had led the United States delegation to the first Conference on Trade and Development in Geneva, and had voted against 9 of the 12 general principles approved by the conference in order to alleviate the disadvantages of underdeveloped countries in international trade. The massacres of misery in Latin America are secret. Each year 3 Hiroshima bombs explode silently, without any noise, on these peoples who have the habit of suffering with gritted teeth. This systematic violence, not apparent but real, is increasing. Its crimes are not spread in the red news, but in the FAO statistics. Ball says that impunity is still possible, because the poor cannot start world war, but the empire worries. Unable to multiply the loaves, it does its best to suppress the diners. "Fight poverty, kill a beggar," scrawled a master of black humor on a wall in the city of La Paz. What do the Malthusianaires propose but to kill all the next beggars before they are born? Robert McNamara, the president of the World Bank, who had been president of Ford and Secretary of Defense, affirms that the population explosion constitutes the greatest obstacle to the progress of Latin America and announces that the World Bank will give priority, in its loans, to countries that apply birth control plans. McNamara sadly notes that the brains of the poor think 25% less, and the World Bank technocrats, who are already born, make the computers whir and generate elaborate tongue twisters about the advantages of not being born. If a developing country that if you have an average per capita income of $150 to $200 per year, if you reduce your fertility by 50% in a 25-year period, after 30 years your per capita income will be at least 40% higher than the level you would have reached otherwise, and twice as high after 60 years, says one of the agency's documents. The phrase has become famous. Lyndon Johnson, $5 invested against population growth is more effective than $100 invested in economic growth. Dwight Eisenhower predicted that if the Earth's inhabitants continued to multiply at the same rate, not only would the danger of revolution become more acute, but there would also be a degradation in the standard of living of all peoples, ours included. The United States does not suffer, within its borders, the problem of the birth explosion, but it is concerned like nobody else to spread and impose, in the four cardinal points, family planning. Not just the government, Rockefeller and the Ford Foundation also have nightmares about millions of children advancing, like locusts, from the horizons of the Third World. Plato and Aristotle had dealt with the subject before Malthus and McNamara. However, in our times, all this universal offensive fulfills a well-defined function. It intends to justify the very unequal distribution of income between countries and between social classes, to convince the poor that poverty is the result of children that are not avoided and put a dam against the advance of the fury of the masses in movement and rebellion. Intrauterine devices are competing with bombs and shrapnel in Southeast Asia in an effort to halt Vietnam's population growth. In Latin America it is more hygienic and efficient to kill the gorillas in the womb than in the mountains or in the streets. Various North American missions have sterilized thousands of women in the Amazon, despite the fact that this is the most deserted habitable area on the planet. In most Latin American countries, people are not superfluous, they are lacking. Brazil has 38 times less inhabitants per square kilometer than Belgium, Paraguay, 49 times less than England, Peru, 32 times less than Japan. Haiti and El Salvador, human antheils of Latin America, have a lower population density than Italy. The pretexts invoked offend intelligence, real intentions ignite outrage. After all, no less than half of the territories of Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Ecuador, Paraguay, and Venezuela are inhabited by no one. No Latin American population grows less than that of Uruguay, a country of old people, and yet no other nation has been so punished, in recent years, by a crisis that seems to be dragging it to the last circle of hell. Uruguay is empty and its fertile prairies could feed an infinitely larger population than the one that today suffers, on its soil, so many hardships. More than a century ago, a Guatemalan foreign minister had prophetically pronounced, "It would be curious if the remedy were also born from the very heart of the United States, from where the evil comes." With the Alliance for Progress dead and gone, the empire now proposes, with more panic than generosity, solving the problems of Latin America by eliminating Latin Americans beforehand. In Washington they already have reason to suspect that poor people do not prefer to be poor. But you cannot want the end without wanting the means. Those who deny the liberation of Latin America also deny our only possible renaissance, and incidentally acquit the structures in force. Young people multiply, stand up, listen, what does the voice of the system offer them? The system speaks a surreal language. It proposes to avoid births in these empty lands, believes that there is a lack of capital in countries where capital is left over but is wasted. He calls aid the deforming orthopedics of loans and the draining of wealth that foreign investments cause, summons the landowners to carry out the agrarian reform and the oligarchy to put social justice into practice. The class struggle does not exist, it is decreed other than because of the foreign agents that ignite it, but instead the social classes exist, and the oppression of some by others is called the Western style of life. The Marines' criminal expeditions aim to restore order and social peace, and the dictatorships addicted to Washington establish the rule of law in prisons and prohibit strikes and annihilate unions to protect freedom of work. We have everything prohibit, except cross each other arms. Poverty is not written in the stars, underdevelopment is not the fruit of an obscure design of God. There are years of revolution, times of redemption. The ruling classes soak their beards, and at the same time announce hell for everyone. In a way, the right wing is right when it identifies itself with tranquility and order. It is indeed the order of the daily humiliation of the majority, but order at last, the tranquility that injustice continues to be unfair and hungry hunger. If the future turns into a jack-in-the-box, the conservative cries, quite rightly, "I have been betrayed." And the ideologues of impotence, the slaves who look at themselves with the eyes of their master, do not delay in making their cries heard. The bronze eagle of the Maine, shot down on the day of the victory of the Cuban Revolution, now lies abandoned, with broken wings, under a doorway in the old quarter of Havana. From Cuba onwards, other countries have also initiated the experience of change in different ways and with different means. The perpetuation of the current order of things is the perpetuation of crime. The ghosts of all the strangled or betrayed revolutions throughout the tortured Latin American history loom in the new experiences, just as the present times had been foreseen and engendered by the contradictions of the past. History is a prophet looking back, for what it was, and against what was, announces what will be. That is why in this book, which wants to offer a history of looting and at the same time tell how the current mechanisms of dispossession work, the conquistadors appear in the caravels and, nearby, the technocrats in the jets, Hernan Cortés and the Marines, the magistrates of the kingdom and the missions of the International Monetary Fund, the dividends of the slave traders and the profits of General Motors. Also the defeated heroes and the revolutions of our days, the infamies and the dead and resurrected hopes, the fertile sacrifices. When Alexander von Humboldt investigated the customs of the ancient indigenous inhabitants of the Bogotá plateaus, he learned that the Indians called the victims of ritual ceremonies Quijica. Quijica meant door. The death of each chosen one opened a new cycle of 185 moons. First part. Men's poverty as a result of the wealth of the earth. Gold rush, silver rush, the sign of the cross in the handles of the swords. When Christopher Columbus set out across the great empty spaces to the west of the Ecumene, he had accepted the challenge of legends. Terrible storms would play with their ships, like nutshells, and throw them into the mouths of monsters. The great serpent of the dark seas, hungry for human flesh, would be on the lookout. Only 1,000 years were left before the purifying fires of the final judgment would devastate the world, according to the men of the 15th century, and the world was then the Mediterranean Sea with its coasts of ambiguous projection towards Africa and the Orient. Portuguese navigators claimed that the west wind brought strange corpses and sometimes carried curiously carved logs, but no one suspected that the world would soon be amazingly multiplied. America was not just nameless. The Norwegians did not know that they had discovered it long ago, and Columbus himself died, after his voyages, still convinced that he had reached Asia from behind. In 1492, when the Spanish boot first dug into the sands of the Bahamas, Admiral believed that these islands were a Japanese outpost. Columbus carried with him a copy of Marco Polo's book, covered with annotations in the margins of the pages. The inhabitants of Cipango, said Marco Polo, possess gold in enormous abundance, and the mines where they find it are never exhausted. There are also great quantities of pearls from the purest Orient on this island. They are pink, round, and large in size and surpass white pearls in value. The wealth of Cipango had reached the ears of the great Concuble. The desire to conquer it had awakened in his chest. He had failed. From the glittering pages of Marco Polo all the goods of creation were thrown into flight. There were nearly 13,000 islands in the Indian Sea with mountains of gold and pearls, and 12 kinds of spices in immense quantities, besides black and white pepper. Pepper, ginger, cloves, nutmeg, and cinnamon were as coveted as salt to preserve meat in winter without spoiling or losing flavor. The Catholic monarchs of Spain decided to finance the adventure of direct access to the sources, to free themselves from the onerous chain of intermediaries and resellers who monopolized the trade of spices and tropical plants, muslins, and blade weapons that came from the mysterious regions from the east. The desire for precious metals, a means of payment for commercial traffic, also promoted the crossing of the cursed seas. All of Europe needed money. The veins in Bohemia, Saxony and the Tyrol were almost exhausted. Spain lived the time of the Reconquest. 1492 was not only the year of the discovery of America, the New World born from that mistake with great consequences. It was also the year of the recovery of Granada. Fernando de Aragon and Isabel de Castillo, who had overcome the tearing of their domains with their marriage, brought down at the beginning of 1492 the last redoubt of the Muslim religion on Spanish soil. It had taken almost 8 centuries to recover what had been lost in 7 years, and the war of reconquest had depleted the royal treasury. But this was a holy war, the Christian war against Islam, and it is not by chance, moreover, that in that same year 1492, 150,000 declared Jews were expelled from the country. Spain acquired reality as a nation raising swords whose hilts drew the sign of the cross. Queen Isabel became godmother of the Holy Inquisition. The feat of the discovery of America could not be explained without the military tradition of crusading warfare that prevailed in medieval Castile, and the Church did not make herself beg to give a sacred character to the conquest of the unknown lands on the other side of the sea. Pope Alexander VI, who was from Valencia, made Queen Isabel mistress of the New World. The expansion of the Kingdom of Castile expanded the Kingdom of God on earth. 3 years after the discovery, Christopher Columbus personally led the military campaign against the indigenous people of the Dominican Republic. A handful of horsemen, 200 infantry, and a few dogs specially trained for attack decimated the Indians. More than 500, sent to Spain, were sold into slavery in Seville and died miserably. But some theologians protested, and the enslavement of the Indians was formally prohibited at the dawn of the 16th century. In reality, it was not prohibited but blessed. Before each military entry, the captains of the conquest had to read to the Indians, before a notary public, an extensive and rhetorical requirement that exhorted them to convert to the Holy Catholic faith. If you do not, or you may maliciously delay it, I certify that with the help of God I will enter powerfully against you, and I will make war on all sides and in the manner that I can, and I will subject you to the yoke and obedience of the Church and of His Majesty, and I will take your wives and children and I will make them slaves, and as such I will sell them, and I will dispose of them as His Majesty will command, and I will take your goods and I will do you all the harm and damage that I can. America was the vast empire of the devil, of impossible or doubtful redemption, but the fanatical mission against the heresy of the natives was confused with the fever that unleashed, in the hosts of the conquest, the shine of the treasures of the New World. Bernal Diaz del Castillo, a faithful companion of Hernán Cortés in the conquest of Mexico, writes that they have come to America to serve God and His Majesty, and also because there are riches. Columbus was dazzled, when he reached the atoll of San Salvador, by the colorful transparency of the Caribbean, the green landscape, the sweetness and cleanliness of the air, the splendid birds and the young men of good stature, very beautiful people and quite tame, who lived there. He gave the indigenous people some red bonnets and glass beads that they wore around their necks, and many other things of little value with which they were very pleased and remained so much ours that it was marvelous. He showed them the swords. They did not know them, they took them by the edge, they cut themselves. In the meantime, the Admiral recounts in his navigation journal, I was attentive and worked to find out if there was gold, and I saw that some of them had a small piece hanging from a hole in their nose, and by signs I was able to understand that by going to the south or returning the island from the south, which there was a king who had large vessels of it, and he had very much. Because treasure is made of gold, and with it whoever has it does whatever he wants in the world and even sends the souls to paradise. On his third voyage, Columbus continued to believe that he was in the China Sea when he entered the coast of Venezuela. This did not prevent him from informing that from there an infinite land stretched out that went up towards the earthly paradise. Also Americo Vespucci, explorer of the coast of Brazil at the beginning of the 16th century, would tell Lorenzo de Medicis, the trees are so beautiful and soft that we felt we were in the earthly paradise. With spite, Columbus wrote to the kings, from Jamaica, in 1503, when I discovered the Indies, I said that they were the greatest rich manor in the world. I said gold, pearls, precious stones, spices. A single bag of pepper was worth, in the Middle Ages, more than the life of a man, but gold and silver were the keys that the Renaissance used to open the doors of paradise in heaven and the doors of capitalist mercantilism on earth. The epic of the Spanish and the Portuguese in America combined the propagation of the Christian faith with the usurpation and looting of native wealth. European power extended to embrace the world. The virgin lands, dense with jungles and dangers, inflamed the greed of the captains. The noble knights and the soldiers in rags launched to conquer the spectacular spoils of war. They believed in glory, the son of the dead, and in audacity. "Fortune helps the daring," said Cortés. Cortés himself had mortgaged all his personal assets to equip the expedition to Mexico. With few exceptions, such as Columbus or Magellan, the adventures were not financed by the state, but by the conquerors themselves, or by the merchants and bankers who financed them. The myth of El Dorado, the gold-plated monarch that the natives invented to ward off intruders, was born. From Gonzalo Pizarro to Walter Raleigh, many pursued him in vain through the jungles and the waters of the Amazon and the Orinoco. The mirage of the hill that flowed silver came true in 1545, with the discovery of Potosi, but before that, many of the expeditionaries who tried, unsuccessfully, had died, defeated by hunger and disease or shot through with arrows by the natives. Reach the silver spring going up the Parana River. There was, yes, gold and silver in large quantities, accumulated on the Mexican plateau and in the Andean highlands. Hernán Cortés revealed to Spain, in 1519, the fabulous magnitude of Moctezuma's Aztec treasure, and 15 years later the gigantic ransom arrived in Seville, a room full of gold and 2 silver, which Francisco Pizarro made the Inca Atahualpa pay before strangling him. Years before, with the gold taken from the Antilles, the crown had paid for the services of the sailors who had accompanied Columbus on his first voyage. Finally, the population of the Caribbean islands stopped paying tributes, because they disappeared. The natives were completely exterminated in the gold pans, in the terrible task of stirring up the gold-bearing sands with their bodies half submerged in the water, or plowing the fields beyond exhaustion, their backs bent over the heavy farm implements brought from Spain. Many Dominican indigenous people anticipated the fate imposed by their new white oppressors. They killed their children and committed suicide en masse. The official chronicler Fernández de Oviedo interpreted the Holocaust of the West Indians in the middle of the 16th century as follows. Many of them, because of their hobby, killed themselves with poison for not working, and others hanged themselves by their own hands. The gods returned with the secret weapons. On his way through Tenerife, during his first voyage, Columbus had witnessed a formidable volcanic eruption. It was like a harbinger of all that would come later in the vast new lands that were to interrupt the western route to Asia. America was there, divined from its infinite shores. The conquest spread, in waves, like a raging tide. The Atalantidos succeeded the admirals and the crews became invading hosts. The Pope's bulls had made an apostolic concession of Africa to the crown of Portugal, and to the crown of Castile they had granted the lands unknown as those discovered up to now by your envoys and those that are to be discovered in the future. America had been donated to Queen Elizabeth. In 1508, a new bull granted the Spanish crown, in perpetuity, all the tithes collected in America. The coveted universal patronage over the Church of the New World included the right of royal presentation of all ecclesiastical benefices. The Treaty of Tordesillas, signed in 1494, allowed Portugal to occupy American territories beyond the dividing line drawn by the Pope, and in 1530 Martim Alfonso de Sousa founded the first Portuguese settlements in Brazil, expelling the French. By then the Spaniards, crossing infernal jungles and endless deserts, had advanced a lot in the process of exploration and conquest. In 1513, the Pacific shone before the eyes of Vasco Núñez de Balboa. In the autumn of 1522, the survivors of the Hernando de Magallanes expedition that had united the two oceans for the first time and had verified that the world was round by going around it completely returned to Spain. 3 years earlier, the 10 ships of Hernán Cortés had left the island of Cuba, heading for Mexico, and in 1523 Pedro de Alvarado launched to the conquest of Central America. Francisco Pizarro entered Cuzco triumphantly in 1533, seizing the heart of the Inca Empire. In 1540, Pedro de Valdivia crossed the Atacama Desert and founded Santiago de Chile. The conquistadors penetrated the Chaco and revealed the New World from Peru to the mouths of the mightiest river on the planet. There was everything among the natives of America: astronomers and cannibals, engineers and savages of the Stone Age. But none of the native cultures knew iron or the plow, nor glass, or gunpowder, nor did they use the wheel. The civilization that descended on these lands from the other side of the sea lived the creative explosion of the Renaissance. America appeared as one more invention, incorporated along with gunpowder, printing, paper, and the compass into the turbulent birth of the modern age. The uneven development of both worlds explains to a large extent the relative ease with which the native civilization succumbed. Hernán Cortés landed in Veracruz accompanied by no more than 100 sailors and 508 soldiers. He brought 16 horses, 32 crossbows, 10 bronze cannons and some harquebuses, muskets, and pistols. And yet, the capital of the Aztecs, Tenochtitlan, was then 5 times the size of Madrid and twice the population of Seville, the largest Spanish city. Francisco Pizarro entered Cajamarca with 180 soldiers and 37 horses. The natives were, at first, defeated by the astonishment. Emperor Moctezuma received the first news in his palace: a large hill was moving along the sea. Other messengers arrived later. He was terrified to hear how the cannon exploded, how its roar rumbled, and how it faint one's ears are numb. And when the shot falls, something like a stone ball comes out of its entrails, it rains fire. The foreigners brought deer that supported them as high as the roofs. Their bodies were wrapped everywhere, only their faces appear. They are white, they are as if they were made of lime. They have yellow hair, although some do black. His beard is long. Moctezuma believed that it was the god Quetzalcoatl who was returning. 8 omens had announced, shortly before, his return. The hunters had brought him a bird that had on its head a round diadem in the shape of a mirror, where the sky with the sun towards the west was reflected. In that mirror Moctezuma saw the squadrons of warriors marching on Mexico. The god Quetzalcoatl had come from the east and gone from the east. He was white and bearded. Also white and bearded was Huiracacha, the bisexual god of the Incas. And the east was the cradle of the heroic ancestors of the Maya. The vengeful gods who now returned to settle scores with their peoples wore armor and mail, glossy shells that threw back darts and stones. Their weapons emitted deadly rays and darkened the atmosphere with unbreathable fumes. The conquerors also practiced, with political skill, the technique of betrayal and intrigue. They knew how to exploit, for example, the rancor of the people subjected to the imperial rule of the Aztecs and the divisions that tore apart the power of the Incas. The Tlaxcalans were allies of Cortés, and Pizarro used the war between the heirs of the Inca Empire, Huáscar and Atahualpa, the enemy brothers, to his advantage. The conquistadors gained accomplices among the intermediate dominant castes: priests, civil servants, military, once devastated, by crime, the highest indigenous chiefdoms. But they also used other weapons or, if you prefer, other factors worked objectively for the victory of the invaders. Horses and bacteria, for example. Horses had been, like camels, native to America but had become extinct in these lands. Introduced to Europe by Arab horsemen, they had provided immense military and economic utility in the Old World. When they reappeared in America through the conquest, they contributed to giving magical forces to the invaders before the astonished eyes of the natives. According to one version, when the Inca Atahualpa saw the first Spanish soldiers arrive, mounted on spirited horses decorated with bells and plumes, who ran unleashing thunder and dust with their swift hooves, he fell on his back. Chief Tecum, leading the heirs of the Mayas, beheaded Pedro de Alvarado's horse with his spear. Convinced that it was part of the conqueror, Alvarado got up and killed him. Few horses, covered with war gear, dispersed the indigenous masses and sowed terror and death. The priests and missionaries spread before the vernacular fantasy, during the colonization process, that the horses were of sacred origin, since Santiago, the patron saint of Spain, rode on a white colt, who had won valuable battles against the Moors and Jews with help of divine providence. Bacteria and viruses were the most effective allies. The Europeans brought with them, like biblical plagues, smallpox and tetanus, various pulmonary, intestinal and venereal diseases, trachoma, typhus, leprosy, yellow fever, cavities that rotted the mouth. Smallpox was the first to appear. Wouldn't that unknown and disgusting epidemic that ignited fever and decomposed meat be a supernatural punishment? They already went to get into Tlaxcala. Then the epidemic spread, cough, burning pimples, which burn, says an indigenous witness, and another, the sticky, caked, hard disease of pimples killed many. The Indians died like flies, their bodies did not oppose defenses against new diseases. And those who survived were left weakened and useless. Brazilian anthropologist Darcy Ribeiro estimates that more than half the aboriginal population of the Americas, Australia, and Oceanic Islands died from contamination after first contact with white men. Like hungry pigs crave for gold. With arquebus shots, blows of the sword and breaths of plague, the relentless and few conquerors of America advanced. The voices of the defeated are told. After the Cholula massacre, Moctezuma sends new emissaries to meet Hernan Cortés, who is advancing towards the Valley of Mexico. The envoys give the Spaniards gold necklaces and quetzal feather flags. The Spanish were delighting. As if they were monkeys they raised the gold, as if they were sitting down with a gesture of pleasure, as if their hearts were renewed and their hearts were illuminated. As it is true that they crave with great thirst. Their bodies expand because of it, they are furiously hungry for it. Like hungry pigs crave gold, says the Nahuatl text preserved in the Florentine Codex. Later, when Cortés arrives in Tenochtitlan, the splendid Aztec capital, the Spaniards enter the treasure house, and then they made a great ball of gold, and they set fire, they lit, they set a flame to all that remained, however valuable it was, with which everything burned. And as for gold, the Spanish reduced it to bars. Hull's War, and finally Cortés, who had lost Tenochtitlan, reconquered it in 1521. And we no longer had shields, we no longer had clubs, and we had nothing to eat, we ate nothing. The city, devastated, burned and covered with corpses, fell. And all night it rained on us. The gallows and the torture were not enough, the treasures seized never met the demands of the imagination, and for long years the Spaniards dug the bottom of Lake Mexico in search of gold and precious objects allegedly hidden by the Indians. Pedro de Alvarado and his men fell on Guatemala and they killed so many Indians that a river of blood was made, which is the name of Ollantepec, and also the day turned red because of the much blood that there was that day. Before the decisive battle, and the tormented Indians dressed, they told the Spaniards not to torment them any more, that there they had a lot of gold, silver, diamonds, and emeralds that the captains Nihabixquin had for them, Nihab made eagle and lion. And then they gave themselves to the Spanish and stayed with them. Before Francisco Pizarro slit the Inca Atahualpa's throat, he extorted a ransom from him in gold and silver litters that weighed more than 20,000 marks of fine silver, 1,326,000 escudos of fine gold. Then it was launched on Cuzco. His soldiers believed that they were entering the city of the Caesars, so dazzling was the capital of the Inca Empire, but they soon came out of their stupor and began to loot the Temple of the Sun. Struggling, fighting among themselves, each trying to take the lion's share of the treasure, the soldiers, in mail, trampled jewels and images, beat the gold utensils or gave them hammers to reduce them to an easier and more manageable format. They threw into the crucible, to turn the metal into bars, all the treasure of the temple, the plates that had covered the walls, the amazing forged trees, birds, and other objects of the garden. Today, in the Zocalo, the immense bare square in the center of Mexico's capital, the Catholic cathedral stands on the ruins of the most important temple in Tenochtitlan, and the government palace is located on the residence of Cuauhtémoc, the Aztec chief. Hanged by Cortés. Tenochtitlan was devastated. Cuzco suffered a similar fate in Peru, but the conquerors could not completely demolish its gigantic walls, and today, at the foot of the colonial buildings, the stone testimony of the colossal Inca architecture can be seen. Splendors of Potosí, the silver cycle. They say until the horseshoes were made of silver at the time of the boom of the city of Potosí. The altars of the churches and the wings of the cherubs in the processions were made of silver. In 1658, for the celebration of Corpus Christi, the streets of the city were cleared of stone, from the matrix to the church of Recoletos, and completely covered with bars. Silver. In Potosí, silver-built temples and palaces, monasteries and gambling dens, offered a reason for tragedy and celebration, spilled blood and wine, ignited greed and unleashed waste and adventure. The sword and the cross marched together in the conquest and in the colonial dispossession. To extract the silver from America, the captains and the ascetics, the fighting knights and the apostles, the soldiers and the friars met in Potosí. Converted into pineapples and ingots, the viscera of the rich hill substantially fed the development of Europe. Worth of Peru was the highest praise given to people or things since Pizarro became master of Cuzco, but after the discovery of the hill, Don Quixote de la Mancha spoke in other words, "Worth of Potosí," warned Sancho. Jugular vein of the viceroyalty, spring of American silver, Potosí had 120,000 inhabitants according to the 1573 census. Only 28 years had elapsed since the city sprang up among the Andean Moors, and it already had, as if by magic, the same population than London and more inhabitants than Seville, Madrid, Rome, or Paris. Towards 1650, a new census awarded Potosí 160,000 inhabitants. It was one of the largest and wealthiest cities in the world, 10 times as populous as Boston, at a time when New York hadn't even begun to be called that. The history of Potosí was not born with the Spanish. Sometime before the conquest, the Inca Huayna Capac had heard his vassals speak of Sumajorco, the beautiful hill, and was finally able to see it when he was taken, sick, to the Tarapaya hot springs. From the thatched huts of the town of Catamarca, the Inca's eyes contemplated for the first time that perfect cone that stood proudly among the high peaks of the mountains. He was stunned. The infinite reddish tones, the slender shape and the gigantic size of the hill continued to be a reason for admiration and astonishment in the following times. But the Inca had suspected that its entrails must house precious stones and rich metals, and had wanted to add new decorations to the Temple of the Sun in Cuzco. The gold and silver that the Incas extracted from the mines of Calcaporco and Andacaba did not leave the limits of the kingdom. They were not used to trade but to worship the gods. As soon as the indigenous miners nailed their flints into the silver seams of the beautiful hill, a cavernous voice shot down. It was a strong voice like thunder, which came from the depths of those bushes and said in Quechua, "It is not for you, God reserves these riches for those who come from beyond." The Indians fled in terror and the Inca abandoned the hill. Before, he changed his name. The hill was renamed Potajasi, which means, "It thunders, it bursts, it explodes." Those who come from beyond did not take long to appear. The captains of the conquest made their way. Huayna Capac had already died when they arrived. In 1545, the Huilpa Indian was running after the footsteps of a fugitive llama and was forced to spend the night on the hill. In order not to die of cold, he made a fire. The campfire lit a bright white strand. It was pure silver. The Spanish avalanche was unleashed. Wealth flowed. Emperor Carlos V gave prompt signs of gratitude by granting Potosí the title of Villa Imperial and a shield with this inscription: "I am the rich Potosí, of the world I am the treasure, I am the king of the mountains and envy I am of the kings." Barely 11 years after the discovery of Huilpa, the newborn Villa Imperial was already celebrating the coronation of Felipe II with festivities that lasted 24 days and cost 8 million strong pesos. Treasure hunters rained down on the inhospitable place. The hill, almost 5,000 meters high, was the most powerful of magnates, but at its feet life was hard, inclement, the cold was paid as if it were a tax, and in the blink of an eye rich society and disorderly it sprouted, in Potosi, together with the silver rise and turbulence of metal. Potosi became the main nerve of the kingdom, as defined by Viceroy Hurtado de Mendoza. At the beginning of the 17th century, the city already had 36 splendidly decorated churches, as many gambling houses and 14 dance schools. The halls, the theaters, and the stage for the festivities displayed very rich tapestries, draperies, coats of arms, and goldsmiths' works. Colorful damasks and gold and silver llamas hung from the balconies of the houses. Silks and fabrics came from Granada, Flanders, and Calabria, the hats of Paris and London, Ceylon diamonds, the precious stones of India, the pearls of Panama, the stockings of Naples, the crystals of Venice, Persian rugs, the perfumes of Arabia, and the porcelain of China. The ladies glittered with precious stones, diamonds, and rubies and pearls, and the gentlemen flaunted the finest embroidered cloth from Holland. The bullfight was followed by ring games, and duels in the medieval style were never lacking, events of love and pride, with iron helmets paved with emeralds and colorful plumage, gold filigree saddles and stirrups, swords from Toledo and Chilean foals caparisoned in all luxury. In 1579, the judge Machenzo complained, "There is never a lack," he said, "news, shamelessness and daring." By then there was already in Potosi 800 professional gamblers and 120 famous prostitutes, whose resplendent halls were attended by rich miners. In 1608, Potosi celebrated the festivities of the Blessed Sacrament with 6 days of comedies and 6 nights of masks, 8 days of bullfighting and 3 of saraos, 2 of tournaments and other parties. Spain had the cow, but others drank the milk. Between 1545 and 1558 the fertile silver mines of Potosi, in present-day Bolivia, and those of Zacatecas and Guanajuato in Mexico were discovered. The mercury amalgamation process, which made possible the lowest sterling silver exploitation, began to be applied in the same period. The silver rush quickly eclipsed gold mining. By the middle of the 17th century, silver comprised more than 99% of the mineral exports of Hispanic America. America was, at that time, a vast mine entrance centered, above all, in Potosi. Some Bolivian writers, inflamed with excessive enthusiasm, affirm that in 3 centuries Spain received enough metal from Potosi to build a silver bridge from the top of the hill to the gate of the royal palace on the other side of the ocean. The image is undoubtedly a work of fantasy, but in any case it alludes to a reality that, indeed, seems invented. The flow of silver reached gigantic dimensions. The large clandestine export of American silver, which was smuggled to the Philippines, China, and Spain itself, does not appear in the calculations of Earl J. Hamilton, who based on the data obtained at the Casa de Contratación offers, anyway, in his well-known work on the subject, staggering figures. Between 1503 and 1660, 185,000 kilos of gold and 16 million kilos of silver arrived at the port of Seville. The silver transported to Spain in just over a century and a half exceeded 3 times the total of European reserves. And these figures, short, do not include smuggling. The metal seized from the new colonial domain stimulated the European economic development, and it can even be said that they made it possible. Not even the effects of the conquest of the Persian treasures that Alexander the Great poured over the Hellenic world could be compared to the magnitude of this formidable contribution of America to the progress of others. Not that of Spain, by the way, although the sources of American silver belonged to Spain. As it was said in the 17th century, Spain is like the mouth that receives food, chews it, crushes it, to immediately send it to the other organs, and does not retain from it more than a fugitive taste or the particles that by chance cling to their teeth. The Spaniards had the cow, but it was others who drank the milk. The kingdom's creditors, mostly foreigners, systematically emptied the coffers of the Casa de Contratación in Seville, destined to keep the treasures of America under 3 keys and in 3 different hands. The crown was mortgaged. he loaned almost all the silver shipments in advance to German, Genoese, Flemish, and Spanish bankers. The taxes collected within Spain also ran, to a large extent, this fate. In 1543, 65% of the total royal income was used to pay the annuities of the debt titles. Only to a minimal extent did American silver enter the Spanish economy. Even though it was formally registered in Seville, it ended up in the hands of the fuggers, powerful bankers who had advanced the funds necessary to finish the Cathedral of San Pedro to the Pope, and of other great lenders of the time, in the style of the Welsers, the Schett's, or the Grimaldi. The silver was also used to pay for exports of non-Spanish merchandise destined for the New World. That rich empire had a poor metropolis, although in it the illusion of prosperity raised increasingly swollen bubbles. The crown opened war fronts everywhere while the aristocracy devoted itself to waste and the priests multiplied on Spanish soil. The warriors, the nobles, and the beggars, at the same frenetic rhythm in which the prices of things and the interest rates of money grew. Industry was dying at birth in that kingdom of vast, sterile latifundia, and the ailing Spanish economy could not withstand the sudden shock of rising demand for food and merchandise that was the inevitable consequence of colonial expansion. The great increase in public spending and the stifling pressure of consumption needs in the overseas possessions exacerbated the trade deficit and unleashed inflation at a gallop. Colbert wrote, "The more trade with the Spanish estate has, the more silver it has." There was an acute European struggle for the conquest of the Spanish market that implied the market and the silver of America. A memorial, French from the end of the 17th century, allows us to know that Spain only controlled, at that time, 5% of the trade with its colonial possessions from beyond the ocean. Despite the legal mirage of monopoly, about a third of the total was in the hands of the Dutch and Flemish, a quarter belonged to the French. The Genoese controlled more than 20%, the English 10%, and the Germans somewhat less. America was a European business. Carlos V, heir to the Caesars in the Holy Empire by purchased election, had only spent 16 of the 40 years of his reign in Spain. That monarch with a prominent chin and idiotic eyes, who had ascended the throne without knowing a single word of the Spanish language, ruled surrounded by a retinue of rapacious flamingos to whom he issued safe conducts to take mules and horses loaded with gold and jewels out of Spain, which he also rewarded by granting them bishoprics and archbishoprics, bureaucratic titles, and even the first license to drive black slaves to the American colonies. Launched into the pursuit of the devil throughout Europe, Charles V exhausted the treasure of America in his religious wars. The Habsburg dynasty did not end with his death. Spain would have to suffer the reign of the Austrias for almost 2 centuries. The great leader of the Counter-Reformation was his son Felipe II. From his gigantic palace monastery of El Escorial, on the slopes of the Guadarrama, Felipe II put into operation, on a universal scale, the terrible machinery of the Inquisition, and brought down his armies on the centers of heresy. Calvinism had taken hold of Holland, England, and France, and the Turks embodied the danger of the return of the religion of Allah. Salvationism cost dearly. The few gold and silver objects, marvels of American art, that no longer arrived cast from Mexico and Peru, were quickly torn from the Seville trading house and thrown into the mouths of the ovens. Heretics or those suspected of heresy also burned, scorched by the purifying flames of the Inquisition. Torquemada set the books on fire and the devil's tail stuck out from every corner. The war against Protestantism was also the war against rising capitalism in Europe. The perpetuation of the crusade, says Eliot in his work already cited, implied the perpetuation of the archaic social organization of a nation of crusaders. The medals of America, delirium, and ruin of Spain, provided means to fight against the nascent forces of the modern economy. Carlos V had already crushed the Castilian bourgeoisie in the War of the Comuneros, which had become a social revolution against the nobility, their properties, and their privileges. The uprising was defeated after the betrayal of the city of Burgos, which would be the capital of General Francisco Franco 4 centuries later. After the last rebel fires had been extinguished, Charles V returned to Spain accompanied by 4,000 German soldiers. Simultaneously, the very radical insurrection of the weavers, spinners, and artisans who had seized power in the city of Valencia and spread it throughout the region was also drowned in blood. The defense of the Catholic faith was a mask for the fight against history. The expulsion of the Jews, Spaniards of the Jewish religion, had deprived Spain, in the times of the Catholic monarchs, of many skilled artisans and essential capital. The expulsion of the Arabs, Spaniards, in fact, of the Muslim religion, is not considered so important, although in 1609 no less than 275,000 were driven to the border, and this had disastrous effects on the Valencian economy, and the fertile fields of the south of the Ebro, in Aragon, were ruined. Previously, Felipe II had expelled, for religious reasons, thousands of Flemish artisans convicted or suspected of Protestantism. England welcomed them to its soil, and there they gave an important boost to British manufactures. As can be seen, the enormous distances and difficult communications were not the main obstacles that stood in the way of Spain's industrial progress. The Spanish capitalists became rentiers, through the purchase of debt securities from the crown, and did not invest their capital in industrial development. The economic surplus drifted into unproductive channels. The old rich, lords of the pitchfork and knife, owners of the land and titles of nobility, built palaces and accumulated jewels. The new rich, speculators and merchants, bought land and titles of nobility. Neither one nor the other practically paid taxes, nor could they be imprisoned for debts. Whoever engaged in an industrial activity automatically lost his letter of nobility. Successive commercial treaties, signed after the military defeats of the Spanish in Europe, granted concessions that stimulated maritime traffic between the port of Cadiz, which displaced Seville, and the French, English, Dutch, and Hanseatic ports. Every year between 800 and 1,000 ships unloaded in Spain the products industrialized by others. They took the silver from America and the Spanish wool, which marched towards the foreign looms from where it would be returned already woven by the expanding European industry. The Cadiz monopolists limited themselves to pointing out the foreign industrial products that they shipped to the New World. If Spanish manufactures could not even serve the internal market, how were they going to satisfy the needs of the colonies? The lace from Lille and Arras, the Dutch fabrics, the tapestries from Brussels and the brocades from Florence, the glass from Venice, the weapons from Milan and the wines and canvases from France flooded the Spanish market, at the expense of local production, to satisfy the desire for ostentation and the consumption demands of the increasingly numerous and powerful rich parasites in an increasingly poor country. Industry was dying in the egg, and the Habsburgs did everything possible to hasten its extinction. By the middle of the 16th century, the height had been reached of authorizing the importation of foreign fabrics while at the same time prohibiting all exports of Castilian cloth that did not go to America. On the contrary, as Ramos has pointed out, very different were the orientations of Henry VIII or Elizabeth I in England, when they prohibited the outflow of gold and silver in this rising nation, monopolized bills of exchange, prevented the extraction of wool and dumped from British ports to the merchants of the Hanseatic League of the North Sea. Meanwhile, the Italian republics protected their foreign trade and industry through tariffs, privileges, and rigorous prohibitions. Artificers could not expatriate on pain of death. The ruin was all-encompassing. Of the 16,000 looms that remained in Seville in 1558, at the death of Carlos V, only 400 remained when Felipe II died, 40 years later. The 7 million sheep of the Andalusian livestock were reduced to 2 million. Cervantes portrayed in Don Quixote de la Mancha, a novel widely circulated in America, the society of his time. A mid-16th century decree made it impossible to import foreign books and prevented students from studying outside of Spain. Salamanca students were reduced by half in a few decades. There were 9,000 convents and the clergy multiplied almost as intensely as the swashbuckling nobility. 160,000 foreigners monopolized foreign trade and the waste of the aristocracy condemned Spain to economic impotence. Around 1630, little more than 100.5 dukes, marquises, counts, and viscounts collected 5 million ducats in annual income, which copiously fed the brilliance of their bombastic titles. The Duke of Medinaceli had 700 servants, and there were 300 servants of the Grand Duke of Osuna, who, to mock the Tsar of Russia, dressed them in fur coats. The 17th century was the age of the rogue, famine and epidemics. The number of Spanish beggars was infinite, but this did not prevent foreign beggars from also flocking from all corners of Europe. Around 1700, Spain already had 625,000 hidalgos, warlords, although the country it was emptying, its population had halved in just over 2 centuries, and was equivalent to that of England, which had doubled in the same period. 1700 marks the end of the Habsburg regime. The bankruptcy was total. Chronic unemployment, large vacant estates, chaotic currency, ruined industry, lost wars, and empty treasuries, the unknown central authority in the provinces, the Spain faced by Felipe Quinto was little less dead than its dead master. The Bourbons gave the nation a more modern appearance, but at the end of the 18th century the Spanish clergy numbered no less than 200,000 members, and the rest of the unproductive population did not stop its overwhelming development, at the expense of the country's underdevelopment. At that time, there were still more than 10,000 towns and cities in Spain subject to the seigneurial jurisdiction of the nobility and, therefore, outside the direct control of the king. The latifundia and the institution of the mayorazgo continued intact. Obscurantism and fatalism continued. The time of Felipe IV had not been surpassed. In his time, a board of theologians met to examine the project for the construction of a canal between the Manzanares and the Tagus, and ended by declaring that if God had wanted the rivers to be navigable, I would have made them that way myself. The distribution of functions between the horse and the rider. In the first volume of Capital, Karl Marx wrote, "The discovery of the gold and silver deposits of America, the crusade of extermination, enslavement, and burial in the minds of the aboriginal population, the beginning of the conquest and looting of the East Indies, the conversion of the African continent into a hunting ground for black slaves, these are all events that mark the dawn of the era of capitalist production. These idyllic processes represent so many fundamental factors in the movement of original accumulation. Looting, internal and external, was the most important means for the primitive accumulation of capital that, since the Middle Ages, made possible the appearance of a new historical stage in world economic evolution. As the monetary economy spread, unequal exchange was covering more and more social layers and more regions of the planet. Ernest Mondale has added up the value of gold and silver looted from America up to 1660, the loot taken from Indonesia by the Dutch East India Company from 1650 to 1780, the profits of French capital in the 18th century slave trade, the income earned by slave labor in the British West Indies, and the English plunder of India for half a century. The result exceeds the value of all the capital invested in all European industries around 1800. Mondale notes that this gigantic mass of capital created a favorable investment environment in Europe, stimulated entrepreneurship, and directly financed the establishment of manufacturing that gave a great impetus to the Industrial Revolution. But, at the same time, the formidable international concentration of wealth for the benefit of Europe prevented, in the looted regions, the leap to the accumulation of industrial capital. The double tragedy of the developing countries consists in the fact that they were not only victims of this process of international concentration, but that they have subsequently had to try to compensate their industrial backwardness, that is, carry out the original accumulation of industrial capital, in a world that it is inundated with the articles manufactured by an already mature industry, the Western one. The American colonies had been discovered, conquered, and colonized in the process of expanding commercial capital. Europe stretched out its arms to reach the whole world. Neither Spain nor Portugal received the benefits of the sweeping advance of capitalist mercantilism, although it was their colonies that, in substantial measure, provided the gold and silver that fueled that expansion. As we have seen, although the precious metals of America illuminated the deceitful fortune of a Spanish nobility that lived its late Middle Ages and against the grain of history, they simultaneously sealed the ruin of Spain in the centuries to come. There were other regions of Europe that were able to incubate modern capitalism, making use, to a large extent, of the expropriation of the primitive peoples of America. The robbery of the accumulated treasures was succeeded by the systematic exploitation, in the tunnels and in the deposits, of the forced labor of the natives and of the black slaves uprooted from Africa by the traffickers. Europe needed gold and silver. The means of payment for circulation multiplied without ceasing, and it was necessary to feed the movements of capitalism. At the time of delivery, the bourgeois took over the cities and founded banks, produced and exchanged goods, conquered new markets. Gold, silver, sugar, the colonial economy, more a supplier than a consumer, was structured according to the needs of the European market, and at its service. The value of Latin American exports of precious metals was, for long periods of the 16th century, 4 times greater than the value of imports, consisting mainly of slaves, salt, wine and oil, weapons, cloth, and luxury items. Resources flowed for the emerging European nations to accumulate. This was the fundamental mission that the pioneers had brought, even though they also applied the gospel, almost as frequently as the whip, to the dying Indians. The economic structure of the Iberian colonies was born subordinated to the external market and, consequently, centralized around the export sector, which concentrated income and power. Throughout the process, from the metals stage to the subsequent food supply, each region identified with what it produced, and produced what was expected of it in Europe. Each product, loaded into the holds of the galleons that plied the ocean, became a vocation and a destination. The international division of labor, as it emerged along with capitalism, was more like the division of duties between a rider and a horse, as Paul Baron puts it. The markets of the colonial world grew as mere appendages to the internal market of emerging capitalism. Celso Furtado warns that the European feudal lords obtained an economic surplus from the population they dominated, and used it, in one way or another, in their own regions, while the main objective of the Spaniards who received mines, land from the king and indigenous people in America, consisted of subtracting a surplus to transfer it to Europe. This observation helps to clarify the ultimate goal that the American colonial economy had. Since its implantation, although formally it showed some feudal traits, it acted at the service of the rising capitalism in other regions. After all, neither in our time can the existence of the rich centers of capitalism be explained without the existence of the poor and subject peripheries. Both are part of the same system. But not all the surplus evaded towards Europe. The colonial economy was governed by merchants, mine owners, and large landowners, who shared the usufruct of indigenous and black labor under the jealous and omnipotent gaze of the crown and its main associate, the church. Power was concentrated in a few hands, which sent metals and food to Europe, and from Europe received the luxury items to which they devoted their growing fortunes. They did not have, the ruling classes, the less interest in diversifying the internal economies or in raising the technical and cultural levels of the population. Their function was different within the international machinery for which they acted, and the immense popular misery, so lucrative from the point of view of the prevailing interests, prevented the development of an internal consumer market. A French economist maintains that the worst colonial legacy of Latin America, which explains its current considerable backwardness, is the lack of capital. However, all the historical information shows that the colonial economy produced, in the past, enormous wealth for the classes associated, within the region, with the colonialist system of domination. The large available workforce, which was free or practically free, and the great European demand for American products, made possible, says Sergio Bago, an early and large accumulation of capital in the Iberian colonies. The core of beneficiaries, far from expanding, was reduced in proportion to the mass of population, as can be seen from the certain fact that the number of unemployed Europeans and Creoles increased without ceasing. The capital that remained in America, once the lion's share that turned to the primitive accumulation process of European capitalism had been deducted, did not generate, in these lands, a process analogous to that of Europe, to lay the foundations of industrial development, but instead it was diverted to the construction of great palaces and ostentatious temples, to the purchase of jewels and luxurious clothes and furniture, to the maintenance of numerous servants and to the waste of festivals. To a large extent, too, this surplus was immobilized in the purchase of new lands or continued to revolve around speculative and commercial activities. In the twilight of the colonial era, Humboldt would find in Mexico an enormous mass of capital piled up in the hands of mine owners, or in those of merchants who have withdrawn from the trade. According to his testimony, no less than half of the real estate and total capital in Mexico belonged to the church, which also controlled a good part of the remaining land through mortgages. The Mexican miners invested their surpluses in the purchase of latifundia, and in mortgage loans. Like the great exporters of Veracruz and Acapulco, the clerical hierarchy extended its assets in the same direction. The residences capable of turning the commoner into a prince and the stunning temples were born like mushrooms after the rain. In Peru, in the middle of the 17th century, large capital from encomenderos, miners, inquisitors, and officials of the imperial administration turned to trade. The fortunes born in Venezuela from the cultivation of cacao, begun at the end of the 16th century, whip in hand, at the expense of legions of black slaves, were invested in new plantations and other cash crops, as well as in mines, urban real estate, slaves, and herds of cattle. Potosi ruins, the silver cycle. Analyzing the nature of metropolis-satellite relations throughout the history of Latin America as a chain of successive subordinations, André Gunder Frank has highlighted, in one of his works, that the regions today most marked by underdevelopment and poverty are those that in the past have had the closest ties to the metropolis and have enjoyed boom periods. These are the regions that were the largest producers of goods exported to Europe or, later, to the United States, and the most abundant sources of capital, regions abandoned by the metropolis when for one reason or another business declined. Potosi provides the clearest example of this fall into the void. The silver mines of Guanajuato and Zacatecas, in Mexico, later boomed. In the 16th and 17th centuries, the rich hill of Potosi was the center of American colonial life. Around it revolved, in one way or another, the Chilean economy, which provided it with wheat, dried meat, furs, and wine, the livestock and handicrafts of Córdoba and Tucumán, which supplied it with draft animals and fabrics, the mercury mines of Huancavelica and the Arica region where silver was shipped to Lima, the main administrative center of the time. The 18th century marks the beginning of the end for the silver economy that had its center in Potosi. However, at the time of independence, the population of the territory that today includes Bolivia was still higher than the one that inhabited what is now Argentina. A century and a half later, the Bolivian population is almost 6 times smaller than the Argentine population. That San Luis Potosi society, sick with ostentation and waste, only left Bolivia the vague memory of its splendors, the ruins of its churches and palaces, and 8 million Indian corpses. Any one of the diamonds embedded in the shield of a rich gentleman was worth more, after all, than what an Indian he could win in his whole life as a Mateo, but the gentleman ran off with the diamonds. Bolivia, today one of the poorest countries in the world, could boast. If this were not pathetically useless of having nurtured the wealth of the richest countries. In our days, Potosi is a poor city in poor Bolivia, the city that has given the world the most and the one that has the least, as an old woman from Potosi told me, wrapped in a kilometric shawl made of alpaca wool, when we talked in front of the Andalusian patio of his 2-century-old house. This city condemned to nostalgia, tormented by misery and cold, is still an open wound of the colonial system in America, an accusation the world would have to start by apologizing. A living is made out of debris. In 1640, Father Alvaro Alonso Barba published in Madrid, in the kingdom's printing press, his excellent treatise on the art of metals. Tin, Barba wrote, is poison. He mentioned hills where there is a lot of tin, although few know about it, and because they can't find the money that everyone is looking for, they throw it around. In Potosi the tin that the Spaniards threw aside as garbage is now mined. The walls of old houses are sold as good law tin. From the mouths of the 5,000 tunnels that the Spaniards opened in Cerro Rico, wealth has flowed down through the centuries. The hill has been changing color as the dynamite shots have emptied it and have lowered the level of the summit. The piles of rock, accumulated around the infinite holes, have all colors. They are pink, lilac, purple, ochre, gray, gold, brown. A patchwork quilt. The Lomperos break the rock and the indigenous Pauliris, known by hand to weigh and separate, peck, like little birds, at the mineral remains in search of tin. The miners still enter the old tunnels that are not flooded, carbide lamp in one hand, their bodies hunched over, to rip out what they can. There is no money, not a flash. The Spaniards even swept the veins with brushes. The Paulacos dig small tunnels with a pick and shovel to extract scallops from the remains. The hill is still rich. An unemployed man who scratched the earth with his hands told me without surprise. God must be, imagine, the mineral grows as if it were a plant, the same. In front of the rich hill of Potosi, stands the witness of the devastation. It is a mountain called Huaycachchi, which in Quechua means, hill that has cried. Many springs of pure water flow from its slopes, the eyes of water that give the miners a drink. In its heyday, around the middle of the 17th century, the city had brought together many Spanish or Creole painters and artisans or indigenous image makers who left their mark on American colonial art. Melchor Pérez de Holguin, the Greco of America, left a vast religious work that at the same time betrays the talent of its creator and the pagan breath of these lands. It becomes difficult. Forget, for example, the splendid Virgin Mary who, with outstretched arms, nurses the baby Jesus with one breast and a saint with the other. Goldsmiths, silver chiselers, embossing masters, and cabinet makers, craftsmen of metal, fine wood, plaster, and noble ivories, nourished the numerous churches and monasteries of Potosi with carvings and altars of endless filigrees, resplendent with silver. And extremely valuable pulpits and altar pieces, the Baroque fronts of the temples, worked in stone, have withstood the onslaught of centuries, but the same has not happened with the paintings, in many cases mortally chewed by humidity, nor with the figures and lightweight objects. Tourists and parish priests have emptied the churches of everything they have been able to take, from chalices and bells to the carvings of Saint Francis and Christ in beech or ash. These robbed churches, most of them already closed, are falling apart, crushed by the years. It is a pity, because they still constitute, although they have been plundered, formidable standing treasures of a colonial art that melts and ignites all styles, valuable in genius and in heresy, the stepped sign of Tiahuanaco instead of the cross and the cross next to the sacred sun and the sacred moon, the virgins and saints with natural hair, the grapes and the ears of corn curled on the columns, up to the capitals, together with the cantuta, the imperial flower of the Incas, the sirens. Bacchus and the festival of life alternating with Romanesque asceticism, the dark faces of some divinities and the caryatids with indigenous features. There are churches that have been reconditioned to provide other services, already empty of faithful. The Church of San Ambrosio has been converted into the Omist Cinema. In February 1970, the upcoming premiere was announced on the Baroque bas-reliefs on the front, "The world is crazy, crazy, crazy." The Temple of the Society of Jesus was also converted into a cinema, then into a merchandise warehouse for the Grace Company and finally into a food store for public charity. But a few other churches are still, for better or worse, active. For at least a century and a half the residents of Potosi have been burning candles for lack of money. The one in San Francisco, for example. They say that the cross of this church grows a few centimeters per year, and that the beard of the Lord of the True Cross also grows, an imposing silver and silk Christ who appeared in Potosi, brought by no one, 4 centuries ago. The priests do not deny that from time to time they shave it, and they attribute to it, even in writing, all the miracles, successive conspiracies of droughts and plagues, wars in defense of the harassed city. However, the Lord of Veracruz could do nothing against the decline of Potosi. The exhaustion of the silver had been interpreted as divine punishment for the atrocities and sins of the miners. Gone are the spectacular masses, such as banquets and bullfights, dances and fireworks. Luxurious religious worship had also been, after all, a byproduct of the slave labor of the Indians. The miners made, in the age of splendor, fabulous donations for churches and monasteries, and celebrated sumptuous funeral services. Pure silver keys for the gates of heaven, the merchant Alvaro Bejarano had ordered, in his will of 1559, that all the priests of Potosi accompany his corpse. Curanderismo and witchcraft were mixed with authorized religion, in the delirium of the fervors and panics of colonial society. Extreme unction with a bell and a pallium could, like communion, heal the dying person, although a juicy testament for the construction of a temple or a silver altar was much more effective. Fever was fought with the Gospels, the prayers in some convents cooled the body, in others, they gave heat. The credo was fresh like tamarind or sweet nitro, and the salve was warm like orange blossom or corn hair. On Chuquisaca Street one can admire the front, gnawed by the centuries, of the Counts of Carma and Cayara, but the palace is now the office of a dental surgeon. The heraldry of the field master Don Antonio Lopez de Quiroga, on Lanza Street, now adorns a little school. The coat of arms of the Marquis of Otavi, with its rampant lions, shines on the portico of the Banco Nacional. Where will they live now? They must have gone far. The old woman from Potosi, tied to her city, tells me that the rich left first, and then the poor also left. Potosi now has 3 times fewer inhabitants than it did 4 centuries ago. I contemplate the hill from a rooftop on Uyuni Street, a very narrow and vibrant colonial street, where the houses have large wooden balconies so close from sidewalk to sidewalk that the neighbors can kiss or hit each other without having to go down to the street. Here, as in the rest of the city, the old candles of dim light survive, under which, according to Jamie Mullins, quarrels of love were settled and cloaked gentlemen, elegant ladies, and gamblers slipped away, like goblins. The city now has electric light, but it is not very noticeable. In the dark squares, in the light of the old lanterns, the tumulus take place at night. I saw a piece of cake being raffled off in the middle of a crowd. Along with Potosi, Sucre fell. This valley city, with a pleasant climate, which had previously been called Charcas, La Plata, and Chuquisaca successively, enjoyed a good part of the wealth that flowed from the veins of the rich hill of Potosi. Gonzalo Pizarro, Francisco's brother, had installed his court there, lavish as that of the king who wanted to be and could not. Churches and mansions, parks and recreational villas sprang up continuously along with the jurists, mystics and rhetorical poets who, from century to century, gave the city their stamp. Silence, it's Sucre. Silence no more, then. But before, this was the cultural capital of 2 viceroyalties, the seat of the main archbishopric of America and the most powerful court of justice in the colony, the most ostentatious and cultured city in South America. Dona Cecilia Contreras de Torres and Dona Maria de las Mercedes Torralba de Gramajo, ladies of Ubina and Calquechica, gave Camacho banquets. They competed in squandering the fabulous income produced by their mines in Potosi, and when the sumptuous festivities ended they threw down the balcony's silver tableware and even gold items, for the lucky passers-by to pick up. Sucre still has an Eiffel Tower and its own Arcs de Triomphe, and they say that with the jewels of his Virgin they could pay all of Bolivia's gigantic foreign debt. But the famous church bells that in 1809 sang with joy to the emancipation of America, today offer a funeral peal. The horse bell of San Francisco, which so many times announced uprisings and riots, today tolls due to the deadly immobility of Sucre. It matters little that it continues to be the legal capital of Bolivia, and that the Supreme Court of Justice still resides in Sucre. Through the streets innumerable legulios, weak and yellow-skinned, surviving testimonies of decadence, doctors of those who wore glasses, with black tape and everything. From the great empty palaces, the illustrious patriarchs of Sucre send their servants to sell empanadas at the railroad windows. There were those who knew how to buy, in other fortunate hours, even a title of prince. In Potosi and Sucre only the ghosts of dead wealth remained alive. In Huanchaca, another Bolivian tragedy, the Anglo-Chilean capitals exhausted, during the last century, veins of silver more than 2 meters wide, with a very high grade. Now only the smoking ruins of dust remain. Huanchaca continues on the maps, as if it still existed, identified as a mining center still alive, with its pick and shovel crossed. Did the Mexican mines of Guanajuato and Zacatecas fare better? Based on the data provided by Alexander von Humboldt, the magnitude of the economic surplus evaded from Mexico between 1760 and 1809, barely half a century, through exports of silver and gold, has been estimated at about $5 billion current dollars. There were no major mines in America. The great German scholar compared the Valenciana mine, in Guanajuato, with the Himmel's first mine in Saxony, which was the richest in Europe. The Valenciana mine produced 36 times more silver, at the turn of the century, and left its shareholders with 33 times more profits. Count Santiago de la Laguna vibrated with emotion when describing, in 1732, the mining district of Zacatecas and the precious treasures hidden in its deep breasts in the hills, all honored with more than 4,000 mouths. To better serve both majesties, God and the King, and so that everyone comes to drink and participate in the great, the rich, the learned, the urban and the noble, with the fruit of their entrails. Because it was a source of wisdom, police, weapons, and nobility. The priest Marmolejo later described the city of Guanajuato, crossed by bridges, with gardens that so resembled those of Semiramis in Babylon and dazzling temples, the theater, the bullring, the arenas for roosters, and the towers and the domes raised against the green slopes of the mountains. But this was the country of inequality, and Humboldt was able to write of Mexico, perhaps nowhere is inequality more appalling, the architecture of public and private buildings, the refinement of women's trousseau, the air of the society, everything announces an extreme of care that is extraordinarily opposed to the nudity, ignorance, and rusticity of the populace. The tunnels engulfed men and mules on the hills of the Cordilleras. The Indians, who lived only to get out of the day, suffered from endemic hunger and were killed like flies by pestilence. In a single year, 1784, a wave of disease caused by lack of food resulting from a devastating frost had claimed more than 8,000 lives in Guanajuato. Capital was not accumulated, but squandered. The old saying was practiced: father a merchant, son a gentleman, grandson a beggar. In a representation addressed to the government in 1843, Lucas Alaman formulated a gloomy warning, while insisting on the need to defend the national industry through a system of prohibitions and heavy taxes against foreign competition. It is necessary to resort to promoting the industry, as the only source of universal prosperity, he said. The wealth of Zacatecas would be of no use to Puebla, if it were not for the consumption that it provides for its manufactures, and if these decline again as has happened before, that now flourishing department would be ruined, without the wealth of Zacatecas being able to save it from misery. Those mines. The prophecy proved true. Today, Zacatecas and Guanajuato are not even the most important cities in their own comarcas. Both languish surrounded by the skeletons of the mining boom camps. Zacatecas, high and arid, lives on agriculture and exports labor to other states. The current grades of its gold and silver ores are very low, in relation to the good times of the past. Of the 50 mines that the district of Guanajuato had in operation, barely 2 remain. The population of the beautiful city is not growing, but tourists flock to contemplate the exuberant splendor of the old days, to stroll through the alleys with romantic names, rich in legends, and to be horrified by the 100 mummies that the salts of the earth have preserved intact. Half of the families in the state of Guanajuato, with an average of more than 5 members, currently live in one-room shacks. The spilling of blood and tears, and yet, the Pope had resolved that the Indians had soul. In 1581, Felipe II had affirmed, before the hearing of Guadalajara, that a third of the natives of America had already been annihilated, and that those who still lived were forced to pay tributes for the dead. The monarch also said that the Indians were bought and sold. They slept outdoors. That mothers killed their children to save them from torment in the mines. But the hypocrisy of the crown had fewer limits than the empire. The crown received a fifth of the value of the metals that its subjects extracted throughout the entire length of the Hispanic New World, in addition to other taxes, and the same occurred, in the 18th century, with the Portuguese crown in the lands of Brazil. The silver and gold of America penetrated like a corrosive acid, according to Engels, through all the pores of the moribund feudal society in Europe, and at the service of the nascent capitalist mercantilism, the mining entrepreneurs turned the natives and black slaves into a very numerous external proletariat of the European economy. Greco-Roman slavery was resurrected, in fact, in a different world. To the misfortune of the natives of the annihilated empires in Hispanic America must be added the terrible fate of the blacks taken from the African villages to work in Brazil and the Antilles. The Latin American colonial economy had the greatest concentration of labor force known up to then, to make possible the greatest concentration of wealth that any civilization in world history has ever had. That violent tide of greed, horror, and bravery did not fall on these regions except at the price of native genocide. The most well-founded recent investigations attribute to pre-Columbian Mexico a population that oscillates between 25 and 30 million, and it is estimated that there was a similar number of Indians in the Andean region. Central America and the Antilles had between 10 and 13 million inhabitants. The Indians of the Americas numbered no less than 70 million, and perhaps more, when the foreign conquerors appeared on the horizon. A century and a half later they had dwindled, in total, to just 3.5 million. According to the Marquis of Baranas, between Lima and Paita, where more than 2 million Indians had lived, there were only 4,000 indigenous families left in 1685. Archbishop Lenin Cisneros denied the annihilation of the Indians. It's because they hide, he said, in order not to pay tributes, abusing the freedom that they enjoy and that they did not have in the time of the Incas. The metal flowed incessantly from the American veins, and from the Spanish court came, also incessantly, ordinances that granted a protection of paper and a dignity of ink to the natives, whose strenuous work sustained the kingdom. The fiction of legality protected the Indian, the exploitation of reality bled him dry. From slavery to the entrustment of services, and from this to the entrustment of tributes and the wage system, the variations in the legal status of the indigenous labor force only superficially altered their real situation. The Crown considered the inhumane exploitation of the aboriginal labor force so necessary that in 1601 Felipe III issued rules prohibiting forced labor in the mines and, simultaneously, sent other secret instructions ordering it to continue in case that measure weakened production. In the same way, between 1616 and 1619 the visitor and Governor Juan de Solorzano carried out an investigation on the working conditions in the mercury mines of Huancavelica. The poison penetrated into the very marrow, weakening all the members and causing a constant tremor, dying the workers. In general, in the space of 4 years, he informed the Council of the Indies and the monarch. But in 1631 Felipe IV ordered that the same system be continued there, and his successor, Carlos II, renewed the decree some time later. These mercury mines were directly exploited by the Crown, unlike the silver mines, which were in the hands of private entrepreneurs. In 3 centuries, the rich hill of Potosi burned, according to Josiah Conder, 8 million lives. The Indians were uprooted from the agricultural communities and herded, together with their wives and children, towards the hill. Of every 10 who marched into the high frozen wastes, 7 never returned. Luis Capach, who owned mines and sugar mills, wrote that the roads were covered and it seemed that the kingdom was moving. In the communities, the indigenous people had seen many afflicted women return without their husbands and many orphaned children without their parents, and they knew that 1,000 deaths and disasters awaited them in the mine. The Spanish scoured hundreds of miles around for labor. Many of the Indians died on the way, before reaching Potosi. But it was the terrible working conditions in the mine that killed the most people. The Dominican Fray Domingo de Santo Tomas denounced the Council of the Indies, in 1550, shortly after the mine was born, that Potosi was a mouth of hell that annually swallowed thousands and thousands of Indians, and that the rapacious miners treated the natives like animals without an owner. And Fray Rodrigo de Loaza would later say, "These poor Indians are like sardines in the sea. Just as the other fish chase sardines to prey on them and devour them, so everyone in these lands chases the miserable Indians." The chiefs of the communities had the obligation to replace the Mateos who were dying, with new men from 18 to 50 years of age. The distribution yard, where the Indians were awarded to the owners of the mines and mills, a gigantic field with stone walls, is now used for the workers to play soccer. The jail of the Mateos, a shapeless pile of ruins, can still be seen at the entrance to Potosi. In the Recopilation de Leyes de Indias there is no shortage of decrees from that time establishing the equal rights of the Indians and the Spaniards to exploit the mines and expressly prohibiting the rights of the natives from being infringed. Formal history. A dead letter that in our times includes the dead letter of past times would not have anything to complain about, but while the indigenous labor legislation was being debated in endless files and the talent of Spanish jurists was exploding in ink, in America the law was observed but not fulfilled. In fact, the poor Indian is a coin, according to Luis Capach, with which one finds everything that is necessary, as with gold and silver, and much better. Numerous individuals claimed in court their status as mestizos so that they would not be sent to the tunnels, nor would they be sold and resold in the market. At the end of the 17th century, Concolor Corvo, through whose veins flowed indigenous blood, thus denied his followers, "We do not deny that the mines consume a considerable number of Indians, but this does not come from the work they have in the silver and quicksilver mines, but rather of the debauchery in which they live." The testimony of Capach, who had many Indians at his service, is illustrative in this regard. The freezing temperatures of the open air alternated with the infernal heat in the depths of the hill. The Indians entered the depths, and ordinarily they are brought out dead and others with broken heads and legs, and in the mills they are wounded every day. The Mateos made the mineral jump at the point of barrettes and then carried him up on his back, by ladders, by candlelight. Outside the tunnel, they moved the long wooden shafts in the mills or melted the silver on fire, after grinding and washing it. The Mita was a machine for crushing Indians. The use of mercury for the extraction of silver by amalgam poisoned as much or more than the toxic gases in the womb of the earth. It made hair and teeth fall out and caused uncontrollable tremors. The exogados crawled begging through the streets. 6,500 bonfires burned at night on the slopes of Cerro Rico, and silver was worked in them using the wind that the wind sent. Gloria Saint Augustine from heaven. Because of the smoke from the ovens there were no pastures or crops within a radius of 6 leagues around Potosi, and the fumes were no less implacable with the bodies of men. Ideological justifications were not lacking. The bleeding of the New World became an act of charity or a reason of faith. Along with guilt, a whole system of alibis for guilty consciences was born. The Indians were transformed into beasts of burden, because they resisted a weight greater than that supported by the weak back of the llama, and incidentally it was verified that, indeed, the Indians were beasts of burden. A viceroy of Mexico considered that there was no better remedy than work in the mines to cure the natural evil of the Indians. Juan Ginés de Sepúlveda, the humanist, maintained that the Indians deserved the treatment they received because their sins and idolatries constituted an offense against God. The Comte de Buffon affirmed that in the Indians, frigid and weak animals, no activity of the soul was registered. Abbé de Pau invented an America where degenerate Indians alternated with dogs that did not know how to bark, inedible cows and impotent camels. Voltaire's America, inhabited by lazy and stupid Indians, had pigs with their navels on their backs and bald, cowardly lions. Bacon, de Maistre, Montesquieu, Hume, and Bodin refused to recognize the debased men of the New World as their peers. Hegel spoke of the physical and spiritual impotence of America and said that the natives had perished under the breath of Europe. In the 17th century, Father Gregorio Garcia maintained that the Indians were of Jewish descent, because like the Jews they are lazy, they do not believe in the miracles of Jesus Christ, and they are not grateful to the Spaniards for all the good they have done them. At least, this priest did not deny that the Indians descended from Adam and Eve. There were numerous theologians and thinkers who had not been convinced by the bull of Pope Paul III, issued in 1537, which had declared the Indians true men. Father Bartolomé de las Casas agitated the Spanish court with his denunciations against the cruelty of the conquerors of America. In 1557, a member of the Royal Council responded that the Indians were too low on the scale of humanity to be capable of receiving the faith. Las Casas dedicated his fervent life to the defense of the Indians against the excesses of the miners and the encomenderos. He said that the Indians preferred to go to hell so as not to meet the Christians. The conquerors and colonizers were entrusted indigenous people to be catechized. But since the Indians owed to the entrusted personal services and economic tributes, there was not much time left to introduce them to the Christian path of salvation. In reward for his services, Hernán Cortés had received 23,000 vassals. The Indians were distributed at the same time that the lands were granted through royal grants or they were obtained by direct dispossession. Since 1536 the Indians were granted encomienda, together with their offspring, for the term of 2 lives, that of the encomendero and his immediate heir. From 1629 the regime was extended. In practice, the lands were sold with the Indians inside. In the 18th century, the Indians, the survivors, ensured the comfortable life of many generations to come. As the vanquished gods persisted in their memories, there were no shortage of holy alibis for the usufruct of their labor by the victors. The Indians were pagans, they did not deserve another life. Past times. 420 years after the bull of Pope Paul III, in September 1957, the Supreme Court of Justice of Paraguay issued a circular informing all the country's judges that the Indians are just as human beings as the other inhabitants of the Republic. And the Center for Anthropological Studies of the Catholic University of Asunción subsequently carried out a revealing survey in the capital and in the interior. 8 out of every 10 Paraguayans believe that Indians are like animals. In Caiguazú, in the Alto Paraná and in the Chaco, the Indians are hunted like beasts, sold at cheap prices and exploited in a regime of virtual slavery. However, almost all Paraguayans have indigenous blood, and Paraguay never tires of composing songs, poems, and speeches in homage to the Guarani soul. The fighting nostalgia of Tupac Amaru. When the Spanish invaded America, the theocratic empire of the Incas was at its height, extending its power over what we now call Peru, Bolivia, and Ecuador, covering part of Colombia and Chile and reaching northern Argentina and the Brazilian jungle. The Aztec Confederation had achieved a high level of efficiency in the Valley of Mexico, and in Yucatan and Central America the splendid civilization of the Mayas persisted in the inheritor towns, organized for work and war. These societies have left numerous testimonies of their greatness. Despite all the long time of devastation, religious monuments raised with greater wisdom than the Egyptian pyramids, effective technical creations for the fight against nature, art objects that reveal an undefeated talent. In the Museum of Lima you can see hundreds of skulls that were subjected to trepanations and cures with gold and silver plates by Inca surgeons. The Maya had been great astronomers, had measured time and space with astonishing precision, and had discovered the value of the digit 0 before any other people in history. The ditches and artificial islands created by the Aztecs dazzled Hernán Cortés, even though they were not made of gold. The conquest broke the foundations of those civilizations. Worse consequences than the blood and fire of war had the implantation of a mining economy. The mines required large displacements of the population and dismantled community agricultural units. They not only extinguished countless lives through forced labor, but also indirectly brought down the collective farming system. The Indians were herded into the tunnels, subjected to the servitude of the encomenderos and forced to hand over the lands that they compulsorily left or neglected for nothing. On the Pacific coast, the Spanish destroyed or allowed to extinguish the enormous crops of corn, cassava, beans, limp beans, peanuts, sweet potatoes. The desert quickly devoured large tracts of land that had received life from the Inca irrigation network. 4.5 centuries after the conquest, only rocks and scrub remain at the site of most of the roads that linked the empire. Although the gigantic public works of the Incas were, for the most part, erased by time or by the hand of the usurpers, there are still, drawn in the Andes mountain range, the endless terraces that allowed and still allow cultivating the slopes of the mountains. An American technician estimated, in 1936, that if in that year they had been built, with methods modern, such terraces would have cost about $30,000 an acre. The terraces and irrigation aqueducts were possible, in that empire that did not know the wheel, the horse, or the iron, thanks to the prodigious organization and technical perfection achieved through a wise division of labor, but also thanks to the force religious that governed man's relationship with the land, which was sacred and therefore always alive. The Aztec responses to the challenge of nature had also been amazing. Nowadays, tourists know by floating gardens the few surviving islands in the desiccated lake where the capital of Mexico now stands on indigenous ruins. These islands had been created by the Aztecs to respond to the problem of the lack of land in the place chosen for the creation of Tenochtitlan. The Indians had moved great masses of mud from the banks and had packed the new islands of silt between thin walls of reeds, until the roots of the trees gave them firmness. Through the new spaces of land the water channels slid. On these unusually fertile islands grew the powerful capital of the Aztecs, with its wide avenues, its palaces of austere beauty and its stepped pyramids, magically sprouting from the lagoon. It was doomed to disappear before the onslaught of foreign conquest. 4 centuries would take Mexico to reach a population as large as the one that existed in those times. The indigenous people were, as Darcy Ribeiro says, the fuel of the colonial productive system. It is almost certain, writes Sergio Bago, that hundreds of Indian sculptors, architects, engineers, and astronomers were thrown into the Hispanic mines, confused among the slave crowd, to carry out a coarse and exhausting work of extraction. For the colonial economy, the technical ability of these individuals did not matter. They only counted as unskilled workers. But not all the splinters of those broken cultures were lost. The hope of the revival of lost dignity would give birth to numerous indigenous uprisings. In 1781 Tupac Amaru laid siege to Cuzco. This mestizo cacique, a direct descendant of the Inca emperors, led the largest messianic and revolutionary movement. The Great Rebellion broke out in the province of Tinta. Mounted on his white horse, Tupac Amaru entered the Tungajica Square and to the sound of drums and pututus announced that he had sentenced the royal corregidor Antonio Juan de Arriaga to the gallows, and ordered the prohibition of the Potosi Mita. The province of Tinta was becoming depopulated because of the obligatory service in the silver tunnels of Cerro Rico. A few days later, Tupac Amaru issued a new proclamation decreeing the freedom of the slaves. He abolished all taxes and the repartimento of indigenous labor in all its forms. The indigenous people, they added, by thousands and thousands, to the forces of the father of all the poor and of all the miserable and helpless. At the head of his guerrillas, the Caudillo launched himself on Cuzco. He marched preaching harangues. All those who died under his orders in this war would rise again to enjoy the happiness and riches that had been stripped by the invaders. Victories and defeats followed one another. Finally, betrayed and captured by one of his bosses, Tupac Amaru was handed over, loaded with chains, to the royalists. The inspector Arek entered his dungeon to demand, in exchange for promises, the names of the accomplices of the rebellion. Tupac Amaru answered him with contempt, "There is no other accomplice here than you and me. You as an oppressor, and I as a liberator, deserve death." Tupac was subjected to torture, along with his wife, his children, and his main supporters, in the Plaza del Huacapata, in Cuzco. They cut out his tongue. They tied his arms and legs to 4 horses, to dismember him, but the body did not split. They beheaded him at the foot of the gallows. They sent the head to Tinta. One of his arms went to Tungajica and the other to Carabaya. They sent one leg to Santa Rosa and the other to Livitaka. They burned his torso and threw the ashes into the Watane River. It was recommended that all their descendants be extinguished, up to the 4th grade. In 1802 another cacique descendant of the Incas, Astorpilco, received a visit from Humboldt. It was in Cajamarca, in the exact place where his ancestor, Atahualpa, had first seen the conquistador Pizarro. The chief's son accompanied the German sage to tour the ruins of the town and the rubble of the old Inca palace, and as they walked he talked to him about the fabulous treasures hidden under the dust and ashes. "Don't you sometimes feel like digging for treasures to satisfy your needs?" Humboldt asked. And the young man answered, "Such a craving does not come to us. My father says it would be sinful. If we had golden branches with all the golden fruits, our white neighbors would hate us and hurt us." The cacique cultivated a small field of wheat. But that was not enough to save himself from the greed of others. The usurpers, greedy for gold and silver and also for slave labor to work the mines, were quick to pounce on the land when the crops offered tempting profits. The dispossession continued throughout time, and in 1969, when the agrarian reform was announced in Peru, the newspapers still frequently reported that the Indians from the broken communities of the Sierra invaded from time to time, deploying their flags, the lands that had been stolen from them or their ancestors, and were repelled by bullets from the army. We had to wait almost 2 centuries after Tupac Amaru for the nationalist General Juan Velasco to. Alvarado picked up and applied that phrase of the cacique, with immortal resonances, "Peasant. The boss will no longer eat your poverty." Other heroes that time took care to rescue from defeat were the Mexicans Hidalgo and Morelos. Miguel Hidalgo, who had been a peaceful rural priest until he was 50, one fine day rang the bells of the Church of Dolores, calling on the Indians to fight for his liberation. "Do you want to engage in the effort to recover, from the hated Spaniards, the lands stolen from your ancestors 300 years ago?" He raised the banner of the Indian Virgin of Guadalupe, and within 6 weeks 80,000 men followed him, armed with machetes, pikes, slingshots, bows, and arrows. The revolutionary priest put an end to the tributes and distributed the lands of Guadalajara, decreed the freedom of slaves. He pounced his forces on Mexico City. But he was finally executed, after a military defeat and, it is said, left a testimony of passionate repentance when he died. The revolution did not take long to find a new leader, the priest José María Morelos. All the rich, nobles and first-class employees must be considered enemies. His movement indigenous insurgency and social revolution came to dominate a great extension of the territory of Mexico until Morelos was also defeated and shot. The independence of Mexico, 6 years later, turned out to be a perfectly Hispanic business between Europeans and people born in America, a political struggle within the ruling class itself. The encomendado was turned into a pawn and the encomendero into a hacendado. The Holy Week of the Indians ends without resurrection. At the beginning of our century, the owners of the pongos, Indians dedicated to domestic service, still offered them for rent through the La Paz newspapers. Until the revolution of 1952, which returned to the Bolivian Indians the trampled right to dignity, the pongos ate the leftovers of the dog's food, at whose side they slept, and knelt down to speak to any white-skinned person. The natives had been beasts of burden to carry the luggage of the conquerors on their backs, the horses were few. But today, throughout the Andean highlands, Aymara and Quechua porters can be seen carrying bundles even with their teeth in exchange for hard bread. Pneumoconiosis had been the first occupational disease in America. Today, when Bolivian miners are 35 years old, their lungs already refuse to work, the relentless silica dust impregnates the miner's skin, cracks his face and hands, annihilates his sense of smell and the taste, and it conquers his lungs, hardens and kills them. Tourists love to photograph the indigenous people of the highlands dressed in their typical clothing. But they ignore that the current indigenous clothing was imposed by Carlos III at the end of the 18th century. The women's costumes that the Spaniards forced the indigenous women to wear were copied from the regional dresses of the Extremaduran, Andalusian, and Basque peasant women, and the same occurs with the hairstyle of the Indian women, parted in the middle, imposed by Viceroy Toledo. The same does not happen, however, with the consumption of coca, which was not born with the Spanish, it already existed in Inca times. Coca was distributed, however, in moderation. The Inca government monopolized it and only allowed its use for ritual purposes or for hard work in the mines. The Spanish sharply encouraged coca use. It was a splendid business. In the 16th century, as much was spent in Potosi on European clothes for the oppressors as on coca for the oppressed. 400 Spanish merchants lived, in Cuzco, from the coca trade. 100,000 baskets containing 1 million kilos of coca leaves entered the silver mines of Potosi every year. The church extracted taxes from drugs. The Inca Garcilaso de la Vega tells us, in his Real Comments, that most of the income of the bishop and the canons and other ministers of the Cuzco church came from tithes on coca, and that transportation and the sale of this product enriched many Spaniards. With the few coins they obtained in exchange for their work, the Indians bought coca leaves instead of food. By chewing them, they could better bear, at the price of shortening their lives, the deadly tasks imposed. In addition to coca, the natives consumed brandy, and their owners complained about the spread of evil vices. At this point in the 20th century, the indigenous people of Potosi continue to chew coca to kill themselves and hunger, and they continue to burn their guts with pure alcohol. They are the sterile revenge of the damned. In the Bolivian mines, the workers still call their salary mita. Banished in their own land, condemned to eternal exodus, the indigenous people of Latin America were pushed towards the poorest areas, the arid mountains or the bottom of the deserts, as the frontier of the dominant civilization extended. The Indians have suffered and continue to suffer a synthesis of the drama of all of Latin America, the curse of their own wealth. When the gold placers of the Bluefields River in Nicaragua were discovered, the Cartas Indians were quickly driven from their lands on the banks, and this is also the story of the Indians of all the fertile valleys and rich subsoils of the Rio Grande to the south. The massacres of the Indians that began with Columbus never stopped. In Uruguay and in Argentine Patagonia, the Indians were exterminated in the last century by troops that searched for them and cornered them in the forests or in the desert, so that they would not hinder the organized advance of the cattle ranches. The horde revolted desperately, their brave young men falling one after another, like bulls wounded in the neck. Several chieftains died. The few Indians who were able to break through the ring of fire retaliated shortly thereafter. Pursued by Rivera's brother, they ambushed him and riddled him with spears along with his soldiers. Chief Sepe had some of the nerves of the corpse cover the end of the blade of his spear. In Argentine Patagonia, at the end of the century, soldiers were charged against the presentation of each pair of testicles. David Venas's novel Los Dueños de la Tierra, Buenos Aires, 1959, opens with the hunt for the Indians, because killing was like raping someone. Something good. And you even liked it, you had to run, you could shout, you sweated, and then you felt hungry. The shots had been spaced out. Surely some body had been left strung up in one of those nests. An Indian body thrown back, with a blackish stain between the thighs. The Yaqui Indians of the Mexican state of Sonora were plunged into a bloodbath so that their lands, rich in mineral resources and fertile for cultivation, could be sold without inconvenience to various North American capitalists. The survivors were deported to the Yucatan plantations. Thus, the Yucatan Peninsula became not only the cemetery of the indigenous Maya who had been its owners, but also the tomb of the Yaqui Indians, who came from afar. At the beginning of the century, the 50 kings of Hennequin had more than 100,000 indigenous slaves on their plantations. Despite their exceptional physical strength, a race of beautiful giants, 2/3 of the Yaquis died during the first year of slave labor. Today, Hennequin fiber can only compete with its synthetic substitutes thanks to the extremely low standard of living of its workers. Things have changed, it is true, but not as much as is believed, at least for the indigenous people of Yucatan. The living conditions of these workers are very similar to slave labor, says Professor Arturo Bonilla Sanchez. On the slopes in the Andean Mountains near Bogotá, the indigenous laborer is obliged to give free days of work so that the landowner allows him to cultivate his own plot on moonlight nights. The ancestors of this Indian cultivated freely, without incurring debts, the rich soil of the plain, which belonged to no one. He works for free to secure the right to cultivate the poor mountain. In our days, not even the indigenous people who live isolated in the depths of the jungles are not saved. At the beginning of this century, 230 tribes still survived in Brazil. Since then 90 have disappeared, obliterated from the planet by the grace of firearms and microbes. Violence and disease, outposts of civilization, contact with the white man continues to be, for the indigenous, contact with death. The legal provisions that have protected the Indians of Brazil since 1537 have turned against them. According to the text of all Brazilian constitutions, they are the primitive and natural lords of the lands they occupy. It happens that the richer these virgin lands are, the more serious the threat that hangs over their lives becomes. The generosity of nature condemns them to plunder and crime. The hunting of Indians has been unleashed, in recent years, with furious cruelty. The largest jungle in the world, a gigantic tropical space open to legend and adventure, has simultaneously become the setting for a new American dream. In a train of conquest, men and companies from the United States have pounced on the Amazon as if it were a new Far West. This North American invasion has ignited the greed of Brazilian adventurers like never before. The Indians die without leaving traces and the lands are sold for dollars to the new interested parties. Gold and other large minerals, wood and rubber, riches whose commercial value the natives ignore, appear linked to the results of each of the few investigations that have been carried out. It is known that the indigenous people have been machine-gunned from helicopters and planes, that they have been inoculated with the smallpox virus, that dynamite has been thrown over their villages and that they have been given sugar mixed with strychnine and salt with arsenic. The very director of the Indian Protection Service, appointed by the Castelo Branco dictatorship to clean up the administration, was accused, with evidence, of committing 42 different types of crimes against the Indians. The scandal broke in 1968. Today's indigenous society does not exist in a vacuum, outside the general framework of the Latin American economy. It is true that there are Brazilian tribes still locked in the jungle, altiplano communities completely isolated from the world, redoubts of barbarism on the Venezuelan border, but in general the indigenous people are incorporated into the production system and the consumer market, albeit indirectly. They participate, as victims, in an economic and social order where they play the harsh role of the most exploited of the exploited. They buy and sell a good part of the few things they consume and produce, in the hands of powerful and voracious intermediaries who charge a lot and pay little. They are day laborers on the plantations, the cheapest labor force, and soldiers in the mountains. They spend their days working for the world market or fighting for their victors. In countries like Guatemala, for example, they constitute the axis of national economic life. Year after year, cyclically, they abandon their sacred lands, highlands, small holdings the size of a corpse, to offer 200,000 hands to the coffee crops, the cotton and sugar in the lowlands. Contractors transport them in trucks like cattle, and need doesn't always decide, sometimes brandy decides. The contractors pay for a marimba orchestra and make the strong alcohol flow. When the Indian wakes up from the drunkenness, the debts already accompany him. He will pay for them by working in warm lands that he does not know, from where he will return after a few months, perhaps with a few pennies in his pocket, perhaps with tuberculosis or malaria. The army collaborates effectively in the task of convincing the reluctant. The expropriation of the indigenous people, usurpation of their lands and their workforce has resulted and continues to be symmetrical to racial contempt, which in turn feeds on the objective degradation of the civilizations broken by the conquest. The effects of the conquest and the long period of humiliation that followed shattered the cultural and social identity that the indigenous people had achieved. However, that shredded identity is the only one that persists in Guatemala. Persist in tragedy. During Holy Week, the processions of the heirs of the Mayas give rise to terrifying displays of collective masochism. The heavy crosses are dragged, we participate in the flagellation of Jesus step by step during the endless ascent of Golgotha, with howls of pain. His death and burial becomes the cult of one's own death and burial, the annihilation of remote beautiful life. The Holy Week of the Guatemalan Indians ends without resurrection. Villarica de Ouro Preto, the Golden Potosi. The gold rush, which continues to impose death or slavery on the indigenous people of the Amazon, is not new in Brazil, nor its ravages. For 2 centuries after the discovery, the soil of Brazil had stubbornly denied the metals to their Portuguese owners. The exploitation of the wood, the pau-brasil, covered the first period of colonization of the coasts, and soon large sugar plantations were organized in the northeast. But unlike Spanish America, Brazil seemed empty of gold and silver. The Portuguese had not found their indigenous civilizations with a high level of development and organization, but wild and scattered tribes. The Aborigines were unaware of metals. It was the Portuguese who had to discover, on their own account, the places where the alluviums of gold had been deposited in the vast territory that was opening up, through the defeat and extermination of the natives, in their path of conquest. The Bandeirantes from the São Paulo region had crossed the vast area between the Serra de Mantiqueira and the headwaters of the São Francisco River, and had noticed that the beds and banks of various rivers and streams that flowed through it contained traces of alluvial gold in small amounts visible. The millenary action of the rains had gnawed at the veins of gold in the rocks and had deposited them in the rivers, at the bottom of the valleys and in the depressions of the mountains. Beneath the layers of sand, earth, or clay, the stony subsoil offered gold nuggets that were easy to extract from the quartz shell. Extraction methods became more complicated as the shallower deposits were depleted. Thus, the Minas Gerais region entered history impetuously. The greatest amount of gold discovered in the world up to then was extracted in the shortest space of time. Here the gold was forest, says, now, the beggar, and his gaze hovers over the towers of the churches. There was gold on the sidewalks, it grew like grass. Now he is 75 years old and considers himself a tradition of Mariana, Ribeirão do Carmo, the small mining town near Ouro Preto, which remains frozen in time, like Ouro Preto. Death is certain, the hour uncertain. Everyone has their marked time, the beggar tells me. He spits on the stone steps and shakes his head. They had plenty of money, he says, as if he had seen them. They didn't know where to put the money, and that's why they built a church next to the other. In other times, this region was the most important in Brazil. Now. Not now, the old man tells me. Now this has no life. There are no young people here. The young are leaving. He walks barefoot, beside me, with slow steps under the warm afternoon sun. See? There, in front of the church, are the sun and the moon. That means that the slaves work day and night. This temple was made by blacks, that one for the whites. And that is the house of Monsignor Alipio, who died at the age of 99. Throughout the 18th century, Brazilian production of the coveted mineral exceeded the total volume of gold that Spain had extracted from its colonies during the previous 2 centuries. Adventurers and fortune hunters rained down. Brazil had 300,000 inhabitants in 1700, a century later, after the Golden Years, the population had multiplied 11 times. No less than 300,000 Portuguese emigrated to Brazil during the 18th century, a greater contingent of population than Spain contributed to all her American colonies. The total number of black slaves introduced from Africa, from the conquest of Brazil and up to the abolition of slavery, is estimated at around 10 million, although exact figures are not available for the 18th century. It must be taken into account that the cycle gold absorbed slave labor in enormous proportions. Salvador da Bahia was the Brazilian capital of the prosperous sugar cycle in the northeast, but the golden age of Minas Gerais moved the economic and political axis of the country to the south and turned Rio de Janeiro, the region's port, into the new capital of Brazil from 1763. In the dynamic center of the brand new mining economy, cities sprang up, camps born of the boom and abruptly increased in the vertigo of easy wealth, sanctuaries for criminals, vagrants, and criminals according to the courteous words of a colonial authority of the time. Villa Rica de Ouro Preto had gained city status in 1711, born of the rush of miners. It was the quintessential gold civilization. Simão Ferreira Machado described it, 23 years later, and said that the power of the merchants of Ouro Preto incomparably exceeded that of the most flourishing merchants of Lisbon. Towards here, as towards a port, the great sums of gold from all the mines are directed and collected in the royal mint. Here live the best educated men, both lay and ecclesiastical. This is the seat of all the nobility and the military force. This is, by virtue of its natural position, the head of the entire America, and by the power of its riches, it is the precious pearl of Brazil. Another writer of the time, Francisco Tavares de Brito, defined Ouro Preto in 1732 as the Potosí of gold. Complaints and protests about the sinful life in Ouro Preto, Sabara, São João del Rei, Ribeirão do Carmo and all over the world frequently reached Lisbon. Troubled mining district. Fortunes were made and undone in the blink of an eye. Father Antonil denounced that there were too many miners willing to pay a fortune for a black man who could play the trumpet well and twice as much for a mulatto prostitute, to indulge in continual and scandalous sins with her, but the men in cassocks were no better. Numerous testimonies can be extracted from the official correspondence of the time against the mouse clerics who infested the region. They were accused of using their immunity to smuggle gold inside the small wooden effigies of the saints. In 1705, it was claimed that there was not a single priest in Minas Gerais willing to take an interest in the town's Christian faith, and 6 years later the crown even prohibited the establishment of any religious order in the mining district. In any case, beautiful churches built and decorated in the original Baroque style characteristic of the region proliferated. Minas Gerais attracted the best artisans of the time. Outwardly, the temples appeared sober, bare, but the interior, symbol of the divine soul, resplendent in the pure gold of the altars, altarpieces, pillars, and bas-relief panels, precious metals were not spared, so that the churches could reach. Also the riches of heaven, as the Friar Miguel de São Francisco advised in 1710. Religious services had extremely high prices, but everything was fantastically expensive in the mines. As had happened in Potosí, Ouro Preto was throwing itself into the squandering of its sudden wealth. The processions and shows gave rise to the exhibition of dresses and ornaments of dazzling luxury. In 1733 a religious festival lasted more than a week. Not only were there processions on foot, on horseback, and in triumphant chariots of mother-of-pearl, silk, and gold, with fancy costumes and allegories, but also equestrian tournaments, bullfights, and dances in the streets to the sound of flutes, bagpipes, and guitars. The miners despised cultivating the land and the region suffered from famine epidemics in full prosperity. Around 1700 and 1713, millionaires had to eat cats, dogs, rats, ants, hawks. The slaves exhausted their strength and their days in the gold pans. There they work, wrote Luis Gomez Ferreira, there they eat, and often they have to sleep there, and as when they work they bathe in sweat, with their feet always on the cold earth, on stones, or in the water. When they rest or eat, their pores close up and freeze in such a way that they become vulnerable to many dangerous diseases such as very severe pleurisy, strokes, convulsions, paralysis, pneumonia, and many others. The disease was a blessing from heaven that approached death. The Capitas do Mato of Minas Gerais collected gold rewards for the severed heads of runaway slaves. The slaves were called paisas de Indias when they were measured, weighed, and shipped in Luanda. Those who survived the ocean crossing became, already in Brazil, the hands and feet of the white master. Angola exported Bantu slaves and elephant tusks in exchange for clothing, drink, and firearms, but the miners of Ouro Preto preferred the blacks who came from the little beach of Wida, on the Guinea coast, because they were more vigorous, lasted a little longer, and had magical powers to discover gold. Each miner also needed at least one black Wida mistress so that luck would accompany him in his explorations. The gold explosion not only increased the importation of slaves, but also absorbed a good part of the black labor employed in the sugar and tobacco plantations of other regions of Brazil, which were left without arms. A royal decree of 1711 prohibited the sale of slaves engaged in agricultural tasks for service in the mines, with the exception of those who showed perversity of character. The hunger for slaves in Ouro Preto was insatiable. Blacks died quickly, only in exceptional cases did they endure 7 continuous years of work. Of course, before they crossed the Atlantic, the Portuguese baptized them all. And in Brazil they had the obligation to attend Mass, although they were forbidden to enter the main chapel or sit on the pews. By the middle of the 18th century, many of the miners had already moved to the Serra do Frio in search of diamonds. The crystal stones that gold hunters had thrown aside while exploring the riverbeds had turned out to be diamonds. Minas Gerais offered gold and diamonds in marriage, in even proportions. The flourishing camp of Tijuco became the center of the diamond district, and in it, as in Ouro Preto, the rich dressed in the latest European fashion and brought from the other side of the sea the most luxurious clothes, weapons, and furniture, hours of delirium and waste. A mulatto slave, Francisca da Silva, won her freedom by becoming the lover of the millionaire João Fernandes de Oliveira, virtual sovereign of Tijuco, and she, who was ugly and already had 2 children, became the Zika that rules. Since he had never seen the sea and wanted to have it close, his gentleman built him a large artificial lake in which he put a boat with crew and everything. On the Zaldas of the São Francisco mountain range, he built a castle for her, with a garden of exotic plants and artificial waterfalls. In his honor he gave opulent banquets watered by the best wines, never-ending nightly dances and theater performances and concerts. Still in 1818, Tijuco celebrated in style the marriage of the prince of the Portuguese court. 10 years earlier, John Maw, an Englishman who visited Ouro Preto, was astonished at its poverty. He found empty and worthless houses, with fruitless signs putting them up for sale, and ate filthy food. And scarce. Some time ago the rebellion that coincided with the crisis in the gold region had broken out. José Joaquim da Silva Xavier, Tiradentes, had been hanged and torn to pieces, and other fighters for independence had left Ouro Preto for jail or exile. Contribution of Brazilian gold to the progress of England. Gold had begun to flow at the precise moment that Portugal signed the Treaty of Methuen, in 1703, with England. This was the culmination of a long series of privileges obtained by British merchants in Portugal. In exchange for some advantages for its wines in the English market, Portugal opened its own market, and that of its colonies, to British manufactures. Given the gap in industrial development already existing at that time, the measure implied a doom to ruin for local manufacturers. It was not with wine that English fabrics would be paid for, but with gold, with the gold of Brazil, and along the way the looms of Portugal would be paralyzed. Portugal did not limit itself to killing its own industry in the egg, but, incidentally, it also annihilated the germs of any type of manufacturing development in Brazil. The kingdom prohibited the operation of sugar refineries in 1715, in 1729, he declared the opening of new communication routes in the mining region a crime, in 1785, he ordered the burning of Brazilian looms and spinning mills. England and Holland, champions of the smuggling of gold and slaves, who amassed great fortunes in the illegal traffic of black meat, seized by illicit means, according to estimates, more than half of the metal that corresponded to the 5th royal tax that he was to receive, from Brazil, the Portuguese crown. But England did not resort only to prohibited trade to channel Brazilian gold in the direction of London. The legal avenues also belonged to him. The gold boom, which implied the flow of large contingents of the Portuguese population to Minas Gerais, sharply stimulated the colonial demand for industrial products and provided, at the same time, the means to pay for them. In the same way that the silver of Potosi bounced off the soil of Spain, the gold of Minas Gerais only passed through Portugal in transit. The metropolis became a simple intermediary. In 1755, the Marquis de Pombal, the Portuguese prime minister, attempted to revive a protectionist policy, but it was already too late. He denounced that the English had conquered Portugal without the inconveniences of a conquest, that they supplied two-thirds of its needs and that British agents were masters of all Portuguese commerce. Portugal produced practically nothing and its gold wealth was so fictitious that even the black slaves who worked the mines in the colony were dressed by the English. Celso Furtado has pointed out that England, which followed a clear-sighted policy in terms of industrial development, used Brazil's gold to pay for essential imports from other countries and was able to concentrate its investments in the manufacturing sector. Quick and effective technological innovations could be applied thanks to this historic kindness from Portugal. The financial center of Europe moved from Amsterdam to London. According to British sources, the inflow of Brazilian gold into London reached £50,000 a week in some periods. Without this tremendous accumulation of metallic reserves, England would not have been able to face Napoleon later. Nothing remained, on Brazilian soil, of the dynamic impulse of gold, except the temples and works of art. By the end of the 18th century, although the diamonds had not yet been exhausted, the country was prostrate. The per capita income of the long 3 million Brazilians did not exceed $50 a year at current purchasing power, according to Furtado's calculations, and this was the lowest level in the entire colonial period. Minas Gerais plummeted into an abyss of decadence and ruin. Incredibly, a Brazilian author appreciates the favor and maintains that the English capital that left Minas Gerais served for the immense banking network that led to the trade between nations and made it possible to raise the standard of living of peoples capable of progress. Inflexibly condemned to poverty based on the progress of others, the incapable mining towns were left isolated and had to resign themselves to ripping off their food from the poor lands already stripped of metals and precious stones. Subsistence agriculture took the place of the mining economy. In our days, the fields of Minas Gerais are, like those of the Northeast, kingdoms of the latifundia and of the finance colonels, undaunted bastions of backwardness. The sale of mine workers to haciendas in other states is almost as frequent as the slave trade that Northeasterners suffer. Franklin de Oliveira toured Minas Gerais a short time ago. He found houses made of wood, small towns without water or electricity, prostitutes with an average age of 13 on the road to the Jequitinhonha Valley, crazy and starving by the side of the roads. He tells it in his recent book A Tragedia de Renovação Brasileira. Henry Garcia had rightly said that Minas Gerais had a heart of gold in a chest of iron, but the exploitation of its fabulous iron quadrangle is currently carried out by the Hanna Mining Co. and Bethlehem Steel, associates to the effect. The deposits were delivered in 1964, after a sinister story. Iron, in foreign hands, will not leave more than gold left. Only the explosion of talent had remained as a memory of the dizzying gold, not to mention the holes from the excavations and the small abandoned cities. Portugal could not, either, rescue another creative force that was not the aesthetic revolution. The Mafra convent, the pride of Dom João V, lifted Portugal out of artistic decadence. In its carillon with 37 bells, its vases, and its solid gold chandeliers, the gold of Minas Gerais still sparkles. The churches of Minas have been extensively looted and there are few sacred objects, of portable size, that remain in them, but that remain forever, raised above the colonial ruins, the monumental Baroque works, the frontispieces and pulpits, the altarpieces, the stands, human figures, designed, carved or sculpted by Antonio Francisco Lisboa, the Aleijadinho, the crippled, the great son of a slave and a craftsman. The 18th century was already dying when Aleijadinho began to model in stone a group of great sacred figures, at the foot of the Bom Jesus de Matosinhos sanctuary, in Congo Nas do Campo. The euphoria of gold was a thing of the past, the work was called the prophets, but there was no longer any glory to prophesy. All the pomp and gaiety had vanished and there was no room left for any hope. The final testimony, grandiose as a burial for that fleeting gold civilization born to die, was left to the following centuries by the most talented artist in the entire history of Brazil. Aleijadon Ho, disfigured and mutilated by leprosy, made his masterpiece by tying the chisel and hammer to his fingerless hands and crawling on his knees every morning towards his workshop. Legend has it that in the church of Nossa Senhora das Merques e Misericordia, in Minas Gerais, the dead miners still celebrate Mass on cold rainy nights. When the priest turns, raising his hands from the high altar, the bones of his face are visible. The sugar king and other agricultural monarchs. The plantations, the latifúndios, and the destiny. The search for gold and silver was undoubtedly the main engine of the conquest. But on his second voyage, Christopher Columbus brought back the first sugarcane roots from the Canary Islands, and planted them on the lands now occupied by the Dominican Republic. Once sown, they produced rapid shoots, much to the admiral's delight. Sugar, which was cultivated on a small scale in Sicily and on the Madeira and Cape Verde Islands and was bought at high prices in the Orient, was such a coveted article by Europeans that even in the trousseaux of queens it came to appear as part of the dowry. It was sold in pharmacies, it was weighed by grams. For a little less than 3 centuries after the discovery of America, there was no more important agricultural product for the European trade than sugar grown in these lands. Sugarcane fields rose up on the humid and hot coast of northeastern Brazil and, later, also on the Caribbean islands Barbados, Jamaica, Haiti, and the Dominican Republic, Guadalupe, Cuba, Puerto Rico and Veracruz and the Peruvian coast. Successive scenarios were favorable for the exploitation, on a large scale, of the white gold. Vast legions of slaves came from Africa to provide the sugar king with the large and free labor force he demanded, human fuel to burn. The lands were devastated by this selfish plant that invaded the New World, destroying the forests, wasting natural fertility and extinguishing the humus accumulated in the soil. The long sugar cycle gave rise, in Latin America, to prosperities as deadly as those which engendered, in Potosi, Ouro Preto, Zacatecas and Guanajuato, the furors of silver and gold. At the same time, it directly and indirectly boosted the industrial development of Holland, France, England, and the United States with decisive force. The plantation, born from the demand for sugar abroad, was a company driven by the desire for profit of its owner and placed at the service of the market that Europe was articulating internationally. Because of its internal structure. However, considering that it was self-sufficient to a large extent, some of its predominant features were feudal. It used, on the other hand, slave labor. 3 different historical ages, mercantilism, feudalism, slavery, were thus combined into a single economic and social unit, but it was the international market that was at the center of the constellation of power that the plantation system integrated early on. From the colonial plantation, subordinated to foreign needs and financed, in many cases, from abroad, comes in a straight line the latifundio of our days. This is one of the bottlenecks that strangles the economic development of Latin America and one of the primary factors in the marginalization and poverty of the Latin American masses. The current latifundio, mechanized to a sufficient extent to multiply surplus labor, has abundant reserves of cheap labor. It no longer depends on the importation of African slaves or on the indigenous encomienda. The latifundio is satisfied with the payment of derisory wages, the payment of services in kind or free work in exchange for the usufruct of a little piece of land. It thrives on the proliferation of small holdings, the result of their own expansion, and the continuous internal migration of legions of workers who move driven by hunger, to the rhythm of successive harvests. The combined structure of the plantation functioned, and that is how the latifundio also functions, as an armed sieve for the evasion of natural wealth. By integrating into the world market, each area experienced a dynamic cycle, then, due to the competition of other substitute products, due to the depletion of the land, or due to the appearance of other areas with better conditions, decay ensued. The culture of poverty, the subsistence economy and lethargy are the prices charged, over the years, by the original productive impulse. The Northeast was the richest area of Brazil and today it is the poorest. In Barbados and Haiti human anthills inhabit condemned to misery. Sugar became the master key to the domination of Cuba by the United States, at the price of monoculture and the implacable impoverishment of the soil. Not just sugar. This is also the story of cocoa, which illuminated the fortune of the Caracas oligarchy, of the cotton of Maranhão, of sudden splendor and sudden fall, of the rubber plantations in the Amazon, converted into cemeteries for northeastern workers recruited in exchange for small coins, of the devastated quebracho forests of northern Argentina and Paraguay, from the henequen farms in Yucatan, where the Yaqui Indians were sent to be exterminated. It is also the story of coffee, which advances leaving deserts behind it, and of the fruit plantations in Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, and the unfortunate Central American countries. With better or worse luck, each product has become a destination, often fleeting, for countries, regions and men. The same itinerary has been followed, by the way, by the areas producing mineral wealth. The more coveted by the world market, the greater the misfortune that a product brings with it to the Latin American people who, with their sacrifice, create it. The area least punished by the steel law, the Rio de la Plata, which dumped hides and then meat and wool into the currents of the international market, has not been able, however, to escape from the cage of underdevelopment. The murder of the land in northeastern Brazil. The Spanish colonies provided, first of all, metals. Treasures and veins had been discovered very early in them. Sugar, relegated to the background, was cultivated in Santo Domingo, then in Veracruz, later in the Peruvian coast and in Cuba. Instead, until the middle of the 17th century, Brazil was the world's largest producer of sugar. Simultaneously, the Portuguese colony in America was the main market for slaves. Indigenous labor, very scarce, was quickly becoming extinct in forced labor, and sugar demanded large contingents of labor to clear and prepare the land, plant, harvest, and transport the cane, and finally, grind and purge it. The Brazilian colonial society, a byproduct of sugar, flourished in Bahia and Pernambuco, until the discovery of gold moved its central nucleus to Minas Gerais. The lands were ceded by the Portuguese crown, in usufruct, to the first large landowners in Brazil. The feat of conquest would have to go hand in hand with the organization of production. Only 12 captains received, by letter of donation, all the immense unexplored colonial territory, to exploit it at the service of the monarch. However, it was Dutch capital that financed, to a greater extent, the business, which resulted, in short, to be more Flemish than Portuguese. Dutch companies not only participated in the installation of sugar mills and the importation of slaves, in addition, they collected the raw sugar in Lisbon, refined it obtaining profits that reached a third of the value of the product, and sold it in Europe. In 1630 the Dutch West India Company invaded and conquered the northeast coast of Brazil to directly assume control of the product. It was necessary to multiply the sources of sugar, to multiply the profits, and the company offered the English of the island of Barbados all the facilities to start large-scale cultivation in the Antilles. He brought settlers from the Caribbean to Brazil, so that there, in his new domains, they could acquire the necessary technical knowledge and organizational skills. When the Dutch were finally expelled from the Brazilian Northeast in 1654, they had already laid the foundations for Barbados to launch into a furious and ruinous competition. They had brought blacks and cane roots, they had raised mills and they had provided them with all the implements. Brazilian exports fell sharply by half, and sugar prices fell by half at the end of the 17th century. Meanwhile, in a couple of decades, the black population of Barbados increased tenfold. The Antilles were closer to the European market, Barbados provided land that was still undefeated and produced with a better technical level. The Brazilian lands had grown tired. The formidable magnitude of the slave rebellions in Brazil and the appearance of gold in the south, which took labor from the plantations, also precipitated the crisis in the sugar northeast. It was a definite crisis. It continues, dragging painfully from century to century, up to the present day. Sugar had swept the northeast. The humid strip of the coast, well irrigated by the rains, it had a highly fertile soil, very rich in humus and mineral salts, covered by forests from Bahia to Ceará. This region of tropical forests became, as Josué de Castro says, a region of savannas. Naturally born to produce food, it became a region of famine. Where everything sprouted with exuberant vigor, the destructive and overwhelming sugar latifundio left barren rocks, washed soils, eroded lands. At first, orange and mango plantations had been made, which were abandoned to their fate and were reduced to small orchards that surrounded the house of the owner of the sugar mill, exclusively reserved for the family of the white planter. The fires that opened land to the cane fields devastated the forest and with it the fauna, the deer, the wild boars, the tapirs, the rabbits, the pacas, and the tatus disappeared. The vegetal carpet, the flora, and the fauna were sacrificed, on the altars of the monoculture, to the sugar cane. Extensive production quickly depleted the soil. At the end of the 17th century, there were no less than 120 mills in Brazil, with a capital of close to £2 million, but their owners, who owned the best land, did not grow food. They imported them, as they imported a vast array of luxuries that came in from overseas, along with slaves and bags of salt. Abundance and prosperity were, as usual, symmetrical to the misery of the majority of the population, who lived in a chronic state of undernourishment. Cattle farming was relegated to the deserts of the interior, far from the humid strip of the coast, the Sertão that, with a couple of cattle per square kilometer, provided, and still provides, tough and tasteless meat, always scarce. From those colonial times the custom, still in force, of eating earth was born. Lack of iron causes anemia. Instinct pushes northeastern children to compensate with earth for the mineral salts that they do not find in their usual food, which is reduced to cassava flour, beans and, with luck, jerk meat. In the past, this African vice of children was punished by putting muzzles on them or by hanging them in wicker baskets at a great distance from the ground. The northeast of Brazil is currently the most underdeveloped region in the Western Hemisphere. A gigantic concentration camp for 30 million people, today it suffers from the legacy of sugar monoculture. From their lands grew the most lucrative business of the colonial agricultural economy in Latin America. Currently, less than a fifth of the humid zone of Pernambuco is dedicated to the cultivation of sugar cane, and the rest is not used for anything. The owners of the large central mills, who are the largest cane planters, they afford this luxury of waste, keeping their vast estates unproductive. It is not in the arid and semi-arid areas of the northeastern interior where people eat worse, as is mistakenly believed. The Sertão, a desert of stone and sparse bushes, sparse vegetation, suffers from periodic famines. The harsh sun of the drought beats down on the earth and reduces it to a lunar landscape. He forces men to exodus and sows crosses on the edges of the roads. But it is on the humid coast where endemic hunger is suffered. There where opulence is more opulent, more miserable it is, a land of contradictions, misery. The region chosen by nature to produce all food, denies them all. The coastal strip still known, irony of vocabulary, as a zone of the bush, forest area, in homage to the remote past and the miserable vestiges of forestation that survived the centuries of sugar. The sugar estate, a structure of waste, continues to force food to be brought in from other areas, especially from the center-south region of the country, at increasing prices. The cost of living in Recife is the highest in Brazil, above the rate for Rio de Janeiro. Beans are more expensive in the northeast than in Ipanema, the luxurious beach in Rio de Janeiro Bay. Half a kilo of cassava flour is equivalent to the daily salary of an adult worker on a sugar plantation. For his day from sunup to sundown, If the worker protests, the foreman sends for the carpenter to take his body measurements. For owners or their administrators, in vast areas, the right to the first night of each girl. A third of the population of Recife survives marginalized in the shacks of the slums. In one neighborhood, Casa Amarilla, more than half of the children that are born die before reaching the age of 1. Child prostitution, girls of 10 or 12 years old sold by their parents, is frequent in the cities of the Northeast. Day labor on some plantations is paid below India's low wages. A report by FAO, a United Nations agency, stated in 1957 that in the town of Vitoria, near Recife, protein deficiency causes weight loss in children 40% more severe than what is observed usually in Africa. In numerous plantations, private prisons still exist, but those responsible for the murders due to malnutrition. Says René Demorat, they are not locked in them, because they are the ones who have the keys. Pernambuco now produces less than half the sugar that the state of São Paulo produces, and with lower yields per hectare. However, Pernambuco lives on sugar, and its inhabitants are densely concentrated in the humid zone, while the state of São Paulo contains the most powerful industrial center in Latin America. In the Northeast, not even progress is progressive, because even progress is in the hands of few owners. The food of the minorities becomes the hunger of the majorities. Starting in 1870, the sugar industry was considerably modernized with the creation of the large central mills, and then the absorption of the lands by the latifundia progressed alarmingly, accentuating the food poverty of that area. In the 1950s, the industrialization boom increased sugar consumption in Brazil. Northeastern production had a great boost, but without an increase in yields per hectare. New lands of inferior quality were added to the cane fields, and sugar again devoured the few areas dedicated to food production. Converted into a wage earner, the farmer who previously cultivated his small plot did not improve with the new situation, since he does not earn enough money to buy the food he used to produce. As usual, the expansion expanded the famine. A step of loading in the Caribbean islands. The Antilles were the sugar islands. The sugar islands, successively incorporated into the world market as producers of sugar. Barbados, the Leeward Islands, were condemned to sugar to this day. Trinidad Tobago, Guadeloupe, Puerto Rico, and Santo Domingo, the Dominican Republic and Haiti. Prisoners of the monoculture of sugar cane in the latifundia of vast exhausted lands, the islands suffer from unemployment and poverty. Sugar is cultivated on a large scale, and on a large scale it radiates its curses. Cuba also continues to depend, to a decisive extent, on its sugar sales, but since the 1959 agrarian reform began an intense process of diversification of the island's economy, which has put an end to unemployment, and for Cubans they do not work just 5 months a year, during the harvest, but throughout the uninterrupted and certainly difficult construction of a new society. You may think, gentlemen, said Karl Marx in 1848, that the production of coffee and sugar is the natural destiny of the West Indies. 2 centuries ago, nature, which hardly has anything to do with commerce, had not planted the coffee tree or sugar cane there. The international division of labor was not structured by the hand and grace of the Holy Spirit, but by the work of men, or, more precisely, because of the worldwide development of capitalism. In fact, Barbados was the first island in the Caribbean where sugar was grown for export in large quantities, starting in 1641, although the Spanish had previously planted cane in the Dominican Republic and Cuba. It was the Dutch, as we have seen, who introduced plantations to the tiny British Isle. In 1666 there were already 800 sugar plantations in Barbados and more than 80,000 slaves. Vertically and horizontally occupied by the nascent latifundio, Barbados fared no better than northeast Brazil. Before, the island enjoyed polyculture. It produced, in small properties, cotton and tobacco, oranges, cows and pigs. The sugar cane fields devoured the agricultural crops and devastated the dense forests, in the name of a heyday that was ephemeral. Quickly, the island discovered that its soils had been depleted, that it had no way to feed its population, and that it was producing sugar at prices that were out of competition. Sugar had already spread to other islands, to the Leeward Archipelago, Jamaica and, on the mainland, the Guyanas. At the beginning of the 18th century, slaves in Jamaica were 10 times as numerous as white settlers. Also his floor got tired in no time. In the second half of the century, the best sugar in the world sprouted from the spongy soil of the coastal plains of Haiti, a French colony then called Saint-Domingue. To the north and west, Haiti became a dumping ground for slaves. Sugar demanded more and more labor. In 1786, 27,000 slaves arrived in the colony, and the following year 40,000. In the autumn of 1791 the revolution broke out. In a single month, September, 200 sugarcane plantations went up in flames, fires and fighting raged relentlessly as insurgent slaves drove French armies into the ocean. The ships set sail carrying more and more Frenchmen and less sugar. The war shed rivers of blood and devastated the plantations. It was long. The country, in ashes, was paralyzed. By the end of the century production had plummeted. In November 1803 almost the entire once flourishing colony was one vast graveyard of ash and rubble, says Lepkowski. The Haitian Revolution had coincided, and not only in time, with the French Revolution, and Haiti also suffered, in its own flesh, the blockade against France by the international coalition. England ruled the seas. But then he suffered, as his independence slipped away, making the blockade of France inevitable. Yielding to French pressure, the United States Congress banned trade with Haiti in 1806. It was not until 1825 that France recognized the independence of its former colony, but in exchange for a gigantic cash indemnity. In 1802, shortly after General Toussaint Louverture, leader of the slave armies, was taken prisoner, General Leclerc had written to his brother-in-law Napoleon from the island. "Here is my opinion about this country. We must suppress all the blacks of the mountains, men and women, keeping only children under 12 years of age, exterminate half of the blacks of the plains and not leave in the colony even a single mulatto wearing epaulets." The tropics took revenge on Leclerc, as he died seized by black vomit despite the magical spells of Paulina Bonaparte, unable to fulfill his plan, but the monetary compensation was a crushing stone on the backs of the independent Haitians who had survived. To the bloodbaths of the successive military expeditions sent against them. The country was born in ruins and never recovered. Today it is the poorest in Latin America. The Haitian crisis triggered a sugar boom in Cuba, which quickly became the world's largest supplier. Cuban coffee production, another item in intense demand overseas, also received a boost from the drop in Haitian production, but sugar won the monoculture race. In 1862 Cuba was forced to import coffee from abroad. A beloved member of the Cuban saccharocracy even wrote about the well-founded advantages that can be obtained from the misfortune of others. The Haitian Rebellion was followed by the most fabulous prices in the history of sugar in the European market, and in 1806 Cuba had already doubled, at the same time, sugar mills and productivity. Sugar castles on the burned soils of Cuba. The English had briefly seized Havana in 1762. At that time, small tobacco plantations and cattle ranching were the foundations of the rural economy of the island. Havana, a military stronghold, showed a considerable development of crafts, had an important foundry, which manufactured cannons, and had the first shipyard in Latin America to build large-scale merchant ships and warships. 11 months were enough for the British occupiers to introduce a number of slaves that would normally have taken 15 years, and from that time the Cuban economy was shaped by foreign needs for sugar. The slaves would produce the coveted merchandise destined for the world market. And its juicy surplus value would since then be enjoyed by the local oligarchy and imperialist interests. Moreno Fraginals describes, with eloquent data, the violent sugar boom in the years following the British occupation. The Spanish commercial monopoly had, in fact, been blown to pieces, the brakes on the entry of slaves had also been broken. The mill absorbed everything, men and land. The shipyard and foundry workers and the innumerable small artisans, whose contribution would have been essential for the development of the industries, went to the mills. The small farmers who grew tobacco in the Vegas or fruit in the orchards, victims of the bestial devastation of the lands by the cane fields, were also incorporated into the production of sugar. Extensive planting was reducing soil fertility, mill towers multiplied in the Cuban fields and each mill required more and more land. The fire devoured the tobacco fields and the forests and devastated the pastures. In 1792, the jerky, which a few years before had been a Cuban export item, was already arriving in large quantities from abroad, and Cuba would continue to import it in the future. The shipyard and the foundry languished, tobacco production plummeted, the working day of the sugar slaves extended to 20 hours. On the smoky lands the power of the saccharocracy was consolidated. At the end of the 18th century, euphoria of skyrocketing international prices, speculation was flying, land prices multiplied by 20 in Guineas. In Havana the real interest on money was 8 times higher than the legal one. Throughout Cuba the rate for baptisms, burials, and masses rose in proportion to the unbridled dearth of blacks and oxen. The chroniclers of other times said that you could tour Cuba, in its entire length, in the shade of the gigantic palms and the leafy forests, in which mahogany and cedar, ebony and agams abounded. You can still admire the precious woods of Cuba on the tables and in the windows of El Escorial or at the doors of the Royal Palace in Madrid, but the sugarcane invasion burned down, in Cuba, with several successive fires, the best virgin forests of all time, before they covered his ground. In the same years in which he devastated his own forest, Cuba became the main buyer of wood from the United States. Extensive sugarcane cultivation, rapacious cultivation, not only implied the death of the forest but also, in the long term, the death of the fabulous fertility of the island. The forests were given over to the flames and erosion did not take long to bite into the defenseless soils, thousands of streams dried up. Currently, the yield per hectare of sugar plantations in Cuba is more than 3 times less than that of Peru, and 4.5 times less than that of Hawaii. Irrigation and fertilization of the land are priority tasks for the Cuban Revolution. Hydraulic dams, large and small, are multiplying, while the fields are channeled and fertilizers are spread over the punished lands. The saccharocracy illuminated its deceitful fortune while sealing the dependency on Cuba, a distinguished factory whose economy was sick with diabetes. Among those who devastated the most fertile lands by brutal means were characters of refined European culture, who knew how to recognize a genuine Brueghel and could buy it. From their frequent trips to Paris they brought back Etruscan vases and Greek amphoras, French gobelins and Ming screens, landscapes and portraits of the most sought-after British artists. I was surprised to discover, in the kitchen of a mansion in Havana, a gigantic safe, with a secret combination, that a countess used to store the dishes. Until 1959, factories were not built, but sugar castles, sugar put dictators in and out, provided or denied work to the workers, decided the rhythm of the dances of the millions and terrible crises. The city of Trinidad is, today, a resplendent corpse. In the middle of the 19th century, there were more than 40 mills in Trinidad, which produced 700,000 arrobas of sugar. The poor peasants who grew tobacco had been displaced by violence, and the area, which had also been a cattle rancher, and which previously exported meat, ate meat brought in from abroad. Colonial palaces sprouted, with their portals of complicit shadow, their rooms with high ceilings, chandeliers with showers of crystals, Persian rugs, a velvet silence, and in the air the waves of the minuet, the mirrors in the halls to return the image of the gentleman in toupees and buckled shoes. There it is, now, the testimony of the great marble or stone skeletons, the arrogance of the mute bell towers, the carriages invaded by grass. Trinidad is now called the City of the Had, for their white survivors always speak of some ancestor who had power and glory. But the crisis of 1857 came, sugar prices fell and the city fell with them, never to rise again. A century later, when the guerrillas of the Sierra Maestra conquered power, Cuba continued with its destiny tied to the price of sugar. The village who entrusts his subsistence to a single product, commits suicide, the national hero, José Martí, had prophesied. In 1920, with sugar at 22 cents a pound, Cuba broke the world record for exports per capita, surpassing even England, and had the highest per capita income in Latin America. But that same year, in December, the price of sugar fell to 4 cents, and in 1921 the hurricane of the crisis broke out. Numerous sugar mills went bankrupt, which were acquired by North American interests, and all the Cuban or Spanish banks, including the own National Bank. Only the branches of the U.S. banks survived. An economy as dependent and vulnerable as Cuba's could not subsequently escape the fierce impact of the 1929 crisis in the United States. The price of sugar fell to much less than 1 cent in 1932, and in 3 years exports they were reduced, in value, to a quarter. Cuba's unemployment rate at that time will hardly have been equaled in any other country. The disaster of 1921 had been caused by the fall in the price of sugar in the United States market, and a credit of $50 million did not take long to arrive from the United States. On the back of the credit, General Crowder also arrived. Under the guise of controlling the use of funds, Crowder would, in effect, rule the country. Thanks to his good offices, the Machado dictatorship came to power in 1924, but the Great Depression of the 1930s swept away Cuba paralyzed by the general strike, this regime of blood and fire. What happened with prices was repeated with the volume of exports. Since 1948, Cuba recovered its quota to cover a third of the North American sugar market, at prices lower than those received by United States producers, but higher and more stable than those of the international market. The United States had already previously deducted imports of Cuban sugar in exchange for similar privileges granted to the entry of North American articles into Cuba. All these favors consolidated dependency. The people who buy rule, the people who sell serve, trade must be balanced to ensure freedom, the people who want to die sell to a single people, and the one who wants to save themselves sells to more than one, Martí had said, and Che Guevara repeated at the OAS conference, in Punta del Este, in 1961. The production was arbitrarily limited by the needs of Washington. The level of 1925, some 5 million tons, continued to be the average of the 50s. The dictator Fulgencio Batista came to power in 1952, on the back of the largest harvest known up to then, more than 7 million, with the mission of tighten the bolts, and the following year production, obedient to the demand of the North, fell to 4. The revolution before the structure of impotence. The geographical proximity and the appearance of beet sugar, which emerged during the Napoleonic Wars, in the fields of France and Germany, made the United States the main customer for sugar from the Antilles. Already in 1850 the United States controlled a third of Cuba's trade. They sold and bought more than Spain, even though the island was a Spanish colony, and the Stars and Stripes flag flew on the masts of more than half of the ships that arrived there. Around 1859, a Spanish traveler found sewing machines made in the United States in the countryside, in remote Cuban towns. The main streets of Havana were paved with blocks of Boston granite. At the dawn of the 20th century, the Louisiana planter read, little by little, the entire island of Cuba is passing into the hands of North American citizens, which is the simplest and surest means of achieving annexation to the United States. In the U.S. Senate there was already talk of a new star on the flag. Spain defeated, General Legnard Wood ruled the island. At the same time, the Philippines and Puerto Rico passed into American hands. They have been given to us by war, said President McKinley, including Cuba, and with God's help and in the name of the progress of humanity and civilization, it is our duty to respond to this great trust. In 1902, Tomás Estrada Palma had to renounce the U.S. citizenship he had adopted in exile. The U.S. occupation troops made him the first president of Cuba. In 1960, the former U.S. ambassador to Cuba, Earl Smith, declared before a Senate subcommittee, until Castro came to power, the United States had such an irresistible influence in Cuba that the U.S. ambassador was the second person in the country, sometimes even more important than the president. Cuban. When Batista fell, Cuba sold almost all its sugar in the United States. 5 years before, a young revolutionary lawyer had accurately prophesied, before those who were on trial for the assault on the Mankata barracks, that history would absolve him. He had said in his vibrant statement, "Cuba continues to be a factory that produces raw materials. Sugar is exported to import sweets." Cuba bought from the United States not only automobiles and machinery, chemical products, paper and clothing, but also rice and beans, garlic and onions, fats, meat, and cotton. Ice cream came from Miami, bread from Atlanta, and even fancy dinners from Paris. The country of sugar imported close to half of the fruits and vegetables it consumed, although only a third of its active population had permanent work and half of the lands of the sugar mills were wastelands where the companies produced nothing. 13 North American mills had more than 47% of the total sugar area and earned around $180 million for each harvest. The wealth of the subsoil nickel, iron, copper, manganese, chrome, tungsten formed part of the strategic reserves of the United States, whose companies barely exploited the minerals according to the variable urgency of the army and the industry of the North. In Cuba, in 1958, there were more registered prostitutes than mine workers. 1.5 million Cubans suffered total or partial unemployment, according to research by Surratt and Pino cited by Núñez Jiménez. The country's economy moved to the rhythm of the harvests. The purchasing power of Cuban exports between 1952 and 1956 did not exceed the level of 30 years earlier, although the foreign exchange needs were much greater. In the 1930s, when the crisis consolidated the dependence of the Cuban economy instead of helping to break it, it had reached the height of dismantling newly installed factories to sell them to other countries. When the revolution triumphed, on the first day of 1959, the industrial development of Cuba was very poor and slow. More than half of the production was concentrated in Havana, and the few factories with modern technology were remote-controlled from the United States. A Cuban economist, Regino Boti, co-author of the economic theses of the Sierra Guerrillas, cites the example of a Nestle affiliate that produced concentrated milk in Bayamo. In the event of an accident, the technician would telephone Connecticut and point out that in his sector such and such was not working. He immediately received instructions on the measures to be taken and executed them mechanically. If the operation was not successful, 4 hours later a plane would arrive carrying a team of highly qualified specialists who would fix everything. After the nationalization, it was no longer possible to telephone to ask for help, and the rare technicians who could have repaired the secondary damage had left. The testimony fully illustrates the difficulties that the revolution encountered since it embarked on the adventure of turning the colony into a homeland. Cuba had its legs cut off by the Statute of Dependency, and it has not been easy for it to start walking on its own. Half of the Cuban children did not go to school in 1958, but ignorance was, as Fidel Castro denounced so many times, much broader and more serious than illiteracy. The Great Campaign of 1961 mobilized an army of young volunteers to teach all Cubans to read and write, and the results astonished the world. Cuba currently boasts, according to UNESCO's International Office of Education, the lowest percentage of illiterates and the highest percentage of school population, primary and secondary, in Latin America. However, the accursed inheritance of ignorance is not overcome in one night and one day, nor in 12 years. The lack of effective technical cadres, the incompetence of the administration and the disorganization of the productive apparatus, the bureaucratic fear of creative imagination and freedom of decision, continue to pose obstacles to the development of socialism. But despite the entire system of impotence forged by 4.5 centuries of history of oppression, Cuba is being born, with enthusiasm that does not stop. Again, it measures its strength, joy, and excess, in the face of obstacles. Sugar was the knife and the empire was the murderer. Building on sugar, is it better than building on sand? Asked Jean-Paul Sartre in 1960, from Cuba. On the pier of the port of Guayabal, which exports sugar in bulk, gannets fly over a gigantic shed. I enter and gaze, stunned, at a golden pyramid of sugar. As the gates open, below, so that the hoppers lead the cargo, without bagging it, towards the ships, the crack in the roof is letting new streams of gold fall, sugar recently transported from the mills of the sugar mills. Sunlight filters in and sparkles off them. It is worth about $4 million, this warm mountain that I touch and my eyes can't reach to go over it. I think that all the euphoria and drama of this record harvest of 1970 that wanted, but could not, despite the superhuman effort, reach 10 million tons is summed up here. And a much longer story slips, with the sugar, before the eyes. I think of the kingdom of the Francisco Sugar Co., Alan Dulles Company, where I have spent a week listening to the stories of the past and witnessing the birth of the future. Josefina, daughter of Caridad Rodriguez, who studies in a classroom that used to be a cell from the barracks, in the exact place where his father was imprisoned and tortured before dying. Antonio Bastidas, the 70-year-old black who one morning this year hung with both fists from the siren lever because the device had exceeded the goal and shouted, "Fuck," shouted, "We've complied, damn it." And there was no one to remove the crowbar from his clenched hands while the siren, which had awakened the people, was awakening all of Cuba. Stories of evictions, bribes, murders, hunger and the strange trades that unemployment, compulsory for more than half of each year, engendered, hunting crickets in the fields, for example. I think that misfortune had a swollen belly, now it is known. Those who died did not die in vain. Amancio Rodriguez, for example, riddled with bullets by strike breakers in an assembly, who had furiously rejected a blank check from the company, and when his colleagues went to bury him they discovered that he had no underpants or stockings to take to the drawer. Or for example Pedro Plaza, who was arrested at the age of 20 and drove the truck of soldiers towards the mines that he himself had planted and flew with the truck and the soldiers. And so many others, in this locality and in all the others. Here the families love the martyrs very much, an old cane worker told me, but after they are dead. Before they were pure complaints. I think it was no coincidence that Fidel Castro recruited 3/4 of his guerrillas from peasant farmers, sugar men, or that the province of Orient was, at the same time, the largest source of sugar and uprisings in the entire history of Cuba. Let me explain the accumulated resentment. After the great harvest of 1961, the revolution chose to take revenge on sugar. The sugar was the living memory of humiliation. Was it also, sugar, a destination? Did it then become a penance? Can it now be a lever, the catapult of economic development? Under the influence of just impatience, the revolution brought down numerous cane fields and wanted to diversify, in the blink of an eye, the production. Agricultural, it did not fall into the traditional error of dividing large estates into unproductive small holdings, but each socialized farm suddenly undertook excessively varied crops. Large-scale imports had to be made to industrialize the country, increase agricultural productivity, and satisfy many consumer needs that the revolution, by redistributing wealth, greatly increased. Without the large sugar harvests, where to obtain the foreign exchange necessary for these imports? The development of mining, especially nickel, requires large investments, which are being carried out, and fishing production has multiplied 8 times thanks to the growth of the fleet, which has also required huge investments. The great citrus production plans are underway, but the years that separate the sowing from the harvest require patience. The revolution then discovered that it had confused the knife with the murderer. Sugar, which had been the factor of underdevelopment, became an instrument of development. There was no choice but to use the fruits of monoculture and dependency, born from Cuba's incorporation into the world market, to break the backbone of monoculture and dependency. Because the income that sugar provides is no longer used to consolidate the structure of submission. Imports of machinery and industrial installations have grown by 40% since 1958. The economic surplus that sugar generates is mobilized to develop basic industries and so that there are no idle lands or workers condemned to unemployment. When the Batista dictatorship fell, there were 5,000 tractors and 300,000 automobiles in Cuba. Today there are 50,000 tractors, although to a large extent they are wasted due to serious organizational deficiencies, and from that fleet of cars, mostly luxury models, there are only a few examples worthy of the scrap metal museum. The cement industry and power plants have gained amazing momentum. The new fertilizer factories have made it possible for 5 times more fertilizers to be used today than in 1958. The reservoirs, created everywhere, today contain a flow of water 73 times greater than the total water dammed in 1958 and have advanced with 7 league boots the irrigation areas. New roads, opened throughout Cuba, have broken the isolation of many regions that seemed doomed to eternal isolation. To increase the lean milk production of zebu cattle, Holstein bulls have been brought to Cuba with which, through artificial insemination, 800,000 crossbreed cows have been born. Great progress has been made in the mechanization of cutting and raising the cane, largely based on Cuban inventions, although still they are insufficient. A new work system is organized, with difficulty, to take the place of the old system disorganized by the changes brought about by the revolution. Professional machete cutters, sugar convicts, are an extinct species in Cuba. For them, too, the revolution implied the freedom to choose other, less burdensome trades, and for their children, the possibility of studying, through scholarships, in the cities. The redemption of the cane boats has consequently caused, at an inevitable price, severe upheavals for the island's economy. In 1970 Cuba had to use 3 times as many workers for the harvest, mostly volunteers or soldiers or workers from other sectors, which affected other activities in the countryside and in the city, harvesting other products, the pace of work of the factories. And it must be taken into account, in this sense, that in a socialist society, unlike a capitalist society, workers no longer act out of fear of unemployment or greed. Other engines: solidarity, collective responsibility, awareness of duties and rights that launch man beyond selfishness must be put into operation. And you don't change the conscience of an entire town in a jiffy. When the revolution seized power, according to Fidel Castro, the majority of Cubans were not even anti-imperialist. Cubans became radicalized along with their revolution, as challenges and responses, coups and counter-coups between Havana and Washington followed one another, and as promises of social justice became concrete facts. 170 new hospitals and as many polyclinics were built, and medical care was made free. The number of students enrolled at all levels was multiplied by 3 and education was also made free. Scholarships today benefit more than 300,000 children and young people, and boarding schools and children's circles have multiplied. A large part of the population does not pay rent, and water, electricity, telephone, funerals, and sporting events are already free. Expenditures on social services grew 5 times in a few years. But now that everyone has education and shoes, needs multiply geometrically and production can only grow arithmetically. The pressure of consumption, which is now the consumption of all and not of a few, also forces Cuba to rapidly increase exports, and sugar continues to be the largest source of resources. In truth, the revolution is experiencing hard, difficult times of transition and sacrifice. The Cubans themselves have finished confirming that socialism is built with clenched teeth and that the revolution is not a walk. After all, the future would not belong to this earth if it came as a gift. There is a shortage, it is true, of various products. In 1970 there was a shortage of fruit and refrigerators, clothes. The queues, very frequent, are not only the result of the disorganization of the distribution. The essential cause of scarcity is the new abundance of consumers. Now the country belongs to everyone. It is, therefore, a shortage of the opposite sign to that suffered by other Latin American countries. The defense expenses operate the same way. Cuba is forced to sleep with its eyes open, and that too is, in economic terms, very expensive. This harassed revolution, which has had to endure relentless invasions and sabotage, does not fall because a strange dictatorship its people in arms defend it. Expropriated expropriators are not resigned. In April 1961, the brigade that landed in Playa Girón was not only made up of Batista's old soldiers and policemen, but also of the owners of more than 370,000 hectares of land, almost 10,000 buildings, 70 factories, 10 sugar mills, 3 banks, 5 mines, and 12 cabarets. The dictator of Guatemala, Miguel Ydigoras, ceded training camps to the expedition members in exchange for the promises that the North Americans made to him, as he himself later confessed, hard cash, which he was never paid, and an increase in the Guatemalan quota of sugar on the United States market. In 1965, another sugar-producing country, the Dominican Republic, was invaded by some 40,000 Marines willing to remain indefinitely in this country, in view of the prevailing confusion, according to its commander, General Bruce Palmer. The vertical drop in sugar prices had been one of the factors that sparked popular indignation. The people rose up against the military dictatorship and the U.S. troops did not delay in restoring order. They left 4,000 dead in the combats that the Patriots waged, hand to hand, between the Ozama River and the Caribbean, in a cornered neighborhood of the city of Santo Domingo. The Organization of American States, which has the memory of a donkey, because it never forgets where it eats, blessed the invasion and stimulated it with new forces. The germ of another Cuba had to be killed. Thanks to the sacrifice of slaves in the Caribbean. The James Watt machine and the cannons of Washington. Che Guevara said that underdevelopment is a dwarf with a huge head and swollen belly, his weak legs and short arms do not harmonize with the rest of the body. Havana shone, the Cadillacs hummed along its luxurious avenues, and in the world's largest cabaret the most beautiful vedettes undulated to the rhythm of La Cubana. Meanwhile, in the Cuban countryside, only 1 in 10 agricultural workers drank milk, barely 4% ate meat, and, according to the National Economic Council, 3/5 of rural workers earned wages that were 3 or 4 times lower than the cost of living. But sugar did not only produce dwarfs. It also produced giants, or at least contributed heavily to the development of giants. The sugar from the Latin American tropics provided a great impulse to the accumulation of capital for the industrial development of England, France, Holland and, also, of the United States, at the same time that it crippled the economy of northeastern Brazil and the Caribbean islands, and sealed the historical ruin of Africa. The triangular trade between Europe, Africa, and America had as its main beam the slave trade destined for sugar plantations. The story of a grain of sugar is a lesson in political economy, politics, and also morality, said Augusto Cochin. The tribes of West Africa lived fighting among themselves, to increase, with prisoners of war, their reserves of slaves. They belonged to the colonial domains of Portugal, but the Portuguese had no ships or industrial goods to offer at the time of the boom in the slave trade, and they became mere intermediaries between the slave masters of other powers and the African kinglets. England he went, until it was no longer convenient for him, the great champion of buying and selling human flesh. The Dutch had, however, a longer tradition in the business, because Charles V had given them the monopoly on the transport of blacks to America long before England obtained the right to introduce slaves into foreign colonies. And as for France, Louis XIV, the Sun King, shared with the King of Spain half of the profits from the Guinea Company, formed in 1701 for the slave trade to America, and his minister Colbert, architect of industrialization. French, had reason to affirm that the slave trade was recommended for the progress of the national merchant marine. Adam Smith said that the discovery of America had raised the mercantile system to a degree of splendor and glory which otherwise it would never have reached. According to Sergio Bago, the most formidable engine of accumulation of European mercantile capital was American slavery. In turn, that capital became the cornerstone on which the gigantic industrial capital of contemporary times was built. The resurrection of Greco-Roman slavery in the New World had miraculous properties. It multiplied the ships, factories, railways, and banks of countries that were not in the origin or, with the exception of the United States, nor in the destination of the slaves that crossed the Atlantic. Between the dawn of the 16th century and the death throes of the 19th century, several million Africans, it is not known how many, crossed the ocean. It is known, yes, that there were many more than the white immigrants from Europe, although, of course, many fewer survived. From the Potomac to the Rio de la Plata, slaves built their masters' houses, cleared forests, cut and ground sugar cane, planted cotton, cultivated cacao, harvested coffee and tobacco, and scoured riverbeds in search of gold. How many Hiroshimas did their successive exterminations equal? As an English planter from Jamaica put it, Negroes are easier to buy than to raise. Caio Prado estimates that up to the beginning of the 19th century, between 5 and 6 million Africans had arrived in Brazil. By then, Cuba was already as big a slave market as the entire Western Hemisphere had been before. Back in 1562, Captain John Hawkins had smuggled 300 Negroes out of Portuguese Guinea. Queen Elizabeth was furious. This adventure, she declared, cries vengeance from heaven. But Hawkins told him that in the Caribbean he had obtained, in exchange for the slaves, a shipment of sugar and furs, pearls and ginger. The Queen forgave the pirate and became his business partner. A century later, the Duke of York branded his initials, D.Y., with a hot iron on the left buttocks or chests of the 3,000 blacks who annually led his company to the Sugar Islands. The real Compania Africana, whose shareholders included King Carlos II, gave 300% dividends, despite the fact that of the 70,000 slaves that it shipped between 1680 and 1688, only 46,000 survived the voyage. During the voyage, numerous Africans died victims of epidemics or malnutrition, or committed suicide by refusing to eat, hanging themselves with their chains or throwing themselves overboard into an ocean bristling with sharks' fins. Slowly but surely England was breaking Dutch hegemony in the slave trade. The South Sea Company was the main usufructuary of the right of asiento granted to the English by Spain, and the most prominent figures of the British politics and finance, the business, brilliant as any, drove the London stock market crazy and sparked legendary speculation. The transport of slaves elevated Bristol, home to shipyards, to the rank of England's second city, and made Liverpool the largest port in the world. The ships left with their holds loaded with weapons, cloth, gin, rum, trinkets, and colored glass, which would be the means of payment for the human merchandise of Africa, which in turn would pay for sugar, cotton, coffee, and oil. Cocoa from the colonial plantations of America. The English imposed their reign over the seas. At the end of the 18th century, Africa and the Caribbean employed hundreds. 80,000 textile workers in Manchester. From Sheffield came the knives, and from Birmingham, 150,000 muskets a year. African chieftains received goods from British industry and delivered shipments of slaves to slave masters. Thus, they had new weapons and abundant brandy to undertake the next hunts in the villages. They also provided ivories, waxes, and palm oil. Many of the slaves came from the jungle and had never seen the sea. They mistook the roars of the ocean for those of some submerged beast waiting to devour them, or, according to the testimony of a trafficker of the time, they believed, and were somehow correct, that they were going to be led like rams to the slaughter, being its meat highly appreciated by Europeans. The seven-tailed whips were of very little use in containing the suicidal despair of the Africans. The bales that survived the hunger, disease, and overcrowding of the journey were displayed in rags, pure skin and bones, in the public square, after being paraded through the colonial streets to the sound of bagpipes. Those who arrived in the Caribbean too exhausted could be fattened in the slave yards before showing off for buyers. The sick were left to die on the docks. The slaves were sold in exchange for cash or promissory notes for 3 years. Ships sailed back to Liverpool carrying various tropical products. At the beginning of the 18th century, 3/4 of the cotton spun by the English textile industry came from the West Indies, although later Georgia and Louisiana would be its main sources. By the middle of the century there were 120 sugar refineries in England. An Englishman could live, at that time, on about £6 a year. The Liverpool slave traders had annual profits of more than £1,100,000, counting only the money made in the Caribbean and not adding the profits of additional trade. 10 large companies controlled 2/3 of the traffic. Liverpool inaugurated a new system of docks. More and more ships were built, longer and deeper. The goldsmiths offered padlocks and silver collars for blacks and dogs. Elegant ladies appeared in public accompanied by a monkey dressed in an embroidered doublet and a slave boy, with a turban and silk bloomers. An economist at the time described the slave trade as the basic and fundamental principle of everything else, like the mainspring of the machine that sets each gear wheel in motion. Banks were spreading in Liverpool and Manchester, Bristol, London, and Glasgow. The insurance company Lloyd's accumulated profits insuring slaves, ships, and plantations. From very early on, notices in the London Gazette indicated that escaped slaves should be returned to Lloyd's. With funds from the slave trade, the Great English Western Railway was built and industries such as the slate factories of Wales were born. The capital accumulated in the triangular trade manufactures, slaves, sugar made possible the invention of the steam engine. James Watt was subsidized by merchants who had made their fortunes in this way. Eric Williams affirms it in his documented work on the subject. At the beginning of the 19th century, Great Britain became the main promoter of the anti-slavery campaign. English industry already needed international markets with greater purchasing power, which forced the propagation of the wage system. In addition, when wages were established in the English colonies of the Caribbean, Brazilian sugar, produced with slave labor, recovered advantages due to its low comparative costs. The British Navy launched the assault on the slave ships, but the traffic continued to grow to supply Cuba and Brazil. Before the English boats reached the pirate ships, the slaves were thrown overboard. Inside there was only the smell, the hot boilers and a laughing captain on deck. The crackdown on traffic raised prices and vastly increased profits. In the middle of the century, traffickers delivered an old rifle for each vigorous slave they took from Africa, to later sell it in Cuba for more than $600. The small islands of the Caribbean had been infinitely more important to England than her northern colonies. Barbados, Jamaica, and Montserrat were prohibited from making a needle or horseshoe on their own. Very different was the situation in New England, and this facilitated its economic development and also its political independence. Certainly the slave trade in New England gave rise to much of the capital that facilitated the Industrial Revolution in the United States of America. In the middle of the 18th century, northern slave ships carried barrels full of rum from Boston, Newport, or Providence to the shores of Africa. In Africa they exchanged them for slaves. They sold the slaves in the Caribbean and from there they brought the molasses to Massachusetts, where it was distilled and turned, to complete the cycle, into rum. The best rum in the Antilles, West Indian rum, was not made in the Antilles. With capital obtained from the slave trade, the Brown brothers, from Providence, installed the smelting furnace that supplied General George Washington with cannons for the War of Independence. The sugar plantations of the Caribbean, condemned as they were to the monoculture of cane, not only can be considered the dynamic center of the development of the 13 colonies for the encouragement that the slave trade gave to the New England shipping industry and distilleries. They also constituted the great market for the development of exports of food, wood, and various implements destined for the sugar mills, with which they gave economic viability to the farming and precociously manufacturing economy of the North Atlantic. On a large scale, the ships made by the shipyards of the northern settlers brought to the Caribbean fresh and smoked fish, oats and grains, beans, flour, butter, cheese, onions, horses and oxen, candles and soaps, cloth, pine boards, oak and cedar for the sugar boxes, Cuba had the first steam saw to reach Hispanic America, but it had no wood to cut, and staves, bows, rings and nails. This is how the blood was transferred through all these processes. The developed countries of our days were developing, the underdeveloped ones were underdeveloping. The rainbow is the route of return to Guinea. In 1518 the lawyer Alonso Zuazo wrote to Carlos V from the Dominican Republic, "The fear that the blacks could rise up is vain, there are widows in the islands of Portugal very calm with 800 slaves, it's all in how they are governed. When I came, I found some Ladino blacks, others who had fled to the mountains, I whipped some, cut off the ears of others, and no more complaints have been made." 4 years later, the first slave uprising broke out in America. The slaves of Diego Columbus, son of the discoverer, were the first to rise up and ended up hanging from the gallows on the trails of the mill. Other rebellions followed one another in Santo Domingo and then in all the sugar islands of the Caribbean. A couple of centuries after the shock of Diego Columbus, at the other end of the same island, the maroon slaves fled to the highest regions of Haiti, and in the mountains they reconstructed African life, food crops, worship of the gods, customs. The rainbow still marks, today, the route of return to Guinea for the people of Haiti. In a white sail ship. In Dutch Guyana, across the Courantine River, communities of Jukas, descendants of slaves who had fled through the forests of Suriname, have survived for 3 centuries. In these villages, subsist shrines similar to those in Guinea, and dances and ceremonies are performed that could be held in Ghana. The language of the drums is used, very similar to the drums of Ashanti. The first major slave rebellion in Guyana occurred 100 years after the escape of the Jukas. The Dutch recaptured the plantations and slowly burned the slave leaders. But some time before the exodus of the Jukas, the maroon slaves from Brazil had organized the Black Kingdom of Palmares, in the northeast of Brazil, and victoriously resisted, throughout the 17th century, the siege of the dozens of military expeditions they launched to. He was shot down, one after the other, by the Dutch and the Portuguese. The onslaught of thousands of soldiers could do nothing against the guerrilla tactics that made the vast refuge invincible until 1693. The independent Kingdom of Palmares' call for rebellion, banner of freedom, had organized itself as a state in the likeness of the many that existed in Africa in the 17th century. It stretched from the vicinity of Cabo de Santo Agostinho, in Pernambuco, to the northern area of the São Francisco River, in Alagoas. It was equivalent to a third of the territory of Portugal and was surrounded by a thick fence of wild forests. The highest chief was chosen from among the most skillful and shrewd. The man of greatest prestige and happiness in war or in command reigned. At the height of the omnipotent sugar plantations, Palmares was the only corner of Brazil where polyculture was developed. Guided by the experience acquired by themselves or by their ancestors in the savannas and tropical forests of Africa, blacks grew corn, sweet potatoes, beans, cassava, bananas, and other foods. Not surprisingly, the destruction of crops appeared as the main objective of the colonial troops launched to recover the men who, after crossing the sea with chains on their feet, had deserted the plantations. The abundance of food in Palmares contrasted with the hardships that, in full prosperity, the sugar-producing areas of the coast suffered. The slaves that they had conquered freedom, they defended it with skill and courage because they shared its fruits. Land ownership was communal and money did not circulate in the black state. No slave rebellion as prolonged as that of Palmares appears in universal history. That of Spartacus, which shook the most important slave system of antiquity, lasted 18 months. For the final battle, the Portuguese crown mobilized the largest army known until the much later independence of Brazil. No less than 10,000 people defended the last fortress of Palmares. The survivors were beheaded, thrown off cliffs, or sold to merchants in Rio de Janeiro and Buenos Aires. 2 years later, the chief Zumbi, whom the slaves considered immortal, could not escape a betrayal. They cornered him in the jungle and cut off his head. But the rebellions continued. It would not be long before Captain Bartolomeu Bueno do Prado returned from the Rio das Mortes with his trophies of victory against a new slave uprising. He brought 3,900 pairs of ears in the saddlebags of the horses. Uprisings would also take place in Cuba. Some slaves committed group suicide. They mocked their master with their eternal strike and their endless runaway for the other world, says Fernando Ortiz. They believed that this is how they were resurrected, flesh and spirit, in Africa. The guillemots mutilated the corpses, so that they would be resurrected castrated, maimed, or decapitated, and in this way they managed to make many give up the idea of killing themselves. Around 1870, according to the recent version of a slave who had fled to the mountains of Las Villas in his youth, blacks no longer committed suicide in Cuba. By means of a magical belt, they flew away, they flew through the sky and took to their land, or they got lost in the mountains because anyone would get tired of living. Those who got used to it had a loose spirit. Life in the bush was healthier. The African gods were still alive among the slaves of America as they were still alive, fueled by nostalgia, legends, and myths of lost homelands. It seems evident that the blacks expressed in this way, in their ceremonies, in their dances, in their incantations, the need to affirm a cultural identity that Christianity denied. But the fact that the church was materially associated with the system of exploitation they suffered must also have had an influence. At the beginning of the 18th century, while in the English islands the slaves convicted of crimes were crushed to death between the drums of the sugar mills, and in the French colonies they were burned alive or subjected to the torture of the wheel, the Jesuit Antonil formulated Sweet's recommendations to the owners of mills in Brazil. To avoid similar excesses, the administrators should not be allowed in any way kicking mainly in the belly of women who are pregnant or clubbing slaves, because in anger blows are not measured and they can wound an efficient slave on the head, who is worth a lot of money, and lose him. In Cuba, the mayorals unloaded their leather or hemp whips on the backs of the pregnant slaves who had committed a mistake, but not before laying them face down, with their bellies in a hole, so as not to spoil the situation. New peace in gestation. The priests, who received 5% of the sugar production as a tithe, gave their Christian absolution. The mayoral punished sinners like Jesus Christ. The apostolic missionary Juan Perpina y Pibernat published his sermons to blacks: poor things. Do not be scared because there are many hardships that you have to suffer as slaves. Your body may be a slave, but your soul is free to fly one day to the happy mansion of the chosen ones. The God of outcasts is not always the same as the God of the system that makes them outcasts. Although the Catholic religion covers, according to official information, 94% of the Brazilian population, in reality the black population keeps its African traditions alive and perpetuates its religious faith, often camouflaged behind the sacred figures of Christianity. African-rooted cults find wide reach among the oppressed whatever their skin color. The same thing happens in the Antilles. The divinities of the Voodoo of Haiti, the Bimbe of Cuba and the Umbanda and the Quimbunda of Brazil are more or less the same, despite the greater or lesser transfiguration that they have suffered, upon nationalization in American lands, the rights and the original gods. In the Caribbean and in Bahia, ceremonial songs are sung in Nago, Yoruba, Congo, and other African languages. In the suburbs of the big cities of southern Brazil, on the other hand, the Portuguese language predominates, but the deities of good and evil have sprung up from the West African coast, traversing the centuries to become the avenging ghosts of the marginalized, the poor humiliated people who cry out in the favelas of Rio de Janeiro, Bahian strength. African force, divine force, come here. Come help us. The sale of peasants. In 1888 slavery was abolished in Brazil. But the latifundio was not abolished, and that same year a witness wrote from Ceará, the market for human cattle was open while the famine lasted, as buyers were never lacking. Rare was the steam that did not drive a large number of people from Ceará. 500,000 northeasterners emigrated to the Amazon, summoned by the mirages of rubber, until the turn of the century. Since then, the exodus has continued, driven by the periodic droughts that have devastated the Surtao and the successive waves of expansion of the sugar estates in the area of the forest. In 1900, 40,000 victims of the drought left Ceará. They took the usual path at that time, the northern route towards the jungle. Later, the itinerary changed. Nowadays, northeasterners emigrate to the center and south of Brazil. The 1970 drought dumped hungry mobs on the cities of the northeast. They looted trains and shops, they shouted for rain to San Jose. The flagellates threw themselves onto the roads. A cable from April 1970 reports, last Sunday, in the municipality of Belém do São Francisco, the Pernambuco State Police detained 210 peasants who would be sold to rural owners in the state of Minas Gerais for $18 a head. The farmers came from Paraíba and Rio Grande do Norte, the two states hardest hit by the drought. In June, the teletypes broadcast the declarations of the head of the federal police. His services still do not have the effective means to put an end to the slave trade, and although 10 investigation procedures have been initiated in recent months, the sale of slaves continues. Workers from the northeast to wealthy landowners from other parts of the country. The rubber boom and the coffee boom implied large recruits of northeastern workers. But the government also makes use of this wealth of cheap labor, a formidable reserve army for large public works. From the northeast came, herded like cattle, the naked men who in one night and one day built the city of Brasilia in the center of the desert. This city, the most modern in the world, is today surrounded by a vast belt of misery. Finished their work, the gangsters were thrown into the satellite cities. In them, 300,000 northeasterners, always ready for any service, live off the rubbish of the resplendent capital. The slave labor of the northeastern people is now opening the great Trans-Amazon Highway, which will cut Brazil in two, penetrating the jungle to the border with Bolivia. The plan also involves an agrarian colonization project for extend the frontiers of civilization. Each farmer will receive 10 hectares of surface, if he survives the tropical fevers of the forest. In the northeast there are 6 million landless peasants, while 15,000 people own half of the total area. The agrarian reform is not carried out in the already occupied regions, where the property rights of the latifundistas continue to be sacred, but in the middle of the jungle. This means that the flagellates of the northeast will open the way for the expansion of the latifundio into new areas. Without capital, without means of work, what does 10 hectares mean 2 or 3,000 kilometers away from the centers of consumption? It can be deduced that the real purposes of the government are very different: to provide labor to the North American landowners who have bought or usurped half of the land north of the Rio Negro, and also to the United States Steel Co., which received from General Garistazu Medici the enormous deposits of iron and manganese in the Amazon. The rubber cycle, Caruso inaugurates a theater monumental in the middle of the jungle. Some authors estimate that no less than 500,000 northeasterners succumbed to epidemics, malaria, tuberculosis, or beriberi at the time of the rubber boom. This sinister charnel house was the price of the rubber industry. Without any supply of vitamins, the peasants of the drylands made the long journey to the humid jungle. There awaited them, in the swampy seringalles, the fever. They were crowded into the holds of the ships, in such conditions that many succumbed before arriving. Thus, they anticipated their next destination. Others were not even able to embark. In 1878, of the 800,000 inhabitants of Ceará, 120,000 left for the Amazon River, but less than half were able to arrive. The rest were falling, struck down by hunger or disease, on the roads of the Surtao or in the suburbs of Fortaleza. A year earlier, one of the 7 greatest droughts to hit the northeast in the past century had begun. Not just the fever, he also expected, in the jungle, a regime of work quite similar to slavery. The work was paid in kind: dried meat, cassava flour, rapadura, brandy, until the rubber tapper paid off his debts, a miracle that rarely happened. There was an agreement between the employers not to give work to the workers who had outstanding debts. The rural guards, stationed on the banks of the rivers, fired at the fugitives. Debts added to debts. To the original debt, for the workers hauling from the northeast, was added the debt for the work instruments, machete, knife, bowls, and since the worker ate, and above all drank, because in the rubber bands there was no lack of brandy, the greater the seniority of the worker, the greater the debt accumulated by him became. Illiterate, the northeastern suffered without defenses the sleight of hand of the administrator's accounting. Priestley had observed, around 1770, that the eraser served to erase pencil marks on paper. 70 years later, Charles Goodyear discovered, at the same time as the Englishman Hancock, the process of vulcanizing rubber, which gave it flexibility and made it unalterable to changes in temperature. As early as 1850, the wheels of vehicles were covered with rubber. At the end of the century, the automobile industry emerged in the United States and Europe, and with it the consumption of tires in large quantities. The world demand for rubber grew vertically. The gum tree provided Brazil, in 1890, with a tenth of its export earnings. 20 years later, the proportion rose to 40%, bringing sales almost to the level of coffee, despite the fact that coffee was, by 1910, at the zenith of its prosperity. Most of the rubber production at that time came from the Acre territory, which Brazil had wrested from Bolivia after a withering military campaign. After conquering the Acre, Brazil had almost all of the world's rubber reserves. The international price was at the top and the good times seemed endless. The rubber tappers did not enjoy them, by the way, although they were the ones who left their huts every morning, with several containers tied by straps on their backs, and climbed the trees, the gigantic Hevea brasiliensis, to bleed them. They made several incisions in the trunk and in the thick branches close to the crown. Latex oozed from the wounds, a sticky whitish juice that filled the jugs in a couple of hours. At night the flat rubber discs were baked, which would later be stored in the property administration. The acid and repellent smell of rubber permeated the city of Manaus, the world capital of rubber trade. In 1849 Manaus had 5,000 inhabitants, in little more than half a century it grew to 70,000. The rubber magnates built their mansions there with extravagant architecture and full of precious woods from the Orient, Majolica tiles from Portugal, Carrara marble columns and French cabinetry furniture. The nouveau riche of the jungle had the most expensive food brought from Rio de Janeiro. The best couturiers in Europe cut their suits and dresses. They sent their children to study in English schools. The Amazonas Theatre, a Baroque monument in rather poor taste, is the greatest symbol of the vertigo of those fortunes at the beginning of the century. The tenor Caruso sang for the inhabitants of Manaus on the opening night, in exchange for a fabulous sum, after going up the river through the jungle. La Pavlova, who had to dance, could not get past the city of Belém, but she made her excuses. In 1913, in one fell swoop, disaster befell Brazilian rubber. The world price, which had reached 12 shillings 3 years earlier, was reduced to a quarter. In 1900 the Orient had only exported 4 tons of rubber. In 1914 the plantations of Ceylon and Malaysia dumped more than 70,000 tons on the world market, and 5 years later 6 exports were already reaching 400,000 tons. In 1919 Brazil, which had enjoyed a virtual monopoly on rubber, supplied only 1/8 of world consumption. Half a century later, Brazil buys more than half of the rubber it needs abroad. What had happened? Back in 1873, Henry Wickham, an Englishman who owned rubber forests on the Tapajós River and was known for his botanic hobbies, had sent drawings and leaves of the gum tree to the director of London's Kew Garden. He received the order to obtain a good quantity of seeds, the pips that the Hevea brasiliensis harbors in its yellow fruits. They had to be smuggled out, because Brazil severely punished the evasion of seeds, and it was not easy. The authorities checked, with hair and marks, the ships. Then, as if by magic, a ship from the Inman line went 2,000 kilometers further than usual into the interior of Brazil. Upon returning, Henry Wickham appeared among his crew. He had chosen the best seeds, after putting the fruits to dry in an indigenous village, and brought them inside a closed cabin, wrapped in banana leaves and suspended by ropes in the air so that the rats on board could not reach them. All the rest of the ship was empty. In Belém do Pará, facing the mouth of the river, Wickham invited the authorities to a large banquet. The Englishman was reputed to be a nutcase. It was known throughout the Amazon that he collected orchids. He explained that he was carrying, by order of the King of England, a series of rare orchid bulbs for Kew Garden. As they were very delicate plants, he explained, he kept them in a hermetically closed cabinet, at a special temperature. If he opened it, the leaves would be ruined. Flowers. Thus, the seeds arrived, intact, at the docks of Liverpool. 40 years later, the English invaded the world market with Malaysian rubber. The Asian plantations, rationally organized from the green shoots of Kew, easily superseded the extractive production of Brazil. Amazon prosperity went up in smoke. The jungle closed in on itself again. Fortune hunters emigrated to other regions, the luxurious camp disintegrated. The workers, who had been hauled from far away to be put at the service of the adventure of others, were left, yes, surviving as they could. Alien, even, to Brazil itself, which had done nothing but respond to the siren songs of global demand for raw materials, but without participating in the least in the real rubber business, financing, marketing, industrialization, distribution. And the mermaid was silent. Until, during the Second World War, the rubber from the Brazilian Amazon received a new temporary boost. The Japanese had occupied Malaya and the Allied powers were in desperate need of rubber. The Peruvian jungle was also shaken, in those 40s, by the urgencies of rubber. In Brazil, the so-called rubber battle once again mobilized the peasants of the Northeast. According to a complaint made in Congress when the battle ended, this time there were 50,000 dead who, defeated by pestilence and famine, were left rotting among the rubber groves. The cacao planters lighted their cigars with 500,000 re-spills. Venezuela was identified with cocoa, a plant native to America, for a long time. We Venezuelans had been made to sell cocoa and distribute foreign trinkets on our soil, says Rangel. The cacao oligarchs, plus usurers and merchants, made up a holy trinity of the delay. Along with cocoa, forming part of its entourage, the cattle ranch of the plains, indigo, sugar, tobacco, and also some mines coexisted, but Gran Cacao was the name with which the people rightly baptized the slave-owning oligarchy of Caracas. At the expense of the labor of blacks, this oligarchy enriched itself by supplying cocoa to the mining oligarchy in Mexico and to the Spanish metropolis. Since 1873, an age of coffee was inaugurated in Venezuela. Coffee required, like cacao, sloped lands or warm valleys. Despite the eruption of the intruder, cacao continued its expansion anyway, invading the humid soils of Carapano. Venezuela continued to be agricultural, condemned to the ordeal of cyclical falls in the prices of coffee and cocoa. Both products supplied the capital that made possible the parasitic life, pure waste, of their owners, their merchants, and their lenders. Until, in 1922, the country suddenly became a spring of oil. From then on, oil dominated the life of the country. The explosion of new fortune came to confirm, more than 4 centuries behind, the expectations of the Spanish discoverers. Looking without luck for the prince who bathed in gold, they had come to the madness of confusing a small town in Maracaibo with Venice, mirage to which Venezuela owes its name, and Columbus had believed that the terrestrial paradise was born in the Gulf of Paria. In the last decades of the 19th century, the gluttony of Europeans and North Americans for chocolate broke out. The progress of the industry gave a great boost to the cocoa plantations in Brazil and stimulated the production of the old plantations of Venezuela and Ecuador. In Brazil, cacao made its impetuous entry onto the economic scene at the same time as rubber and, like rubber, gave work to the peasants of the Northeast. The city of Salvador, in the Bahia de Todos os Santos, had been one of the most important cities in America, as the capital of Brazil and of sugar, and was resurrected then as the capital of cocoa. To the south of Bahia, from Reconcavo to the state of Espírito Santo, between the coastal lowlands and the coastal mountain range, the large estates continue to provide, to this day, the raw material for much of the chocolate consumed in the world. Like sugar cane, cocoa brought monoculture and the burning of forests, the dictatorship of international prices and the unremitting hardship of the workers. The plantation owners, who live on the beaches of Rio de Janeiro and are more merchants than farmers, forbid an inch of land to be devoted to other crops. Its administrators usually pay salaries in kind, jerky, flour, beans. When they are paid in money, the farmer receives a wage for a whole day's work that is equivalent to the price of a liter of beer and must work a day and a half to be able to buy a can of powdered milk. Brazil enjoyed a good time from the favors of the international market. However, from the peak he found serious competitors in Africa. By the 1920s, Ghana had already conquered first place. The English had developed large-scale cocoa plantations, using modern methods, in this country, then a colony and called the Gold Coast. Brazil fell to second place, and years later to the third, as a world supplier of cocoa. But there was more than one period when no one could have believed that a mediocre fate awaited the fertile lands of southern Bahia. Undefeated throughout the colonial era, the soils multiplied the fruits, the laborers split the berries with blows of their knives, gathered the grains, loaded them into carts so that the donkeys would drive them to the troughs, and it was necessary to cut down more and more forests, open new clearings, conquer new lands with the edge of the machete and rifle shots. The pawns knew nothing of prices or markets. They didn't even know who ruled Brazil. Until not many years ago there were still plantation workers convinced that Dom Pedro II, the emperor, was still on the throne. The cacao masters rubbed their hands together. They did know, or thought they knew. Cocoa consumption increased and with it prices and profits increased. The port of Ilhéus, through which almost all the cocoa was shipped, was called the Queen of the South, and although it languishes today, the solid palaces that the planters furnished with lavish and lousy taste have remained there. Jorge Amado wrote several novels on the subject. This is how he recreates a period of rising prices. Ilhéus and the cocoa area swam in gold, bathed in champagne, slept with French women arriving from Rio de Janeiro. In Trianon, the most chic of the city's cabarets, Colonel Manca Dantas lit cigars with 500,000 reis bills. Repeating the gesture of all the rich fazendeiros of the country in the previous increases in coffee, rubber, cotton, and sugar. With the rise in prices, production increased, then the prices went down. The instability became more and more noisy and the lands were changing owners. The time of the beggar millionaires began. The pioneers of the plantations gave way to the exporters, who seized the land, executing debts. In just 3 years, between 1959 and 1961, to give just one example, the international price of Brazilian cocoa beans fell by a third. Subsequently, the upward trend in prices has certainly not been able to open the doors of hope. Eclac predicts a brief life for the upward curve. The large consumers of cocoa, the United States, England, West Germany, the Netherlands, France, stimulate competition between African cocoa and that produced by Brazil and Ecuador, in order to eat cheap chocolate. They provoke, thus, arranging as they dispose of prices, periods of depression that throws the workers that cocoa expels onto the roads. The unemployed look for trees to sleep under and green bananas to trick their stomachs. They certainly don't eat the fine European chocolates that Brazil, the world's third largest producer of cocoa, imports incredibly from France and Switzerland. The chocolates are worth more and more, cocoa, in relative terms, less and less. Between 1950 and 1960, Ecuador's cacao sales increased by more than 30% in volume, but only 15% in value. The remaining 15% was a gift from Ecuador to the rich countries, which in the same period sent it, at increasing prices, their industrialized products. The Ecuadorian economy depends on the sales of bananas, coffee, and cocoa, 3 foods that are hard hit by price shocks. According to official data, 7 out of every 10 Ecuadorians suffer from basic malnutrition, and the country suffers from one of the highest mortality rates in the world. Cheap arms for cotton. Brazil ranks 4th in the world as a cotton producer, Mexico, the 5th. As a whole, more than a fifth of the cotton that the textile industry consumes worldwide comes from Latin America. By the end of the 18th century, cotton had become the most important raw material in the industrial nurseries of Europe. England multiplied by 5 in 30 years, its purchases of this natural fiber. The spindle that Arkwright invented at the same time that Watt patented his steam engine, and Cartwright's subsequent creation of the power loom, gave a decisive boost to weaving and provided the Native American plant cotton with eager overseas markets. The port of São Luís de Maranhão, which had slept a long tropical siesta barely interrupted by a couple of ships a year, was abruptly awakened by the euphoria of cotton. Black slaves flocked to the plantations in northern Brazil, and between 150 and 200 ships left São Luís each year carrying 1 million pounds of textile raw material. At the dawn of the last century, the crisis of the mining economy provided abundant slave labor for cotton. Gold and diamonds in the south exhausted, Brazil seemed to be resurrected in the north. The port flourished, producing enough poets to be called the Athens of Brazil, but famine came, with prosperity, to the Maranhão region, where no one cared to grow food anymore. In some periods there was only rice to eat. As it had begun, this story ended. The collapse came suddenly. Large-scale cotton production on plantations in the southern United States, with better quality soils and mechanical means for shelling and baling the product, brought prices down by a third, and Brazil was left out of competition. A new stage of prosperity began as a result of the Civil War, which interrupted American supplies, but it did not last long. Already in the 20th century, between 1934 and 1939, Brazilian cotton production increased at an impressive rate. From 126,000 tons it went to more than 320,000. Then a new disaster struck. The United States dumped its surplus on the world market, and the price collapsed. The North American agricultural surpluses are, as is known, the result of the strong subsidies that the state grants to the producers, at dumping prices, and as part of foreign aid programs. The surpluses are spilled throughout the world. Thus, cotton was Paraguay's main export product until ruinous competition from North American cotton displaced it from the markets, and Paraguayan production was reduced by half from 1952. This is how Uruguay lost the Canadian market for its rice. Thus the wheat of Argentina, a country that had been the granary of the planet, lost a decisive weight in the international markets. The North American dumping of cotton has not prevented a North American company, Anderson Clayton & Co., from holding the empire of this product in Latin America, nor has it prevented the United States from buying Mexican cotton through it to resell it to other countries. Latin American cotton continues to live in world trade, for better or worse, thanks to its very low production costs. Even the official figures, masks of reality, reveal the miserable level of compensation for work. On the plantations of Brazil, starvation wages alternate with menial labor. In those of Guatemala, the owners pride themselves on paying salaries of 19 quetzals per month. The quetzal is nominally equivalent to the dollar, and, as if that were too much, they themselves warn that most of it is liquidated in kind at the price set by them. In Mexico, day laborers who they wander from harvest to harvest earning $1.50 a day not only suffer from underemployment but also, and as a consequence, undernourishment. But the situation of cotton workers in Nicaragua is much worse. Salvadorans who supply cotton to Japan's textile manufacturers consume fewer calories and protein than starving Indians. For the Peruvian economy, cotton is the second agricultural source of foreign exchange. José Carlos Mariátegui had observed that foreign capitalism, in his perennial search for land, arms, and markets, he tended to seize Peru's export crops, through foreclosure on indebted landowners. When the nationalist government of General Velasco Alvarado came to power in 1968, less than a sixth of the country's land suitable for intensive exploitation was under exploitation, and the per capita income of the population was 15 times less than that of the United States. And calorie consumption appeared among the lowest in the world, but cotton production continued, like sugar, governed by criteria foreign to Peru that Maria Tegui had denounced. The best lands, coastal countryside, were in the hands of North American companies or landowners who were only national in a geographical sense, like the Lima bourgeoisie. 5 large companies, among them 2 North American companies, Anderson, Clayton and Grace, exported cotton and sugar and also had their own agro-industrial complexes for production. The sugar and cotton plantations of the coast, presumed sources of prosperity and progress in opposition to the large estates of the Sierra, paid the laborers starvation wages until the agrarian reform of 1969 expropriated them and handed them over, in cooperatives, to the workers. According to the Inter-American Committee for Agricultural Development, the income of each member of the families of wage earners on the coast only reached $5 a month. Anderson, Clayton & Co. maintains 30 affiliated companies in Latin America, and is not only in charge of selling cotton but also a horizontal monopoly, has a network that covers the financing and industrialization of the fiber and its derivatives and produces also food on a large scale. In Mexico, for example, although he does not own land, he still exercises control over cotton production. In their hands are, in fact, the 800,000 Mexicans who harvest it. The company buys the excellent Mexican cotton fiber at a very low price, because it previously grants credit to the producers with the obligation that they sell the crops at the price with which it opens the market. To the advances in money is added the supply of fertilizers, seeds, insecticides. The company reserves the right to supervise the fertilization, planting and harvesting work. Set the rate that is occurs to gin cotton. He uses the seeds in his oil, fat, and margarine factories. In recent years, Clayton, not satisfied with also dominating the cotton trade, has even broken into the production of sweets and chocolates, recently buying the well-known Luxus company. Today, Anderson Clayton is the leading coffee exporter in Brazil. In 1950 he became interested in the business. 3 years later, he had already dethroned the American Coffee Corporation. In Brazil, it is also the leading food producer, and is among the 35 most powerful companies in the country. Cheap arms for coffee. There are those who say that coffee is almost as important as oil in the international market. In the early 50s, Latin America supplied 4/5 of the coffee consumed in the world. Competition from Robusta coffee from Africa, of poorer quality but lower price, has reduced Latin American participation in subsequent years. However, 1/6 of the foreign currency that the region earns abroad currently comes from coffee. The price fluctuations affect 15 countries south of the Rio Grande. Brazil is the largest producer in the world. It obtains close to half of its export earnings from coffee. El Salvador, Guatemala, Costa Rica, and Haiti also depend to a large extent on coffee, which also provides 2/3 of Colombia's foreign exchange. Coffee had brought inflation to Brazil. Between 1824 and 1854, the price of a man doubled. Neither the cotton of the north nor the sugar of the northeast, already exhausted by the cycles of prosperity, could pay for those expensive slaves. Brazil moved south. In addition to slave labor, coffee used the arms of European immigrants, who delivered half of their crops to the owners, in a shareholding regime that still exists. Today it predominates in the interior of Brazil. Tourists who currently cross the Tijuca forests to go swimming in the waters of the Bar are unaware that there, in the mountains that surround Rio de Janeiro, there were large coffee plantations more than a century ago. On the flanks of the mountains, the plantations continued, towards the state of São Paulo, their unbridled hunt for the humus of new virgin lands. The century was already dying when the coffee latifundistas, converted into the new social elite of Brazil, sharpened their pencils and drew up accounts. Subsistence wages were cheaper than the purchase and maintenance of the few slaves. Slavery was abolished in 1883, thus inaugurating combined forms of feudal serfdom and wage labor that persist to this day. Legions of free braceros would accompany, since then, the coffee pilgrimage. The Paraba River Valley became the richest area in the country, but it was quickly wiped out by this perishable plant that, cultivated in a destructive system, was leaving behind devastated forests, depleted nature reserves and general decline. Erosion mercilessly ruined previously intact lands and, looting after looting, it was lowering their yields, weakening the plants and making them vulnerable to pests. The coffee estate invaded the vast purple plateau to the west of Sao Paulo. With less bestial methods of exploitation, he turned it into a sea of coffee, and continued westward. He arrived at the banks of the Parana, facing the savannas of Mato Grosso. It deviated towards the south to move, in recent years, again towards the west, already above the borders of Paraguay. Currently, Sao Paulo is the most developed state in Brazil, because it contains the industrial center of the country, but its coffee plantations still abound with vassal dwellers who pay the rent of the land with their labor and that of their children. In the prosperous years that followed the First World War, the voracity of the coffee growers led to the virtual abolition of the system that allowed plantation workers to grow food on their own. They can only do it, now, in exchange for rent that they pay by working without getting paid. In addition, the latifundista has contractor settlers whom he allows to grow temporary crops, but in exchange for starting new coffee plantations for his benefit. 4 years later, when the yellow grains color the bushes, the land has multiplied its value and then it is the settlers' turn to leave. In Guatemala, coffee plantations pay even less than cotton plantations. On the southern slope, the owners say they pay $15 a month for the work of the thousands of indigenous people who come down every year from the highlands to the south, to sell their arms in the harvest. The farms have private police. There, as someone explained to me, a man is cheaper than his grave, and the repression apparatus sees to it that it continues to be so. In the Alta Verapaz region the situation is even worse. There are no trucks or carts there, because the farmers don't need them. It's cheaper to transport the coffee on the back of an Indian. For the economy of El Salvador, a small country in the hands of a handful of oligarchic families, coffee is of fundamental importance. The monoculture makes it necessary to buy beans abroad, the only source of protein for the popular diet, corn, vegetables and others foods that the country traditionally produced. 1/4 of Salvadorans die from vitamin deficiency. As for Haiti, it has the highest mortality rate in Latin America. More than half of its child population suffers from anemia. The legal salary belongs, in Haiti, to the domains of science fiction. On coffee plantations, the real wage ranges from 7 to 15 cents a day. In Colombia, a territory of slopes, coffee enjoys hegemony. According to a report published by Time magazine in 1962, workers receive only 5%, through wages, of the total price that coffee fetches on its journey from the plantation to the lips of the American consumer. Unlike Brazil, Colombian coffee is not produced, for the most part, on large estates, but on small holdings that tend to become more and more pulverized. Between 1955 and 1960, 100,000 new plantations appeared, mostly with tiny extensions, less than 1 hectare. Small and very small farmers produce 3/4 of the coffee that Colombia exports. 96% of the plantations are small holdings. Juan Valdez smiles in the advertisements, but the atomization of the land lowers the standard of living of the growers, whose income is increasingly lower, and facilitates the maneuvers of the National Federation of Coffee Growers, which represents the interests of the large owners and which virtually monopolizes the marketing of the product. Plots of less than 1 hectare generate a starvation income, $130, on average, per year. The price of coffee throws the harvests onto the fire and sets the rhythm of marriages. What is this? The electroencephalogram of a madman? In 1889 coffee was worth 2 cents and 6 years later it had risen to 9, 3 years later it was down to 4 cents and 5 years later to 2. This was an illustrative period. The graphs of the prices of coffee, like those of all tropical products, have always resembled the clinical pictures of epilepsy, but the line always plummets when it registers the exchange value of coffee against machinery and products. Industrialized. Carlos Larraz Restrepo, president of Colombia, complained in 1967, that year, his country had to pay 57 bags of coffee to buy a Jeep, and in 1950 17 bags were enough. At the same time, the São Paulo Minister of Agriculture, Herbert Levi, made more dramatic calculations. To buy a tractor in 1967, Brazil needed 350 bags of coffee, but 14 years earlier, 70 bags had been enough. President Getulio Vargas had broken his heart with a bullet in 1954, and the price of coffee had not been immune to tragedy. The coffee production crisis came, Vargas wrote in his will, and our main product. We thought to defend its price, and the response was a violent pressure on our economy, to the point of being forced to give in. Vargas made his blood a ransom price. If the 1964 coffee crop had been sold on the North American market at 1955 prices, Brazil would have received $200 million more. The fall of a single cent in the price of coffee implies a loss of $65 million for all the producing countries. Since 1964, as the price continued to fall until 1968, the amount of dollars usurped by the consuming country, the United States, from Brazil, the producing country, became greater. But for whose benefit? Of the citizen who drinks coffee? In July 1968, the price of Brazilian coffee in the United States had dropped 30% in relation to January 1964. However, the American consumer did not pay less for his coffee, but 13% more. The intermediaries stayed, then, between 64 and 68, with this 13 and that 30, they won at two ends. In the same space of time, the prices that Brazilian producers received for each bag of coffee were cut in half. Who are the intermediaries? 6 North American companies have more than a third of the coffee that comes out from Brazil, and 6 other North American companies have more than a third of the coffee that enters the United States. Are the dominant firms at both ends of the operation. United Fruit, renamed United Brands as I write these lines, has a monopoly on the sale of bananas from Central America, Colombia, and Ecuador, and at the same time a monopoly on the import and distribution of bananas in the United States. Similarly, North American companies run the coffee business, and Brazil only participates as supplier and victim. It is the Brazilian state that bears the stocks, when overproduction makes it necessary to accumulate reserves. Is there not, however, an international coffee agreement to balance prices in the market? The World Coffee Information Center published in Washington, in 1970, an extensive document intended to convince legislators so that the United States extended, in September, the validity of the complementary law corresponding to the agreement. The report ensures that the agreement has benefited in the first place the United States, consumers of more than half of the coffee sold in the world. The purchase of the grain is still a bargain. In the North American market, the derisory increase in the price of coffee, to the benefit, as we have seen, of intermediaries, has been much less than the general rise in the cost of living and in the internal level of wages. Between 1960 and 1969 the value of exports from the United States rose by 1/6, and in the same period the value of coffee imports decreased instead of increasing. In addition, it is necessary to take into account that the Latin American countries apply the deteriorated currencies that they obtain from the sale of coffee, to the purchase of these expensive North American products. Coffee benefits those who consume it much more than those who produce it. In the United States and Europe it generates income and jobs and mobilizes large capital. In Latin America it pays starvation wages and accentuates the economic deformation of the countries placed at its service. In the United States, coffee provides work for more than 600,000 people, the North Americans who distribute and sell Latin American coffee earn infinitely higher wages than the Brazilians, Colombians, Guatemalans, Salvadorans, or Haitians who sow and harvest the grain on the plantations. On the other hand, ECLAC informs us that, incredible as it may seem, coffee throws more wealth into the state coffers of European countries, than the wealth it leaves in the hands of producing countries. Indeed, in 1960 and 1961, the total tax charges imposed by the countries of the European Community on Latin American coffee amounted to nearly $700 million, while the income of the supplying countries, in terms of the FOB value of the same exports, only reached $600 million. The rich countries, preachers of free trade, apply the most rigid protectionism against the poor countries. They turn everything they touch into gold for themselves and into tin for others, including the own production of underdeveloped countries. The international coffee market copies the model of a funnel in such a way that Brazil recently agreed to impose high taxes on its exports of soluble coffee to protect, protectionism in reverse, the interests of North American manufacturers of the same article. The instant coffee produced by Brazil is cheaper and of better quality than that of the flourishing industry in the United States, but in the regime of free competition, it is seen, some are freer than others. In this kingdom of organized absurdity, natural catastrophes become blessings from heaven for producing countries. The aggressions of nature raise prices and allow the mobilization of accumulated reserves. The fierce frosts that devastated the 1969 harvest in Brazil condemned numerous producers to ruin, especially the weakest, but pushed up the international price of coffee and considerably relieved the stock of 60 million bags, equivalent to 2/3 of Brazil's foreign debt that the state had accumulated to defend prices. Stored coffee, which was deteriorating and losing value, could have ended up in the bonfire. It would not be the first time. As a result of the 1929 crisis, which brought prices down and contracted consumption, Brazil burned 78 million bags of coffee, thus the effort of 200,000 people went up in flames during 5 harvests. That was a typical crisis of a colonial economy. It came from outside. The sharp drop in the profits of coffee planters and exporters in the 1930s caused, in addition to the coffee fire, a currency fire. This is the usual mechanism in Latin America to socialize the losses of the export sector. What is lost in foreign currency is compensated in national currency, through devaluations. But the price boom has no better consequences. It triggers large plantings, a growth in production, a multiplication of the area destined to the cultivation of the lucky product. The stimulus works like a boomerang, because the abundance of the product brings down prices and causes disaster. This was what happened in 1958, in Colombia, when the coffee planted with such enthusiasm 4 years earlier was harvested, and similar cycles have been repeated throughout the history of this country. Colombia depends on coffee and its foreign price to such an extent that, in Antioquia, the marriage curve responds agilely to the coffee price curve. It is typical of a dependent structure. Up to the moment auspicious for a declaration of love on a hill in Antioquia is decided on the New York Stock Exchange. 10 years that bleeded Colombia. Back in the years 40s, the prestigious Colombian economist Luis Eduardo Nieto Arteta wrote an apology for coffee. Coffee had achieved what the mines, tobacco, indigo, and cinchona had never achieved in the country's previous economic cycles, giving birth to a mature and progressive order. Textile factories and other light industries had been born, and not by chance, in the coffee-producing departments, Antioquia, Caldas, Valle del Cauca, and Cundinamarca. A democracy of small agricultural producers, dedicated to coffee, had turned Colombians into moderate and sober men. The most vigorous assumption, he said, for the normality in the functioning of Colombian political life has been the achievement of a peculiar economic stability. Coffee has produced it, and with it calm and moderation. A short time later, violence broke out. In reality, praise for coffee had not interrupted, as if by magic, the long history of revolts and bloody repression in Colombia. This time, for 10 years, Between 1948 and 1957, the Peasant War encompassed small holdings and large estates, deserts and fields, valleys and jungles, and Andean moors, pushed entire communities into exodus, generated revolutionary guerrillas and bands of criminals, and turned the entire country into a cemetery. It is estimated that it left a balance of 180,000 dead. The bloodbath coincided with a period of economic euphoria for the ruling class. Is it legitimate to confuse the prosperity of a class with the well-being of a country? The violence had started as a confrontation between liberals and conservatives, but the dynamics of class hatred increasingly accentuated its character of social struggle. Jorge Elier Gaitan, the liberal caudillo whom the oligarchy of his own party, between contemptuous and fearful, called El Lobo or El Badulac, had gained a formidable popular prestige and threatened the established order. When he was shot dead, the hurricane was unleashed. First there was an unstoppable human tide in the streets of the capital, the spontaneous Bogotazo, and immediately the violence drifted to the countryside, where, for some time now, the gangs organized by the conservatives had been spreading terror. The long-chewed hatred of the peasants exploded, and while the government sent policemen and soldiers to cut off testicles, open the bellies of pregnant women, or throw children into the air to skewer them with bayonet points under the slogan "Don't even leave the seed," the doctors of the Liberal Party secluded themselves in their homes without altering their good manners or the chivalrous tone of their manifestos, or, in the worst case, they traveled into exile. It was the peasants who put the dead. The war reached extremes of incredible cruelty, driven by a desire for revenge that grew with the war itself. New styles of death arose. In the tie cut, the tongue hung from the neck. Rapes, fires, looting followed one another. Men were quartered or burned alive, flayed or slowly torn to pieces. Battalions razed villages and plantations. The rivers were dyed red. The bandits granted permission to live in exchange for tributes in money or shipments of coffee, and the repressive forces expelled and persecuted innumerable families who fled to the mountains to seek refuge. In the forests, the women gave birth. The first guerrilla leaders, animated by the need for revenge but without clear political horizons, launched themselves into destruction for destruction's sake, the release of blood and fire with no other objectives. The names of the protagonists of the violence: Lieutenant Guerrilla, Malasombra, El Condor, Piel Roja, El Vampiro, Ave Negra, El Terror del Llano, do not suggest an epic of the revolution. But the accent of social rebellion was printed even in the couplets that the bands sang: "I am a pure peasant. And I didn't start the fight. But if they're looking for noise, they dance it with the ugliest." And ultimately, indiscriminate terror had also appeared, mixed with demands for justice, in the Mexican Revolution led by Emiliano Zapata and Pancho Villa. In Colombia, anger broke out in any way, but it is not by chance that the subsequent political guerrillas were born from that decade of violence. Raising the flags of the social revolution, they came to occupy and control large areas of the country. The peasants, besieged by the repression, emigrated to the mountains, and there they organized agricultural work and self-defense. The so-called independent republics continued, offering refuge to the persecuted after the conservatives and the liberals signed, in Madrid, the Peace Pact. The leaders of both parties, in a climate of toasts and doves, decided to successively take turns in power for the sake of national concord, and then began, by mutual agreement, the task of cleaning up against the sources of disturbance in the system. In just one of the operations, to defeat the Mark-Taylor rebels, 1.5 million projectiles were fired, 20,000 bombs were thrown, and 16,000 soldiers were mobilized, by land and by air. In the middle of the violence there was an officer who said, "Don't tell me stories. Bring me heirs." The sadism of repression and the ferocity of war. Could they be applied for clinical reasons? Were they the result of the natural evil of their protagonists? A man who cut off the hands of a priest, set fire to his body and his house, and then tore him to pieces and threw him into a sewer, shouted, when the war was over, "I am not guilty. I am not guilty. Leave me alone." He had lost his mind, but in a way he was. The horror of violence only made the horror of the system manifest. Because coffee did not bring happiness and harmony, as Nieto Arteta had prophesied. It is true that thanks to coffee the navigation of the Magdalena was activated and railway lines and highways were born and capital accumulated that gave rise to certain industries, but the internal oligarchic order and economic dependence on foreign centers of power were not only not violated by the ascending process of coffee, but, on the contrary, they became infinitely more oppressive for Colombians. As the decade of violence drew to a close, the United Nations published the results of its survey on nutrition in Colombia. Since then the situation has not improved at all. 88% of Bogotá school children suffered from vitamin deficiency, 78% suffered from riboflavinosis, and more than half were underweight. Among the workers, avitaminosis punished 71% and among the peasants of the Tensa Valley, 78%. The survey showed a marked insufficiency of protective foods, milk and its derivatives, eggs, meat, fish, and some fruits and vegetables, which together provide proteins, vitamins, and salts. Not only in the light of the flashes of bullets is a social tragedy revealed. Statistics indicate that Colombia has a homicide rate 7 times that of the United States, but they also indicate that a quarter of Colombians of working age do not have a permanent job. 250,000 people enter the job market every year. Industry does not generate new jobs, and in the countryside the structure of latifundia and minifundios does not need more hands either. On the contrary, it constantly expels new unemployed to the suburbs of the cities. There are more than 1 million children in Colombia without school. This does not prevent the system from having the luxury of maintaining 41 different universities, public or private, each with its various faculties and departments, for the education of the children of the elite and the minority middle class. The magic wand of the world market awakens. Central America. The lands of the Central American fringe arrived in the middle of the last century without major inconvenience being inflicted on them. In addition to food for consumption, Central America produced scarlet and indigo, with little capital, little labor, and minimal worries. The scarlet, an insect that was born and grew without problems on the thorny surface of the cactus, enjoyed, like indigo, a sustained demand in the European textile industry. Both natural dyes died a synthetic death when, around 1850, German chemists invented aniline and other cheaper inks for dyeing cloth. 30 years after this victory of the laboratories over nature, it was the turn of coffee. Central America has been transformed. Around 1880, a little less than a sixth of the world's coffee production. It was through this product that the region was definitively incorporated into the international market. English buyers were succeeded by Germans and Americans. Foreign consumers gave life to a native coffee bourgeoisie, which burst into political power through the liberal revolution led by Justo Rufino Barrios in the early 1870s. Agricultural specialization, dictated from outside, aroused the furor of the appropriation of land and men. The current latifundio was born, in Central America, under the banners of freedom of work. Thus, large vacant lots, which belonged to no one or to the church or the state, passed into private hands, and the frantic dispossession of the indigenous communities took place. Peasants who refused to sell their lands were forcibly recruited into the army. The plantations became rotting dens for Indians. Colonial injunctions, forced labor conscription, and vagrancy laws were resurrected. Runaway workers were shot at. Liberal governments modernized labor relations by instituting wages, but wage earners became the property of the new coffee entrepreneurs. At no time, throughout the century that has elapsed since then, have periods of high prices made themselves felt in the level of wages, which continued to be starvation payments without the better prices for coffee ever translating into increases. This was one of the factors that prevented the development of an internal consumer market in the Central American countries. As everywhere, the cultivation of coffee discouraged, in its unbridled expansion, the agriculture of food destined for the internal market. These countries, too, were doomed to suffer from chronic shortages of rice, beans, corn, wheat, and meat. A miserable subsistence agriculture barely survived, in the highlands and ravines where the latifundio cornered the indigenous people by appropriating the most fertile lowlands. In the mountains, cultivating corn and beans essential to not drop dead on tiny plots of land, live for part of the year the indigenous people who offer their arms, during the harvests, to the plantations. These are the labor reserves of the world market. The situation has not changed. The latifundio and the minifundio constitute, together, the unit of a system that is based on the ruthless exploitation of native labor. In general, and especially in Guatemala, this structure of appropriation of the labor force appears to be identified with a whole system of racial contempt. The Indians suffer from the internal colonialism of whites and mestizos, ideologically blessed by the dominant culture, in the same way that Central American countries suffer from foreign colonialism. Since the beginning of the century, banana enclaves have also appeared in Honduras, Guatemala, and Costa Rica. In order to transport coffee to the ports, some railway lines financed by national capital had already been created. The North American companies seized these railways and created others, exclusively for the transport of bananas from their plantations, while establishing the monopoly of electric light, postal, telegraph, telephone services and, no less important public service, also the monopoly of politics. In Honduras, a mule costs more than a deputy, and throughout Central America the ambassadors of the United States preside over more than the presidents. The United Fruit Co. swallowed its competitors in the production and sale of bananas, became the main landowner in Central America, and its subsidiaries monopolized rail and maritime transport. It became mistress of the ports, and had its own customs and police. The dollar became, in fact, the Central American national currency. The filibusters to the aborting. In the geopolitical conception of imperialism, Central America is nothing more than a natural appendage of the United States. Not even Abraham Lincoln, who also thought of annexing his territories, could escape the dictates of the manifest destiny of the great power over his contiguous areas. In the middle of the last century, the filibuster William Walker, operating on behalf of the bankers Morgan and Garrison, invaded Central America at the head of a band of assassins who called themselves the American Phalanx of Immortals. With the unofficial backing of the United States government, Walker robbed, killed, burned, and proclaimed himself president, in successive expeditions, of Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Honduras. He reintroduced slavery in the territories that suffered his devastating occupation, thus continuing his country's philanthropic work in the states that had been usurped, shortly before, by Mexico. Upon his return he was greeted in the United States as a national hero. Since then there have been invasions, interventions, bombings, compulsory loans, and treaties signed at the foot of the canyon. In 1912, President William H. Taft stated, "The day is not far off when 3 stars and stripes flags will mark the extent of our territory at 3 equidistant locations, one at the North Pole, another at the Panama Canal, and the third at the South Pole. The entire hemisphere will be ours, in fact, as, by virtue of our racial superiority, it is already ours morally." Taft said that the right course of justice in the foreign policy of the United States does not in any way exclude an active intervention to assure our merchandise and our capitalists' facilities for beneficial investments. Around the same time, former President Teddy Roosevelt recalled aloud his successful land amputation from Colombia. "I took the canal," said the brand new Nobel Peace Prize winner, while recounting how he had made Panama independent. Colombia would receive, shortly after, an indemnity of $25 million. It was the price of a country, born so that the United States would have a channel of communication between both oceans. Corporations seized land, customs, treasury, and governments. The Marines disembarked everywhere to protect the lives and interests of North American citizens, an alibi similar to the one they would use, in 1965, to erase the traces of the crime in the Dominican Republic with holy water. The flag wrapped other merchandise. Commander Smedley D. Butler, who led many of the expeditions, summed up his own activity thus: in 1935, already retired, I have spent 33 years and 4 months in active service, as a member of the most agile military force of this country, the Marine Corps. I served in every rank, from second lieutenant to major general, and during that entire period I spent most of my time in first-class gunslinger roles for big business, Wall Street, and the bankers. In a word, I was a gunslinger for capitalism. Thus, for example, in 1914 I helped make Mexico, and especially Tampico, easy prey for U.S. oil interests. I helped make Haiti and Cuba decent places for rent collection by the National City Bank. In 1909 to 1912 I helped purify Nicaragua for the international banking house of Brown Brothers. In 1916 I brought the light to the Dominican Republic, on behalf of the North American sugar interests. In 1903 I helped pacify Honduras for the benefit of the North American fruit companies. In the first years of the century, the philosopher William James had pronounced a little-known sentence: the country has once and for all vomited the Declaration of Independence. To give just one example, the United States occupied Haiti for 20 years, and there, in that black country that had been the scene of the first victorious revolt of the slaves, they introduced racial segregation and the regime of forced labor. They killed thousands, 500 workers in one of their repression operations, according to the investigation, the U.S. Senate in 1922, and, when the local government refused to convert the National Bank into a branch of the National City Bank of New York, they suspended payment of their salaries to the president and his ministers, so that they reconsider. Similar stories were repeated in the other Caribbean islands and throughout Central America, the geopolitical space of the empire's Mare Nostrum, to the alternating rhythm of the big stick or dollar diplomacy. The Quran mentions the banana among the trees of paradise, but the bananaization of Guatemala, Honduras, Costa Rica, Panama, Colombia, and Ecuador suggests that it is a tree from hell. In Colombia, United Fruit had become the owner of the largest large estate in the country when, in 1928, a great strike broke out on the Atlantic coast. The banana workers were annihilated with bullets, in front of a railway station. An official decree had been issued: the men of the public force are empowered to punish by arms. And afterwards there was no need to issue any decree to erase the massacre from the official memory of the country. Miguel Angel Asturias narrated the process of conquest and dispossession in Central America. The Green Pope was Minor Keith, uncrowned king of the entire region, father of United Fruit, devourer of countries. We have docks, railways, land, buildings, springs, the president enumerated, the dollar runs, English is spoken, and our flag is raised. Chicago could not help but feel proud of that son who marched with a dumbbell of pistols and returned to claim his place among the emperors of the flesh, kings of the railways, kings of copper, kings of chewing gum. In the 42nd parallel, John Dos Passos traced Keith's glittering biography, company biography. In Europe and the United States people had started eating bananas, so they cleared the jungle across Central America to grow bananas and build railroads for them to transport the bananas, and every year more steamers of the Great White Fleet went north full of bananas, and that is the story of the American Empire in the Caribbean and the Panama Canal and the future Nicaragua Canal and the Marines and the battleships and the bayonets. The lands were as exhausted as the workers. The lands were robbed of humus and the workers were robbed of their lungs, but there were always new land to exploit and more workers to exterminate. Dictators, operetta heroes, watched over the welfare of United Fruit with a knife between their teeth. Later, banana production declined and the omnipotence of the fruit company suffered several crises, but Central America continues to be, to this day, a sanctuary of profit for adventurers, even though coffee, cotton, and sugar have brought down bananas from his privileged position. In 1970, bananas were the main source of foreign exchange for Honduras and Panama and, in South America, for Ecuador. Around 1930, Central America exported 38 million bunches, chubs, a year, and United Fruit paid a tax to Honduras of 1 cent for each bunch. There was no way to control the payment of the mini tax, which later went up a bit, nor is there, because even today United Fruit exports and imports what it thinks of outside of state customs. The country's balance of trade and balance of payments are works of fiction by the technicians of prodigal imagination. The crisis of the 30 years, it is a greater crime to kill an ant than a man. Coffee depended on the North American market, its consumption capacity and its prices. Bananas were an American business and for Americans. And suddenly the crisis of 1929 broke out. The crash of the New York Stock Exchange, which shook the foundations of world capitalism, fell in the Caribbean like a gigantic block of stone in a puddle. The prices of coffee and bananas fell vertically, and the volume of sales fell no less vertically. The peasant evictions intensified with feverish violence, unemployment spread in the countryside and in the cities, a wave of strikes rose, credits, investments and public spending fell sharply. The salaries of state officials were reduced by almost half in Honduras, Guatemala, and Nicaragua. The team of dictators arrived without delay in crushing kettle lids. The era of the good neighbor policy was opening in Washington, but it was necessary to contain with blood and fire the social agitation that was boiling everywhere. Jorge Ubico in Guatemala, Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez in El Salvador, Tiburcio Carías in Honduras and Anastasio Somoza in Nicaragua remained in power for around 20 years, some more, others less. The epic of Augusto César Sandino moved the world. The long struggle of the Nicaraguan guerrilla leader had led to the claim of the land and raised peasant anger in suspense. For 7 years, his little army in rags fought both the 12,000 American invaders and the members of the National Guard. Grenades were made with sardine cans filled with stones, Springfield rifles were taken from the enemy and there was no shortage of machetes. The flagpole was an unbarked stick and instead of boots the peasants used a strip of leather called cate to move in the tangled mountains. With music by Adelita, the guerrillas sang, in Nicaragua, "Gentlemen, the mouse hits the cat." Neither the firepower of the Marine infantry nor the bombs dropped by the planes were enough to crush the rebels in Las Segovias. Neither were the slanders spread throughout the world by the news agencies Associated Press and United Press, whose correspondents in Nicaragua were 2 North Americans who had the country's customs office in their hands. In 1932, Sandino had a presentiment, "I will not live long." A year later, under the influence of the American good neighbor policy, peace was celebrated. The guerrilla leader was invited by the president to a decisive meeting in Managua. On the way he fell dead in an ambush. The assassin, Anastasio Somoza, later suggested that the execution had been ordered by the U.S. Ambassador Arthur Bliss Lane. Somoza, then military chief, did not take long to establish himself in power. He ruled Nicaragua for a quarter of a century and then his sons inherited the position. Before crossing his chest with the presidential sash, Somoza had decorated himself with the Cross of Valor, the Medal of Distinction and the Presidential Medal to Merit. Already in power, he organized several massacres and great celebrations, for which he disguised his soldiers as Romans, with sandals and helmets. It became the largest coffee producer in the country, with 46 farms, and also raised cattle on another 51 farms. He never lacked time, however, to also sow terror. During his long administration of government, truth be told, there were no greater needs, and he remembered with some certainty. Sadness the youthful years, when he had to counterfeit gold coins to have fun. In El Salvador, too, tensions erupted as a result of the crisis. Almost half of the banana workers in Honduras were Salvadorans and many were forced to return to their country, where there was no work for anyone. In the Isalco region, a large peasant uprising took place in 1932, which quickly spread to the entire western part of the country. The dictator Martinez sent the soldiers, with modern equipment, to fight against the Bolsheviks. The Indians fought with machetes against the machine guns and the episode ended with 10,000 dead. Martinez, a vegetarian sorcerer and theosophist, maintained that it is a greater crime to kill an ant than to kill a man, because when man dies he reincarnates, while the ant dies definitively. He said that he was protected by invisible legions that informed him of all the conspiracies and maintained direct telepathic communication with the President of the United States. A pendulum clock told him, on the plate, if the food was poisoned. On a map, he pointed out the places where political enemies and pirate treasures were hidden. He used to send condolence notes to the parents of his victims, and deer grazed in the courtyard of his palace. He ruled until 1944. The killings were happening everywhere. In 1933, Jorge Ubico shot 100 union, student, and political leaders in Guatemala, while reintroducing the laws against laziness of the Indians. Each Indian had to carry a notebook where his days of work were recorded. If they were not considered sufficient, he paid the debt in jail or by arching his back on the ground, free of charge, for half a year. On the insalubrious Pacific coast, workers knee-deep in mud were paid 30 cents a day, and United Fruit proved that Ubico had forced it to cut wages. In 1944, shortly before the fall of the dictator, the Reader's Digest published an article glowing with praise. This prophet of the International Monetary Fund had prevented inflation by lowering wages, from $1 to 25 cents a day, for the construction of the military highway emergency, and from $1 to 50 cents for work at the air base in the capital. Around this time, Ubico granted the coffee lords and banana companies permission to kill. The owners of farms will be exempt from criminal responsibility. The decree had the number 2795 and was restored in 1967, during the democratic and representative government of Mendez Montenegro. Like all the tyrants of the Caribbean, Ubico believed himself to be Napoleon. He lived surrounded by busts and paintings of the emperor, who, according to him, had the same profile. Believed. In military discipline, he militarized the postal workers, the school children and the symphony orchestra. The members of the orchestra played in uniform, in exchange for $9 a month, the pieces that Ubico chose and with the technique and instruments arranged by him. He considered that hospitals were for fags, so that patients received care on the floors of corridors and corridors, if they were unfortunate enough to be poor as well as sick. Who unleashed the violence in Guatemala? In 1944, Ubico fell from his pedestal, swept away by the winds of a liberal-style revolution led by some young middle-class officers and university students. Juan José Arevalo, elected president, launched a vigorous education plan and issued a new labor code to protect workers in the countryside and cities. Several unions were born: the United Fruit Co., owner of vast lands, the railroad, and the port, virtually exempt from taxes and free from controls, ceased to be omnipotent in its properties. In his farewell speech in 1951, Arevalo revealed that he had had to circumvent 32 company-financed conspiracies. The government of Jacobo Arbenz continued and deepened the cycle of reforms. The highways and the new port of San Jose broke the monopoly of the fruit company on transport and exports. With national capital, and without reaching out to any foreign bank, various development projects were launched that led to the conquest of independence. In June 1952, the agrarian reform was approved, which came to benefit more than 100,000 families, although it only affected unproductive land and paid compensation, in bonds, to the expropriated owners. United Fruit farmed only 8% of its land, stretched between the two oceans. The agrarian reform proposed to develop the capitalist economy. Peasant economy and the capitalist economy of agriculture in general, but a furious international propaganda campaign was unleashed against Guatemala. The Iron Curtain is descending on Guatemala, vociferated the radios, the newspapers, and the heroes of the OAS. Colonel Castillo Armas, a graduate of Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, brought down on his own country the troops trained and equipped for this purpose in the United States. The bombardment of the F-47, with North American aviators, supported the invasion. We had to get rid of a communist government that had taken over, Dwight Eisenhower would say 9 years later. The declarations of the North American ambassador in Honduras before a subcommittee of the Senate of the United States, revealed on July 27, 1961 that the liberation operation of 1954 had been carried out by a team that included, in addition to himself, the ambassadors to Guatemala, Costa Rica, and Nicaragua. Allen Dulles, who was the CIA's #1 man at the time, had sent them congratulatory cables for their job well done. Previously, good old Allen had been on the board of the United Fruit Co. His chair was occupied, a year after the invasion, by another CIA executive, General Walter Bedell Smith Foster Dulles. Allen's brother, had turned on of impatience at the OAS conference that gave the go-ahead for the military expedition against Guatemala. Coincidentally, in their lawyers' desks, the drafts of the United Fruit contracts had been drawn up during the time of the dictator Ubico. The fall of Arbenz marked the subsequent history of the country with fire. The same forces that bombarded Guatemala City, Puerto Barrios, and the port of San Jose at sunset on June 18, 1954, are in power today. Several ferocious dictatorships followed foreign intervention, including the period of Julio César Méndez Montenegro, 1966 to 1970, who provided the dictatorship with the backdrop of a democratic regime. Méndez Montenegro had promised an agrarian reform, but he limited himself to signing the authorization for the landowners to carry arms, and to use them. Arbenz's agrarian reform had fallen to pieces when Castillo Armas fulfilled his mission by returning the lands to United Fruit and the other expropriated landowners. 1967 was the worst year of the cycle of violence inaugurated in 1954. An American Catholic priest expelled from Guatemala, Father Thomas Melville, reported to the National Catholic Reporter in January 1968, in little more than a year, the terrorist groups of the right had assassinated more than 2,800 intellectuals, students, union leaders, and peasants who had tried to combat the diseases of Guatemalan society. Father Melville's calculation was made based on information from the press, but most of the corpses were never reported by anyone. They were Indians without a name or known origin, which the army included, sometimes only as numbers, in reports of victories against subversion. The indiscriminate repression was part of the military campaign of encirclement and annihilation against the guerrilla movements. According to the new code in force, members of the security forces did not have criminal responsibility for homicides, and police or military reports were considered full evidence in trials. The farmers and their administrators were legally equated to the quality of local authorities, with the right to bear arms and form repressive forces. The teletypes of the world did not vibrate with the first fruits of the systematic carnage. Journalists eager for news did not arrive in Guatemala, and voices of condemnation were not heard. The world was on its back, but Guatemala suffered a long night of San Bartolomé. The Cajon del Rio village was left without men, and those from the Tichiqui village had their guts turned up with a knife, and those from Pedro Parado were skinned alive and burned alive. Those from Agua Blanca de Apala, previously shot in the legs, in the center of St. George's Square they nailed the head of a rebellious peasant to a pike. In Cerro Gordo, they filled Jaime Velasquez's pupils with pins. Ricardo Miranda's body was found with 38 perforations, and the head of Geraldo Silva, without Geraldo Silva's body, on the side of the highway to San Salvador. In Los Mixcos they cut out the tongue of Escobedo Chinchilla. At the Ojo de Agua fountain, the Oliva Aldana brothers were shot with their hands tied behind their backs and blindfolded. Jose Guzman's skull became a puzzle made up of minuscule pieces thrown on the road. Dead people emerged from the wells of San Lucas Zacatepeques instead of water. The men woke up without hands or feet on the Miraflores farm. Threats were followed by executions or death attacked, without warning, by the nape of the neck. In the cities, the doors of the sentenced were marked with black crosses. They were machine-gunned as they left. The corpses were thrown into the ravines. Then the violence did not stop. Throughout the time of contempt and anger inaugurated in 1954, violence has been and continues to be a natural perspiration of Guatemala. The corpses continued to appear, one every 5 hours, in the rivers or on the edge of the roads, the featureless faces, disfigured by torture, which will never be identified. The most secret massacres also continued, and to a greater extent, the daily genocides of misery. Another expelled priest, Father Blaise Bonpane, denounced this sick society in the Washington Post in 1968. Of the 70,000 people who die each year in Guatemala, 30,000 are children. The infant mortality rate in Guatemala is 40 times higher than that of the United States. The first agrarian reform in Latin America, a century and a half of defeats for José Artigas. At the dawn of the 19th century, at the dawn of the 19th century, at the dawn of the 19th century, it had been the dispossessed who had been charged with spears or blows with a machete in the fields of America. Independence did not reward them, it betrayed the hopes of those who had shed their blood. When peace arrived, with it the time of misfortune reopened. The owners of the land and the great merchants increased their fortunes, while the poverty of the popular masses spread. At the same time, and to the rhythm of the intrigues of the new owners of Latin America, the four viceroyalties of the Spanish Empire fell apart and multiple countries were born as splinters of the pulverized national unity. The idea of nation that the Latin American patriciate engendered resembled too much the image of an active port, inhabited by the mercantile and financial clientele of the British Empire, with large estates and sinkholes to the rear. The legion of parasites that had received the reports of the War of Independence dancing minuet in the halls of the cities, toasted the freedom of trade in glasses of British glassware. The most high-sounding Republican slogans of the European bourgeoisie became fashionable. Our countries placed themselves at the service of English industrialists and French thinkers. But what national bourgeoisie was ours, made up of the landowners, the big traffickers, merchants, and speculators, the politicians in frock coats and the doctors without roots? Latin America soon had its bourgeois constitutions, highly varnished with liberalism, but it did not have, on the other hand, a creative bourgeoisie, in the European or North American style, that proposed the development of a thriving national capitalism as a historical mission. The bourgeoisies of these lands had been born as simple instruments of international capitalism, prosperous pieces of the world gear that bled the colonies and semi-colonies. The counter-bourgeois, usurers and merchants, who seized political power, had no interest in boosting the rise of local manufactures, which had died in the egg when free trade opened the gates to the avalanche of British merchandise. His partners, the owners of the land, were not, for their part, interested in resolving the agrarian question, but to the extent of their own convenience. The latifundio was consolidated on the dispossession, all throughout the 19th century. The agrarian reform was, in the region, an early flag. Economic frustration, social frustration, national frustration, a story of betrayals followed independence, and Latin America, torn apart by its new borders, continued condemned to monoculture and dependency. In 1824, Simon Bolívar issued the Trujillo Decree to protect the Indians of Peru and reorder the agrarian property system there. Its legal provisions in no way harmed the privileges of the Peruvian oligarchy, which remained intact despite the good intentions of the Libertador, and the Indians continued as exploited as ever. In Mexico, Hidalgo and Morelos had been defeated long before, and a century would pass before the fruits of their preaching for the emancipation of the humble and the reconquest of usurped lands would reappear. To the south, José Artigas embodied the agrarian revolution. This caudillo, viciously slandered and so disfigured by official history, led the popular masses of the territories now occupied by Uruguay and the Argentine provinces of Santa Fe, Corrientes, Entre Rios, Misiones, and Córdoba, in the heroic cycle of 1811 to 1820. Artigas wanted to lay the economic, social, and political foundations of a great homeland within the limits of the former viceroyalty of Rio de la Plata, and he was the most important and lucid of the federal chiefs who fought against the annihilating centralism of the port of Buenos Aires. He fought against the Spanish and the Portuguese, and finally his forces were crushed by the pincer game of Rio de Janeiro and Buenos Aires, instruments of the British Empire, and by the oligarchy that, true to form, betrayed him as soon as they felt good, in turn, betrayed by the Caudillo's program of social demands. The patriots followed Artigas, spear in hand. Most of them were poor countrymen, wild gauchos, Indians who recovered their sense of dignity in the struggle, slaves who won their freedom by joining the Army of Independence. The revolution of the shepherd riders set the prairie on fire. The betrayal of Buenos Aires, which left in the hands of the Spanish power and the Portuguese troops, in 1811, the territory that Uruguay occupies today, caused the massive exodus of the population to the north. The people in arms became a people on the march. Men and women, old and children, abandoned everything in the footsteps of the Caudillo, in an endless caravan of pilgrims. In the north, on the Uruguay River, Artigas camped, with the horses and the wagons, and in the north he would establish, shortly after, his government. In 1815, Artigas controlled vast regions from his purification camp, in Paysandú. "What do you think I saw?" recounted an English traveler. "The most excellent Lord Protector of half the New World was sitting on an ox's head, by a fire burning on the muddy ground of his ranch, eating meat from the spit and drinking gin out of a cow's horn. He was surrounded by a dozen ragged officers. From all sides came galloping soldiers, aides-de-camp, and explorers. Walking around with his hands behind his back, Artigas dictated his government's revolutionary decrees. 2 secretaries carbon paper did not exist took notes. This is how the first agrarian reform in Latin America was born, which would be applied for a year in the Oriental province, today Uruguay, and which would be shattered by a new Portuguese invasion, when the oligarchy opened the doors of Montevideo to General Lecker and salute as a liberator and lead him under a canopy to a solemn Te Deum, honor to the invader, before the altars of the cathedral. Previously, Artigas had also promulgated a customs regulation that levied a heavy tax on the import of competitive foreign merchandise from inland manufactures and handicrafts, of considerable development in some regions of Argentina today included in the domain of the Caudillo, at the same time that it released the importation of production goods necessary for economic development and placed an insignificant tax on American articles, such as herbs and tobacco from Paraguay. The gravediggers of the revolution would also bury the customs regulations. The Agrarian Code of 1815 free land, free men was the most advanced and glorious constitution of all that Uruguayans would come to know. The ideas of Campomanes and Jovellanos in the reformist cycle of Carlos III undoubtedly influenced the Artigas regulation, but it emerged, ultimately, as a revolutionary response to the national need for economic recovery and social justice. The expropriation and distribution of the lands of the bad Europeans and worse Americans who emigrated as a result of the revolution and not pardoned by it was decreed. The enemy's land was confiscated without any compensation, and to the enemies belonged, an important fact, the vast majority of the large estates. The children did not pay for the guilt of the parents, the regulation offered them the same as the poor patriots. The lands were distributed according to the principle that the most unfortunate will be the most privileged. The Indians had, in Artigas's conception, the principal right. The essential meaning of this agrarian reform consisted of settling the rural poor on the land, turning the gaucho accustomed to the wandering life of war and clandestine work and smuggling in peacetime into a countryman. Subsequent governments of the La Plata Basin would reduce the gaucho to blood and fire, forcibly incorporating him into the laborers of the large ranches, but Artigas had wanted to make him the owner. The rebellious gauchos began to like honest work, they built ranches and corrals, they planted their first crops. Foreign intervention ended everything. The oligarchy reared its head and took revenge. The legislation ignored, henceforth, the validity of the donations of lands made by Artigas. From 1820 until the end of the century, the poor patriots who had benefited from the agrarian reform were evicted by shooting. They would keep no other land than that of their graves. Defeated, Artigas had gone to Paraguay, to die alone after a long exile of austerity and silence. The property titles issued by him were worthless. The government prosecutor, Bernardo Bustamante, affirmed, for example, that one could see at first sight the despicability that characterizes the indicated documents. Meanwhile, his government was preparing to celebrate, order restored, the first constitution of an independent Uruguay, cut off from the great homeland for which Artigas had fought, in vain. The 1815 regulation contains special provisions to prevent the accumulation of land in a few hands. Today, the Uruguayan countryside offers the spectacle of a desert. 500 families monopolize half of the total land and, a constellation of power, also control 3/4 of the capital invested in industry and banking. The agrarian reform projects accumulate, one on top of the other, in the parliamentary cemetery. While the countryside is depopulated, the unemployed are added to the unemployed and there are fewer and fewer people dedicated to agricultural tasks, according to the dramatic record of successive censuses. The country lives on wool and meat, but fewer sheep and fewer cows graze on its prairies today than at the beginning of the century. The backwardness of production methods is reflected in the low yields of livestock left to the passion of bulls and rams in spring, periodic rains, and the natural fertility of the soil, and also in the poor productivity of crops agricultural. The production of meat per animal is not even half that obtained by France or Germany, and the same occurs with milk compared to New Zealand, Denmark, and the Netherlands. Each sheep yields a kilo less wool than in Australia. Wheat yields per hectare are 3 times less than those of France, and in maize, yields in the United States are 7 times those of Uruguay. The large owners, who evade their earnings abroad, spend their summers in Punta del Este, and in winter, according to their own tradition, do they not reside in their large estates, which they visit from time to time by plane. A century ago, when the Rural Association was founded, 2/3 of its members already had their domicile in the capital. Extensive production, the work of nature and hungry laborers, does not imply major headaches. And by the way, it brings profit. The rents and profits of the rancher capitalists add up to no less than $75 million per year today. The productive yields are low, but the benefits are very high, due to the very low costs. Earth without men, men without land. The large estates occupy, and not all year round, barely 2 people per 1,000 hectares. In the ranches, on the edge of the estancias, the always available reserves of labor accumulate, miserable. The gaucho of folkloric prints, the subject of paintings and poems, has little to do with the laborer who works, in reality, the wide and alien lands. Mustachioed espadrilles take the place of leather boots. A common belt, or sometimes a simple leash, replaces the wide belts with gold and silver decorations. Those who produce the meat have lost the right to eat it. Creoles rarely have access to the typical Criollo barbecue, the juicy and tender meat browning over the coals. Although international statistics smile when displaying misleading averages, the truth is that soup, a stew of noodles and capon offal, constitutes the basic diet, lacking in protein, of peasants in Uruguay. Artemio Cruz and the second death of Emiliano Zapata. Exactly 1 century after the Artigas land regulation, Emiliano Zapata put into practice, in his revolutionary region of southern Mexico, a profound agrarian reform. 5 years earlier, the dictator Porfirio Diaz had celebrated, with great parties, the first centenary of the Cry of Dolores. The gentlemen in frock coats, official Mexico, olympically ignored the real Mexico whose misery fueled its splendors. In the Republic of the Pariahs, the income of the workers had not increased by a single penny since the historic uprising of the priest Miguel Hidalgo. In 1910, just over 800 landowners, many of them foreigners, owned almost all of the national territory. They were city gentlemen, who lived in the capital or in Europe and very occasionally visited the hulls of their estates, where they slept sheltered behind high walls of dark stone supported by robust buttresses. On the other side of the walls, in the gangs, the peons huddled together in adobe rooms. 12 million people depended, in a total population of 15 million, from rural wages. The wages were paid almost entirely in the haciendas reas stores, translated, at fabulous prices, into beans, flour, and brandy. The jail, the barracks, and the sacristy were in charge of fighting against the natural defects of the Indians, who, according to a member of an illustrious family of the time, were born lazy, drunkards and thieves. Slavery, the worker bound by debts that were inherited or by legal contract, was the real system of work in the henequen plantations of Yucatan, in the tobacco fields of the National Valley, in the wood and fruit forests of Chiapas and Tabasco. Yea, the rubber, coffee, sugarcane, tobacco, and fruit plantations of Veracruz, Oaxaca, and Morelos. John Kenneth Turner, American writer, denounced in the testimony of his visit that the United States has virtually made Porfirio Diaz a political vassal and, consequently, has transformed Mexico into a slave colony. North American capital obtained, directly or indirectly, juicy profits from its association with the dictatorship. The Americanization of Mexico, of which Wall Street boasts so much, said Turner, is being carried out as if it were revenge. In 1845 the United States had annexed the Mexican territories of Texas and California, where they restored slavery in the name of civilization, and in the war Mexico also lost the current North American states of Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, and Utah. More than half the country. The usurped territory was equivalent to the current extension of Argentina. Poor little Mexico. It is said since then so far from God and so close to the United States. The rest of its mutilated territory later suffered the invasion of North American investments in copper, oil, rubber, sugar, banking, and transportation. The American Cordage Trust, a subsidiary of Standard Oil, was no stranger to the extermination of the Mayan and Yaqui Indians in the Yucatan henequen plantations, concentration camps where men and boys were bought and sold like beasts, because it was the company that purchased more than half of the henequen produced and it was convenient for it to have the fiber at cheap prices. Other times, the exploitation of slave labor was, as Turner discovered, direct. An American administrator told him that he paid for the batches of peons attached to 50 pesos per head, and we keep them while they last. In less than 3 months we buried more than half. In 1910 the hour of revenge arrived. Mexico rose up in arms against Porfirio Diaz. Since then, an agrarian caudillo has led the insurrection in the south, Emiliano Zapata, the purest of the leaders of the revolution, the most loyal to the cause of the poor, the most fervent in his desire for social redemption. The last decades of the 19th century had been times of ferocious dispossession for agrarian communities throughout Mexico. The towns and villages of Morelos suffered from the feverish hunt for land, water, and arms that the sugar cane plantations devoured in their expansion. The sugar estates dominated the life of the state and their prosperity had given rise to modern mills, large distilleries, and railway branches to transport the product. In the community of Ananequilco, where Zapata lived and to which he belonged body and soul, the dispossessed indigenous peasants claimed 7 centuries of continuous work on their soil. They had been there since before Hernán Cortés arrived. Those who complained loudly marched to the forced labor camps in the Yucatan. As in the entire state of Morelos, whose good lands were in the hands of 17 owners, the workers lived much worse than the polo ponies that the landowners pampered in their luxurious stables. A 1909 law determined that new lands were taken from their rightful owners and heated up the already burning social contradictions. Emiliano Zapata, the short-spoken horseman, famous for being the best tamer in the state and universally respected for his honesty and courage, became a guerrilla. Clinging to the tail of Chief Zapata's horse, the men from the south quickly formed a liberating army. Diaz fell, and Francisco Madero, on the back of the revolution, came to the government. The promises of agrarian reform did not take long to dissolve in an institutionalist nebula. On the day of their marriage, Zapata had to interrupt the party. The government had sent the troops of General Victoriano Huerta to crush him. The hero had become a bandit, according to the city doctors. In November 1911, Zapata proclaimed his plan to Ayala, while announcing, "I am ready to fight against everything and everyone." The plan warned that the vast majority of Mexican peoples and citizens are only the owners of the land they walk on, and advocated the total nationalization of the assets of the enemies of the revolution, the return to their legitimate owners of the lands usurped by the latifundista avalanche, and the expropriation of a third part of the lands of the remaining landowners. The Ayala Plan became an irresistible magnet that attracted thousands and thousands of peasants to the ranks of the agrarian leader. Zapata denounced the infamous pretense of reducing everything to a simple change of people in the government. The revolution was not made for that. The struggle lasted for about 10 years. Against Diaz, against Madero, then against Huerta, the murderer, and later against Venustiano Carranza. The long time of the war was also a period of continuous American interventions. The Marines were in charge of 2 landings and several bombardments. Diplomatic agents hatched various political conspiracies, and Ambassador Henry Lane Wilson successfully organized the murder of President Madero and his vice president. The successive changes in power did not alter, in any case, the fury of the attacks against Zapata and his forces, because they were the unmasked expression of the class struggle at the heart of the national revolution, the real danger. The governments and the newspapers raged against the vandalic hordes of General de Morelos. Powerful armies were sent, one after another, against Zapata. The fires, the killings, the devastation of the towns, were, time and time again, useless. Men, women, and children were shot or hanged as Zapatista spies, and the butcher shops were followed by announcements of victory. The cleanup has been a success. But soon after, the bonfires were lit again in the nomadic revolutionary camps in the southern mountains. On several occasions, Zapata's forces successfully counterattacked as far as the suburbs of the capital. After the fall of the Huerta regime, Emiliano Zapata and Pancho Villa, the Attila del Sur and the Centuro del Norte entered Mexico City at the pace of winners and fleetingly shared power. At the end of 1914, a brief cycle of peace began that allowed Zapata to put into practice, in Morelos, an even more radical agrarian reform than the one announced in the Ayala Plan. The founder of the Socialist Party and some anarcho-syndicalist militants greatly influenced this process. They radicalized the ideology of the movement's leader, without hurting his traditional roots, and provided him with essential organizational skills. The agrarian reform proposed to destroy at its roots and forever the unjust monopoly of land, to create a social state that fully guarantees the natural right that every man has over the extension of land necessary for his own subsistence and that of his family. The lands were restored to the communities and individuals dispossessed from the confiscation law of 1856, maximum limits were set to the land according to the climate and natural quality, and the properties of the enemies of the revolution were declared national property. This last political provision had, as in the agrarian reform of Artigas, a clear economic sense. The enemies were the landowners. Technical schools, tool factories, and a rural credit bank were formed. Sugar mills and distilleries were nationalized and turned into public services. A system of local democracies placed the sources of political power and economic livelihood in the hands of the people. Zapatista schools were born and spread. Popular juntas were organized for the defense and promotion of revolutionary principles. An authentic democracy took shape and strength. The municipalities were nuclear units of government, and the people chose their authorities, their courts and their police. The military chiefs had to submit to the will of the organized civilian populations. It was not the will of the bureaucrats and the generals that imposed the systems of production and life. The revolution was linked to tradition and operated in accordance with the custom and uses of each town. That is, if a certain town wants the communal system, it will be carried out that way, and if another town wants the division of the land to recognize their little property, so shall it be done. In the spring of 1915, all the fields in Morelos were under cultivation, mainly with corn and other foods. Meanwhile, Mexico City suffered from a lack of food and the imminent threat of famine. Venustiano Carranza had conquered the presidency and dictated, in turn, an agrarian reform, but his bosses did not delay in seizing his benefits. In 1916 they pounced, with good teeth, on Cuernavaca, the capital of Morelos, and the other Zapatista regions. The crops, which had returned to bear fruit, minerals, furs, and some machinery, turned out to be excellent booty for the officers who advanced, burning everything in their path and proclaiming, at the same time, a work of reconstruction and progress. In 1919 a stratagem and betrayal ended the life of Emiliano Zapata. 1,000 ambushed men discharged their rifles on his body. He died at the same age as Che Guevara. Legend survived him, the sorrel horse that galloped south alone over the mountains. But not only the legend. All of Morelos set out to consummate the work of the reformer, avenge the blood of the martyr, and follow the example of the hero, and the entire country echoed him. Time passed, and with the presidency of Lázaro Cárdenas, 1934 to 1940, the Zapatista traditions recovered life and vigor through implementation, throughout Mexico, of agrarian reform. 67 million hectares in the hands of foreign or national companies were expropriated, especially during his period of government, and the peasants received, in addition to the land, credits, education and means of organization for work. The country's economy and population had begun their rapid ascent, agricultural production multiplied while the entire country was modernized and industrialized. Cities grew and the consumer market expanded in breadth and depth. But Mexican nationalism did not lead to socialism and, consequently, as has happened in other countries that have not taken the decisive leap either, it has not fully achieved its objectives of economic independence and social justice. 1 million dead had given their blood, in the long years of revolution and war, to a Huitzilopochtli more cruel, harsh, and insatiable than the one adored by our ancestors, the capitalist development of Mexico, in the conditions imposed by subordination to imperialism. Various scholars have investigated the signs of deterioration of the old flags. Edmundo Flores affirms, in a recent publication, that currently, 60% of the total population of Mexico has an income of less than $120 a year and is hungry. 8 million Mexicans consume practically nothing other than beans, corn tortillas, and chili peppers. The system does not reveal its deep contradictions only when 500 students are killed in the Tlatelolco massacre. Collecting official figures, Alonso Aguilar comes to the conclusion that there are some 2 million landless peasants in Mexico, 3 million children who do not receive an education, nearly 11 million illiterates, and 5 million barefoot people. The collective property of the ejidatarios is continually being pulverized, and together with the multiplication of minifundios, which are fragmenting themselves, a new type of latifundia and a new agrarian bourgeoisie dedicated to large-scale commercial agriculture have made their appearance. National landowners and middlemen who have gained a dominant position by cheating on the letter and spirit of the laws are, in turn, dominated, and in a recent book they are considered included in the terms and company of the Anderson-Clayton Company. In the same book, the son of Lázaro Cárdenas says that the simulated latifundia have been constituted, preferably, on the best quality land, on the most productive. The novelist Carlos Fuentes has reconstructed, from agony, the life of a captain in Carranza's army who is making his way, by shooting and by cunning, in war and in peace. A man of very humble origins, Artemio Cruz leaves behind, over the years, the idealism and heroism of youth. He usurps land, he founds and multiplies companies, becomes a representative and climbs, in a dazzling career, towards the social summits, accumulating fortune, power, and prestige based on business, bribery, speculation, great audacious blows and repression by blood and fire. Of the Indian the process of the character resembles the process of the party that, powerful impotence of the Mexican Revolution, virtually monopolizes the political life of the country today. Both have fallen upwards. The latifundio multiplies the mouths but not the breads. Agricultural production per inhabitant in Latin America is less today than it was on the eve of the Second World War. 30 long years have passed, in the world, food production grew, in this period, in the same proportion that, in our lands, it decreased. The structure of the backwardness of the Latin American countryside also operates as a structure of waste, waste of labor power, available land, capital, product and, above all, waste of the elusive historical opportunities for development. The latifundio and its poor relative, the minifundio, constitute, in almost all Latin American countries, the bottleneck that strangles agricultural growth and the development of the entire economy. The property regime prints its stamp on the production regime. 1.5% of Latin American agricultural owners own half of the total arable land, and Latin America spends, annually, more than $500 million buying abroad food that could produce without difficulty in its immense and fertile lands. Barely 5% of the total area is under cultivation, the lowest proportion in the world and, consequently, the greatest waste. In the few cultivated lands, yields are also very low. In many regions, stick plows are more common than tractors. Only by exception, modern techniques are not used, the diffusion of which would not only imply the mechanization of agricultural tasks, but also the aid and stimulation of the soil through fertilizers, herbicides, genetic seeds, pesticides, artificial irrigation. The latifundio integrates, sometimes like the Sun King, a constellation of power that, to use the happy expression of Mazza Zavala, multiplies the hungry but not the loaves. Instead of absorbing labor, the latifundio expels it. In 40 years, Latin American farm workers have been reduced by more than 20%. There are plenty of technocrats willing to affirm, mechanically applying ready-made recipes, that this is an index of progress, accelerated urbanization, the massive relocation of the peasant population. The unemployed, that the system vomits without rest, flow, in effect, to the cities and extend their suburbs. But factories, which also segregate the unemployed as they modernize, provide no shelter for this surplus and unskilled labor force. Technological advances in the field, when they occur, exacerbate the problem. The profits of the landowners are increased, by incorporating more modern means to the exploitation of their properties, but more hands are idle and the gap between rich and poor widens. The introduction of motorized equipment, for example, eliminates more rural jobs than it creates. Latin Americans who produce food from sunrise to sunset normally suffer from malnutrition, their income is miserable, the income that the countryside generates is spent in the cities or emigrates abroad. The best techniques that increase the meager yields of the soil but leave the existing property regime intact are certainly not, even if they contribute to general progress, a blessing for the peasants. Their wages and their participation in the harvests do not grow. The countryside radiates poverty for many and wealth for very few. Private planes fly over the miserable deserts, sterile luxury multiplies in the great spas, and Europe boils with Latin American tourists overflowing with money, who neglect the cultivation of their lands but do not neglect, what was more, the cultivation of their spirits. Paul Barrick attributes the main weakness of the Third World economy to the fact that its average agricultural productivity is only half the level reached, on the eve of the Industrial Revolution, by today's developed countries. In effect, the industry, to expand harmoniously, would require a much greater increase in the production of food and agricultural raw materials. Food, because cities grow and eat, raw materials, for factories and for export, in order to reduce agricultural imports and increase sales abroad, generating the foreign currency that development requires. On the other hand, the system of latifundios and minifundios implies the ricketism of the internal consumer market, without whose expansion the nascent industry loses footing. The starvation wages in the countryside and the increasingly numerous reserve army of the unemployed conspire in this sense. The rural emigrants, who come knocking on the doors of the cities, push down the general level of wages workers. Since the Alliance for Progress proclaimed, from the four winds, the need for agrarian reform, the oligarchy and the technocracy have not stopped developing projects. Dozens of projects, fat, skinny, wide, narrow, sleep on the shelves of the parliaments of all Latin American countries. Agrarian reform is no longer a cursed issue. Politicians have learned that the best way not to carry it out is to continually invoke it. The simultaneous processes of concentration and pulverization of land ownership continue, Olympian, their course in most countries. However, exceptions are beginning to make their way. Because the countryside is not only a hotbed of poverty, it is also a hotbed of rebellions, even though acute social tensions are often hidden, masked by resignation apparent to the masses. The northeast of Brazil, for example, strikes at first sight as a bastion of fatalism, whose inhabitants accept starvation as passively as they accept the arrival of night at the end of each day. But after all, the mystical explosion of the northeasterners who fought alongside their messiahs, extravagant apostles, raising the cross and rifles against the armies, is not so far in time, to bring to this earth the kingdom of the heavens, nor the furious waves of violence of the cangaceiros, the fanatics and the bandits, utopia and revenge, gave way to the social protest, still blind, of the desperate peasants. The peasant leagues would recover later, deepening them, these fighting traditions. The military dictatorship that usurped power in Brazil in 1964 was quick to announce its agrarian reform. The Brazilian Institute of Agrarian Reform is, as Paulo Schilling has pointed out, a unique case in the world. Instead of distributing land to the peasants, it is dedicated to expelling them, to restore to the landowners the extensions spontaneously invaded or expropriated by previous governments. In 1966 and 1967, before press censorship was more rigorously enforced, newspapers often reported looting, arson, and manhunts carried out by military police troops on orders from the busy institute. Another agrarian reform worthy of an anthology is the one that was promulgated in Ecuador in 1964. The government only distributed unproductive land, at the same time that it facilitated the concentration of the best quality land in the hands of the large landowners. Half of the lands distributed by the agrarian reform of Venezuela, from 1960, were public property. The large commercial plantations were left untouched and the expropriated latifundistas received compensations so high that they made lavish profits and bought new lands in other areas. The Argentine dictator Juan Carlos Onganía was about to anticipate his fall by 2 years, when in 1968 he tried to apply a new tax regime to rural property. The bill attempted to tax unproductive bare plains more severely than productive lands. The bovine oligarchy raised a cry to heaven, mobilized its own swords in the general staff, and Onganía had to forget his heretical intentions. Argentina has, like Uruguay, naturally fertile grasslands which, under the influence of a mild climate, have allowed it to enjoy relative prosperity in Latin America. But erosion is mercilessly biting into the immense abandoned plains that are not used for cultivation or grazing, and the same is true of a large part of the millions of hectares devoted to extensive cattle exploitation. As in the case of Uruguay, although to a lesser degree, this extensive exploitation is in the background of the crisis that has shaken the economy. Argentina in the 60s. Argentine landowners have not shown sufficient interest in introducing technical innovations in their fields. Productivity is still low, because it should be so. The law of profit is stronger than all laws. The extension of properties, through the purchase of new fields, is more lucrative and less risky than the implementation of the means that modern technology provides for intensive production. In 1931, the Rural Society opposed the horse to the tractor, cattle farmers. Their leaders proclaimed, "Working with horses in agricultural tasks is protecting your own interests and those of the country." 20 years later, he insisted in his publications, "It is easier," said a military acquaintance, "for grass to reach the stomach of a horse than gasoline to the tank of a heavy truck." According to ECLAC data, Argentina has, in proportion to the hectares of arable surface, 16 times fewer tractors than France, and 19 times fewer tractors than the United Kingdom. The country consumes, also proportionally, 140 times less fertilizer than West Germany. The yields of wheat, corn, and cotton in Argentine agriculture are much lower than the yields of these crops in developed countries. Juan Domingo Perón had challenged the interests of the landed oligarchy of Argentina, when he imposed the Statute of the Laborer and compliance with the rural minimum wage. In 1944, the Rural Society stated, "In fixing wages it is essential to determine the standard of living of the common laborer. Sometimes their material needs are so limited that a remnant brings socially uninteresting destinies." The Rural Society continues to speak of the laborers as if they were animals, and the deep meditation on the short consumption needs of the workers provides, involuntarily, a good clue to understand the limitations of Argentine industrial development. The internal market does not expand nor does it go deep enough. The economic development policy promoted by Perón himself never broke the structure of agricultural underdevelopment. In June 1952, in a speech he gave from the Teatro Colón, Perón denied that he had the intention of carrying out an agrarian reform, and the Rural Society officially commented, "It was a masterful dissertation." In Bolivia, thanks to the agrarian reform of 1952, nutrition has visibly improved in vast rural areas of the Altiplano, so much so that changes in the height of peasants have even been verified. However, the Bolivian population as a whole still consumes barely 60% of the protein and 1/5 of the calcium needed in the minimum diet, and in the rural areas the deficit is even more acute than these averages. It cannot be said in any way that the agrarian reform has failed, but the division of the highlands has not been enough to prevent Bolivia from spending, nowadays, 1/5 of its foreign exchange on importing food from abroad. The agrarian reform that has been put into practice, since 1969, by the military government of Peru, is emerging as an experience of profound change. And as for the expropriation of some Chilean latifundia by the government of Eduardo Frei, it is fair to recognize that it opened the way for the radical agrarian reform that the new president, Salvador Allende, is announcing as I write these pages. The 13 North colonies and the importance of not being born important. The private appropriation of land has always anticipated, in Latin America, its useful cultivation. The most retrograde features of the tenure system currently in force do not come from crises, but have been born during periods of greatest prosperity. Conversely, periods of economic depression have appeased the voracity of landowners for the conquest of new extensions. In Brazil, for example, the decline of sugar and the virtual disappearance of gold and diamonds made possible, between 1820 and 1850, legislation that ensured ownership of the land to whoever occupied it and made it produce. In 1850, the rise of coffee as the new king product determined the enactment of the land law, cooked according to the palates of the politicians and the military of the oligarchic regime, to deny ownership of the land to those who worked it, as the gigantic interior spaces of the country were opening up, to the south and to the west. This law was reinforced and ratified since then by a very copious legislation, which established purchase as the only form of access to land and created a notarial registration system that it would make it almost impractical for a farmer to legalize his possession. The North American legislation of the same time had the opposite objective, to promote internal colonization of the United States. The wagons of the pioneers creaked as they extended the frontier, at the cost of the massacres of the natives, towards the virgin lands of the West. The Lincoln Law of 1862, the Homestead Act, assured each family the ownership of lots of 65 hectares. Each beneficiary undertook to cultivate his plot for a period of not less than 5 years. The public domain was colonized with astonishing rapidity. The population was increasing and spreading like a huge oil stain on the map. The accessible land, fertile and almost free, attracted European peasants with an irresistible magnet. They crossed the ocean and also the Appalachians towards the open prairies. It was free farmers, thus, who occupied the new territories of the center and the west. While the country grew in area and population, sources of agricultural work were created, and at the same time an internal market with great purchasing power was generated, the enormous mass of farmer owners to sustain the strength of industrial development. On the other hand, the rural workers who, for more than a century, have vigorously mobilized the internal border of Brazil, have not been and are not families of free peasants in search of a piece of land of their own, as Ribeiro observes, but hired laborers to serve the landowners who have previously taken possession of the large empty spaces. The interior deserts were never accessible, except in this way, to the rural population. For the benefit of others, the workers have been opening up the country, with machete blows, through the jungle. Colonization is a simple extension of the latifundia area. Between 1950 and 1960-65, Brazilian large estates absorbed a quarter of the new land incorporated into agriculture. These two opposing systems of internal colonization show one of the most important differences between the development models of the United States and Latin America. Why is the North rich and the South poor? The Rio Grande marks much more than a geographical border. Was the profound imbalance of our days, which seems to confirm Hegel's prophecy about the inevitable war between the two Americas, born of the imperialist expansion of the United States, or does it have more ancient roots? In reality, to the north and to the south, already in the colonial matrix, very little similar societies had been generated, and at the service of ends that were not the same, they displayed in vain the imagination in the desire to find identities between the historical processes of the north and from the south. The Mayflower Pilgrims crossed the sea not to conquer legendary treasures or to exploit scarce Indian labor in the north, but to settle with their families and reproduce, in the New World, the system of life and work that they practiced in Europe. They were not soldiers of fortune, but pioneers. They did not come to conquer, but to colonize. They founded settlement colonies. It is true that the subsequent process developed, south of Delaware Bay, a slave plantation economy similar to the one that arose in Latin America, but with the difference that in the United States the center of gravity was from the beginning rooted in the farms and workshops in New England, where the armies that won the Civil War would come from in the 19th century. The New England settlers, the original nucleus of American civilization, never acted as colonial agents of European capitalist accumulation. From the beginning, they lived at the service of their own development and the development of their new land. The 13 northern colonies served as the mouth of the army of European peasants and artisans that metropolitan development was throwing out of the labor market. Free workers formed the basis of that new society on this side of the sea. Spain and Portugal, on the other hand, had a great abundance of serf labor in Latin America. The enslavement of the natives was succeeded by the mass transplantation of African slaves. Throughout the centuries, there was always a huge legion of unemployed peasants available to be transferred to the centers of production. The flourishing areas always coexisted with the declining ones, to the rhythm of the booms and busts of exports of precious metals or sugar. And declining areas supplied labor to flourishing areas. This structure persists to this day, and also currently implies a low level of wages, due to the pressure that the unemployed exert on the labor market, and frustrates the growth of the internal consumer market. But also, unlike the Puritans of the North, the ruling classes of Latin American colonial society were never oriented towards internal economic development. Its benefits came from outside. They were more linked to the foreign market than to the region itself. Landowners and miners and merchants had been born to fulfill that function, to supply Europe with gold, silver, and food. The roads moved cargo in only one direction, to the port and overseas markets. This is also the key that explains the expansion of the United States as a national unit and the fracture of Latin America. Our production centers were not connected to each other, but formed a fan with the vertex far away. The 13 northern colonies had, it could be said, the happiness of misfortune. His historical experience showed the tremendous importance of not being born important. Because in North America there was no gold or silver, nor indigenous civilizations with dense concentrations of already organized population for work, nor fabulously fertile tropical soils in the coastal strip that the English pilgrims colonized. Nature had been greedy, and so had history. There was a lack of metals and slave labor to extract the metals from the womb of the earth. It was lucky. For the rest, from Maryland to Nova Scotia, passing through New England, the northern colonies produced, by virtue of the climate and the characteristics of the soils, exactly the same as British agriculture. That is, they did not offer the mother country, as Bagot warns, a complementary production. Very different was the situation in the Antilles and the Iberian colonies on the mainland. From the tropical lands sprouted sugar, tobacco, cotton, indigo, turpentine. A small island in the Caribbean was more important to England, economically, than the 13 parent colonies of the United States. These circumstances explain the rise and consolidation of the United States, as an economically autonomous system, which did not drain out the wealth generated within it. The ties that tied the colony to the metropolis were very loose. In Barbados or Jamaica, on the other hand, only the essential capital was reinvested to replace the slaves as they were spent. As can be seen, it was not racial factors that decided the development of some and the underdevelopment of others. The British islands of the Antilles had nothing Spanish or Portuguese about them. The truth is that the economic insignificance of the 13 colonies allowed the early diversification of their exports and gave birth to the impetuous development of manufactures. North American industrialization had, since before independence, stimuli and official protection. England was tolerant, while strictly forbidding its Antillean islands from making even a single pin. The underground sources of power. The American economy needs the minerals of Latin America like the lungs need the air. The astronauts had left the first human footprints on the surface of the moon, and in July 1969 the father of the feat, Wernher von Braun, announced to the press that the United States intended to install a station far away in space, for the purpose of rather close, from this marvelous observation platform, he declared, we will be able to examine all the riches of the earth, the unknown oil wells, the copper and zinc mines. Oil remains the primary fuel of our time, and Americans import 1/7 of the oil they consume. To kill Vietnamese, they need bullets, and bullets need copper. The United States buys 1/5 of the copper it spends abroad. The lack of zinc is becoming more and more distressing, nearly half of it comes from abroad. You can't make airplanes without aluminum, and you can't make aluminum without bauxite. The United States has almost no bauxite. Its great steel centers Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Detroit do not find enough iron in the Minnesota deposits, which are on the way to exhaustion, nor do they have manganese in the national territory. The North American economy imports 1/3 of the iron and all the manganese it needs. To produce the jet engines, they do not have nickel or chrome in their subsoil. To make special steels, tungsten is required, they import 1/4 of it. This growing dependence on foreign supplies determines a growing identification of the interests of North American capitalists in Latin America with the national security of the United States. The internal stability of the world's leading power appears closely linked to the U.S. investments south of the Rio Grande. Nearly half of these investments are dedicated to the extraction of oil and the exploitation of mineral wealth, essential to the economy of the United States both in peace and in war. The President of the International Council of the Chamber of Commerce of the northern country defines it as follows. Historically, one of the main reasons for the United States to invest abroad is the development of natural resources, particularly minerals and, most especially, oil. It is perfectly obvious that the incentives for this type of investment cannot but increase. Our needs for raw materials are constantly increasing as the population expands and the standard of living rises. At the same time, our domestic resources are depleted. Government, university, and corporate science labs put the imagination to shame with the feverish pace of their inventions and discoveries, but new technology has found no way to dispense with the basic materials that nature provides, and only she provides. At the same time, the responses that the national subsoil is capable of giving to the challenge of industrial growth in the United States are weakening. The underground also produces coups, revolutions, stories of spies and adventures in the jungle. Amazon. In Brazil, the splendid iron deposits of the Paraopeba Valley brought down 2 presidents, Jânio Quadros and João Goulart, before Marshal Castelo Branco, who seized power in 1971, kindly handed them over to the Hanna Mining Co. Another former friend of the United States ambassador, President Eurico Dutra, 1946–51, had granted Bethlehem Steel, a few years earlier, 40 million tons of manganese from the state of Amapá, one of the largest deposits in the world, in exchange for 4% for the state on export earnings. Since then, Bethlehem has been moving mountains to the United States with such enthusiasm that it is feared that in 15 years Brazil will be left without enough manganese to supply its own steel industry. For the rest of every $100 that Bethlehem invests in the extraction of minerals, 88 correspond to a courtesy of the Brazilian government, tax exemptions in the name of development of the region. The experience of the lost gold of Minas Gerais, white gold, black gold, rotten gold, wrote the poet Manuel Bandeira, has been useless, as can be seen. For nothing, Brazil continues to deprive itself of its natural sources of development for free. For his part, the dictator René Barrientos seized Bolivia in 1964 and, between massacres and massacres of miners, granted the Phillips brothers firm the concession for the Matilda mine, which contains lead, silver and large deposits of zinc with a law 12 times higher than that of North American mines. The company was authorized to take the raw zinc, to elaborate it in its foreign refineries, paying to the state no less than 1.5% of the sales value of the mineral. In Peru, in 1968, page number 11 of the agreement that President Belaúnde Terry had signed at the foot of a Standard Oil subsidiary was mysteriously lost, and General Velasco Alvarado overthrew the president, took over the country and nationalized the wells and the company's refinery. In Venezuela, the great oil lake of Standard Oil and Gulf, the largest North American military mission in Latin America, is located. The frequent coups d'état in Argentina break out before or after each oil tender. Copper was by no means immune to the disproportionate military aid that Chile received from the Pentagon until the electoral victory of the leftist forces headed by Salvador Allende. U.S. copper reserves had fallen by more than 60% between 1965 and 1969. In 1964, in his office in Havana, Che Guevara taught me that Batista's Cuba was not just about sugar, the great deposits. Nickel and manganese. Cubans best explained, in his opinion, the blind fury of the empire against the revolution. Since that conversation, United States nickel reserves have been reduced by a third. The American company Nickel had been nationalized and President Johnson had threatened French metallurgists with embargoing their shipments to the United States if they bought the ore to Cuba. Minerals had a lot to do with the downfall of the government of socialist Chetty Jugun, who by the end of 1964 had once again won a majority of the votes in what was then British Guyana. The country that today is called Guyana is the world's fourth largest producer of bauxite and ranks third among Latin American manganese producers. The CIA was instrumental in defeating Jugun. Arnold Zander, the top leader of the strike that served as a provocation and pretext for cheating to deny Jugun's electoral victory, later publicly admitted that his union had been showered with dollars from one of the Central Intelligence Agency's foundations. United States intelligence. The new regime guaranteed that the interests of the Aluminum Company of America in Guyana would not be endangered. The company could continue to take the bauxite without incident and sell it to itself at the same price as in 1938, even though the price had multiplied since then. Of aluminum, the business was no longer in danger. Arkansas bauxite is worth twice as much as Guyana bauxite. The United States has very little bauxite in its territory. Using foreign and very cheap raw materials, they produce, on the other hand, almost half of the aluminum produced in the world. For its supply of most of the strategic minerals considered critical to its war potential, the United States relies on foreign sources. The jet engine, the gas turbine and the nuclear reactors today have an enormous influence on the demand for materials that can only be obtained abroad, Magdoff says in this regard. The urgent need for strategic minerals, essential to safeguard the military and atomic power of the United States, appears clearly linked to the massive purchase of land, generally through fraudulent means, in the Brazilian Amazon. In the 1960s, numerous North American companies, led hand in hand by professional adventurers and smugglers, swept over this gigantic jungle in a feverish rush. Previously, under the agreement signed in 1964, United States Air Force planes had flown over and photographed the entire region. They had used scintillometer equipment to detect radioactive mineral deposits by emitting light waves of variable intensity. Electromagnetometers to X-ray subsoil rich in non-ferrous minerals and magnetometers to discover and measure iron. The reports and photographs obtained in the survey of the extent and depth of the secret riches of the Amazon were placed in the hands of private companies interested in the matter, thanks to the good services of the Geological Survey of the United States government. In the immense region, the existence of gold, silver, diamonds, gypsite, hematite, magnetite, tantalum, titanium, thorium, uranium, quartz, copper, manganese, lead, sulfates, potassium, bauxite, zinc, zirconium, chromium and mercury was verified. The sky is so open from the virgin jungle of Mato Grosso to the southern plains of Goiás that, according to Time magazine raving in its last Latin American edition of 1967, you can see the brilliant sun and half a dozen lightning bolts at the same time different. The government had offered tax exemptions and other seductions to colonize the virgin spaces of this magical and wild universe. According to Time, foreign capitalists had bought, before 1967, at 7 cents an acre, more than the combined territories of Connecticut, Rhode Island, Delaware, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire. Foreign investment, said the director of the government agency for the development of the Amazon, because we need more than we can get. To justify the aerial photogrammetric survey by North American Aviation, the government had previously declared that it lacked resources. In Latin America it is normal, resources are always delivered in the name of lack of resources. The Brazilian Congress was able to carry out an investigation that culminated in a voluminous report on the subject. It lists cases of sale or usurpation of lands for 20 million hectares, extended in such a curious way that, according to the investigative commission, they form a cordon to isolate the Amazon from the rest of Brazil. The clandestine exploitation of highly valuable minerals appears in the report as one of the main reasons for the U.S. eagerness to open a new frontier within Brazil. The testimony of the Cabinet of the Ministry of the Army, collected in the report, emphasizes the interest of the U.S. government itself in maintaining, under its control, a vast expanse of land for its subsequent use, be it for the exploitation of minerals, particularly radioactive, either as the basis of a directed colonization. The National Security Council affirms, CAUSA suspects the fact that the areas occupied, or in the process of being occupied, by foreign elements, coincide with regions that are being subjected to campaigns of sterilization of Brazilian women by foreigners. Indeed, according to the newspaper Correio da Manhã, more than 20 foreign religious missions, mainly those of the Protestant Church of the United States, they are occupying the Amazon, locating themselves in the richest points in radioactive minerals, gold, and diamonds. They spread various contraceptives on a large scale, such as the intrauterine device, and teach English to the Catechist Indians. Their areas are surrounded by armed elements and no one can enter them. It is worth noting that the Amazon is the largest area among all the deserts on the planet habitable by man. Birth control was put into practice in this great empty space, to avoid demographic competition from the very few Brazilians who, in remote corners of the jungle or vast plains, live and reproduce. For his part, General Raiograndino Cruel stated, before the Congressional Investigative Commission, that the volume of smuggling of materials containing thorium and uranium reaches the astronomical figure of 1 million tons. Sometime earlier, in September 1966, Cruel, chief of the federal police, had denounced the impertinent and systematic interference of a United States consul in the process opened against 4 North American citizens accused of smuggling Brazilian atomic minerals. In his opinion, the fact that 40 tons of radioactive ore had been found on them was enough to convict them. Shortly thereafter, 3 of the smugglers mysteriously fled Brazil. Smuggling was not a new phenomenon, although it had intensified greatly. Brazil loses more than $100 million every year, only due to the clandestine evasion of rough diamonds. But in reality, smuggling is only necessary to a relative extent. Legal concessions snatch away from Brazil its most fabulous natural resources. To cite just another example, a new account of a long necklace, the largest niobium deposit in the world, which is in Araxá, belongs to a subsidiary of the Niobium Corporation, of New York. Several metals come from niobium that are used, due to their great resistance to high temperatures, for the construction of nuclear reactors, rockets, and spaceships, satellites or simple jets. Along with niobium, the company also extracts large quantities of tantalus, thorium, uranium, pyrochlorite and rare earths with high mineral grades. A German chemist defeated the winners of the Pacific War. The history of nitrate, its rise and fall, is very illustrative of the illusory duration of Latin American prosperity in the world market, the always ephemeral breath of glories and the everlasting weight of catastrophes. In the middle of the last century, the black prophecies of Malthus hovered over the old world. The European population was growing rapidly and it was essential to give new life to tired soil so that food production could increase in even proportion. Guano revealed its fertilizing properties in British laboratories. From 1840 it began to be exported on a large scale from the Peruvian coast. The gannets and seagulls, fed by the fabulous shoals of the currents that lap the banks, had been accumulating on the islands and islets, since time immemorial, great mountains of excrement rich in nitrogen, ammonia, phosphates, and alkaline salts. Guano it was kept pure on the rainless shores of Peru. Shortly after the international release of guano, agricultural chemists discovered that the nutritional properties of saltpeter were even greater, and in 1850 its use as a fertilizer in European fields had already become very intense. The lands of the old continent dedicated to the cultivation of wheat, impoverished by erosion, avidly received shipments of nitrate soda from the Peruvian saltpeter mines of Tarapacá and, later, from the Bolivian province of Antofagasta. Thanks to the nitrate and guano, which lay on the Pacific coast almost within reach of the ships that came to look for them, the specter of hunger moved away from Europe. The oligarchy of Lima, arrogant and presumptuous like no other, continued to enrich itself by handfuls and accumulating symbols of its power in the palaces and the Carrara marble mausoleums that the capital erected in the middle of the sandy deserts. In the past, the great families of Lima had flourished at the expense of Potasi's silver, and now they began to live on the shit of the birds and the brilliant white lumps of the nitrate mines. Peru believed that it was independent, but England had taken the place of Spain. The country felt rich, Maria Tegui wrote. The state used without measure of his credit. He lived wastefully, mortgaging his future to English finances. In 1868, according to Romero, the state's expenses and debts were already much greater than the value of sales abroad. Guano deposits served as collateral for British loans, and Europe played with prices. The rapine of the exporters wreaked havoc. What nature had accumulated on the islands over millennia was wasted in a few years. Meanwhile, in the saltpeter pampas, says Bermudez, the workers survived in miserable huts, barely taller than man, made of stones, caliche rubble, and mud, with a single room. Nitrate exploitation quickly spread to the Bolivian province of Antofagasta, although the business was not Bolivian but Peruvian and, more than Peruvian, Chilean. When the Bolivian government tried to apply a tax to the saltpeter works that operated on its soil, the battalions of the Chilean army invaded the province never to abandon it. Until that time, the desert had acted as a buffer zone for the latent conflicts between Chile, Peru, and Bolivia. The saltpeter triggered the fight. The War of the Pacific broke out in 1879 and lasted until 1883. The Chilean armed forces, in 1879 they had also occupied the Peruvian ports of the saltpeter region, Patillos, Iquique, Pisagua, Junin. They finally entered Lima victorious, and the following day the fortress of Callao surrendered. The defeat caused the mutilation and bloodletting of Peru. The national economy lost its two main resources, the productive forces were paralyzed, the currency fell, and foreign credit was closed. The collapse did not bring with it, warned Mariátegui, a liquidation of the past. The structure of the colonial economy remained undefeated, although it lacked its sources of support. Bolivia, for its part, did not realize what it had lost with the war. The most important copper mine in the world today, Chuquicamata, is located precisely in the now Chilean province of Antofagasta. But what about the winners? Nitrate and iodine added up to 5% of the income of the Chilean state in 1880. 10 years later, more than half of the tax revenue came from the export of nitrate from the conquered territories. In the same period, British investment in Chile more than tripled. The nitrate region became a British factory. The English seized the nitrate using inexpensive procedures. The government of Peru had expropriated the nitrate works in 1875 and had paid for them with bonds. The war reduced the value of these documents, 5 years later, to a tenth part. Some bold adventurers, such as John Thomas North and his partner Robert Harvey, took advantage of the situation. While the Chileans, the Peruvians, and the Bolivians exchanged bullets on the battlefield, the English dedicated themselves to keeping the bonds, thanks to the credits that the Banco de Valparaíso and other Chilean banks provided them without any difficulty. The soldiers were fighting for them, though they did not know it. The Chilean government. He immediately rewarded the sacrifice of North, Harvey, Inglis, James, Bush, Robertson, and other industrious businessmen. In 1881 he ordered the return of the nitrate mines to their rightful owners, when half of the bonds had already passed into the hands of witches from British speculators. Not a penny had left England to finance this plunder. At the beginning of the 1990s, Chile sent 3/4 of its exports to England, and received almost half of its imports from England. Its commercial dependence was even greater than that suffered by India at that time. The war had given Chile a world monopoly on natural nitrates, but the king of saltpeter was John Thomas North. One of his companies, the Liverpool Nitrate Company, paid dividends of 40%. This character had disembarked in the port of Valparaiso, in 1866, with only £10 in the pocket of his old dusty suit. 30 years later, the princes and dukes, the most prominent politicians and the great industrialists sat at the table of his mansion in London. North had invented a title of colonel for himself and had joined, as befitted a gentleman of his finery, the Conservative Party and the Kent Masonic Lodge. Lord Dorchester, Lord Randolph Churchill and the Marquis of Stockpole attended their extravagant parties, at which that North danced dressed as Henry VIII. Meanwhile, in their distant kingdom of saltpeter, Chilean workers did not know the Sunday rest, worked up to 16 hours a day and collected their salaries with tokens that lost nearly half their value in the company's grocery stores. Between 1886 and 1890, under the presidency of José Manuel Balmaceda, the Chilean state carried out, says Ramirez Necochea, the most ambitious progress plans in its entire history. Balmaceda promoted the development of some industries, carried out important public works, renewed education, took measures to break the monopoly of the British Railway Company in Tarapacá and contracted with Germany the first and only loan that Chile did not receive from England in the entire century past. In 1888 he announced that it was necessary to nationalize the nitrate districts through the formation of Chilean companies, and he refused to sell the state-owned nitrate lands to the English. 3 years later the Civil War broke out. North and his colleagues amply financed the rebels and British warships blockaded the Chilean coast, while in London the press raged against Balmaceda, dictator of the worst kind, butcher. Defeated, Balmaceda committed suicide. The British ambassador informed the Foreign Office, the British community makes no secret of its satisfaction at the fall of Balmaceda, whose triumph, it is believed, would have involved serious damage to British commercial interests. Immediately, state investments in roads, railways, colonization, education, and public works collapsed, while British companies expanded their domains. Congress led the opposition to the president, and the weakness that many of its members felt for Sterling was notorious. The bribery of Chileans was, according to the English, a custom of the country, as Robert Harvey, North's partner, defined it in 1897 during the lawsuit that some small shareholders filed against him and other directors of the Nitrate Railways Co. Explaining the outlay of £100,000 for bribery purposes, Harvey said, "The public administration in Chile, as you know, is very corrupt. I am not saying that it is necessary to bribe judges, but I think that many members of the Senate, who are short of resources, they got some benefit from part of that money in exchange for their votes, and that served to prevent the government from absolutely refusing to listen to our protests and claims." On the eve of the First World War, 2/3 of Chile's national income came from the export of nitrates, but the saltpeter pampa was wider and more alien than ever. Prosperity had not served to develop and diversify the country, but rather had accentuated its structural deformations. Chile functioned like an appendage of the British economy. The most important provider of fertilizers in the European market had no right to a life of its own. And then a German chemist defeated, from his laboratory, the generals who had triumphed, years before, on the battlefields. The improvement of the Haber-Bosch process to produce nitrates by fixing nitrogen from the air, definitively displaced saltpeter and caused the resounding fall of the Chilean economy. The nitrate crisis was Chile's crisis, deeply wounded, because Chile lived on nitrate and for nitrate, and the nitrate was in foreign hands. In the parched desert of Tamarugal, where the glow of the earth burns one's eyes, I have witnessed the devastation of Tarapaca. There were 120 saltpeter offices here at the time of the boom, and now only one remains in operation. There is no humidity or moths on the pampas, so not only were the machines sold for scrap, but also the Oregon pine boards from the best houses, the calamine sheets, and even the intact bolts and nails. Workers specialized in disarming towns arose. They were the only ones who could find work in these devastated or abandoned immensities. I have seen the rubble and the holes, the ghost towns, the sidings of the nitrate railways, the already mute telegraph wires, the skeletons of the nitrate offices torn to pieces by the bombardment of the years, the crosses of the cemeteries blown by the wind. Cold hits at night, the whitish hills that the caliche waste had been raising next to the excavations. Here, money flowed and everyone believed that it would never end, the surviving locals have told me. The past seems like a paradise as opposed to the present, and even Sundays, which in 1889 still did not exist for the workers, and which were later conquered by the fight of the unions, are remembered with all their brilliance. Every Sunday in the saltpeter pampa, a very old man told me, was a national holiday for us, a new 18th of September every week. Iquique, the largest saltpeter port, a first-class port according to its official award, had been the scene of more than one massacre of workers, but its Belle Époque-style municipal theater was home to the best European opera singers, before that to Santiago. Copper teeth on Chile. It did not take long for copper to take the place of nitrate as the main beam of the Chilean economy, while British hegemony gave way to U.S. dominance. On the eve of the crisis of 1929, U.S. investments in Chile already amounted to more than $400 million, almost all destined for the exploitation and transport of copper. Until the electoral victory of the Popular Unity Forces in 1970, the largest deposits of the red metal continued in the hands of the Anaconda Copper Mining Co. and the Kennecott Copper Co., two companies closely linked to each other as part of the same global consortium. In half a century, both had remitted $4,000 million from Chile to their parent companies, abundant blood evaded for various reasons, and had made in return, according to their own inflated figures, a total investment that did not exceed $800 million, almost all from the profits wrested from the country. The hemorrhage had been increasing as production grew, to exceed $100 million a year in recent times. The owners of copper were the owners of Chile. On Monday 21 December 1970, Salvador Allende speaks from the balcony of the government palace to a fervent crowd, announces that it has signed the constitutional reform project that will make possible the nationalization of large-scale mining. In 1969, he says, Anaconda has achieved profits of $79 million in Chile, which is equivalent to 80% of its worldwide profits, and yet, he adds, Anaconda has less than a sixth of its profits in Chile. Investments abroad. The bacteriological warfare of the right, a planned propaganda campaign aimed at sowing terror to prevent the nationalization of copper and the other structural reforms announced from the left, had been as intense as in the previous elections. The newspapers had shown heavy Soviet tanks rolling in front of the La Moneda presidential palace. On the walls of Santiago the bearded guerrillas appeared dragging innocent young men towards their deaths. The bell of each house was heard. A lady explained, "Do you have 4 children? 2 will go to the Soviet Union and 2 to Cuba." Everything turned out to be useless. Copper puts on a poncho and spurs. President Allende announces, copper is once again Chilean. The United States, for its part, with its legs caught in the trap of the wars in Southeast Asia, has not hidden its official discontent with the course of events in the south of the Andes. But Chile is not within the reach of a sudden expedition of Marines, and after all, Allende is president with all the requirements of representative democracy that the northern country formally preaches. Imperialism is going through the first stages of a new critical cycle, the signs of which have become clear in the economy. Your role as world policeman becomes more and more expensive and difficult. And the price war? Chilean production is now sold in various markets and can open up vast new markets among the socialist countries. The United States lacks the means to block, on a universal scale, sales of the copper that the Chileans are preparing to recover. Very different was, by the way, the situation of Cuban sugar 12 years ago, destined entirely for the North American market and entirely dependent on North American prices. When Eduardo Frei won the 1964 elections, the copper price immediately rose with visible relief. When Allende won those of 1970, the price, which had already been falling, declined even more. But copper, usually subject to very sharp price fluctuations, had enjoyed considerably high prices in recent years, and as demand exceeds supply, scarcity prevents the level from falling too low. Although aluminum has largely taken its place as a conductor of electricity, aluminum also requires copper, and instead cheaper and more effective substitutes have not been found to displace it from the steel and chemical industries, and the metal. Lead remains the main raw material of gunpowder, brass, and wire factories. All along the slopes of the mountain range, Chile has the largest copper reserves in the world, a third of the total known up to now. Chilean copper generally appears associated with other metals, such as gold, silver, or molybdenum. This is an additional factor to stimulate its exploitation. For the rest, Chilean workers are cheap for the companies. With their very low costs in Chile, Anaconda and Kennecott more than finance their high costs in the United States, in the same way that Chilean copper pays, via the overseas expenses, more than $10 million per year for the maintenance of the offices in New York. The average salary in the Chilean mines barely reached, in 1964, 1/8 of the basic salary in the Kennecott refineries in the United States, despite the fact that the productivity of both workers was at the same level. On the other hand, the living conditions were not the same, nor are they. In general, Chilean miners live in cramped and sordid cabins, separated from their families, who live in miserable shacks on the outskirts. They are also separated, of course, from foreign personnel, who inhabit a separate universe in the large mines, tiny states within the state, where only English is spoken and newspapers are even published for their exclusive use. Worker productivity has been increasing in Chile as companies have mechanized their means of exploitation. Since 1945, copper production has increased by 50%, but the number of workers employed in the mines has been reduced by a third. Nationalization will put an end to a state of affairs that had become unbearable for the country, and will prevent a repeat, with copper, of the experience of looting and falling into the void that Chile suffered in the saltpeter cycle. Because the taxes that companies pay to the state do not compensate in any way for the inflexible depletion of mineral resources that nature has granted but will not renew. For the rest, taxes have decreased, in relative terms, since the system of decreasing taxation in accordance with increases in production was established in 1955, and since the Chileanization of copper ordered by the Free government. In 1965 Free made the state a partner of Kennecott and allowed the companies little less than to triple their profits through a very favorable tax regime for them. The taxes were applied, in the new regime, on an average price of 29 cents per pound, although the price rose, pushed by the great world demand, up to 70 cents. Due to the difference in taxes between the fictitious price and the real price, Chile lost an enormous amount of dollars, as recognized by Radomiro Tomic himself, the candidate chosen by the Christian democracy to succeed Free in the following period. In 1969, the Free government reached an agreement with Anaconda to buy 51% of the shares in semi-annual installments, under conditions that unleashed a new political scandal and gave further impetus to the growth of leftist forces. The president of Anaconda had previously told the president of Chile, according to the version released by the press, "Your Excellency, capitalists do not keep assets for sentimental reasons, but for economic reasons. It is common for a family to keep a wardrobe because it belonged to a grandfather, but companies do not have grandparents. Anaconda can sell all its assets. It just depends on the price you pay." The tin miners, below and above the land. A little less than a century ago, a half-starved man was fighting against the rocks in the midst of the desolations of the Bolivian Altiplano. The dynamite exploded. When he went to pick up the pieces of stone crushed by the explosion, he was dazzled. He held, in his hands, glittering chunks of the richest vein of tin in the world. At dawn the next day, he rode a horse towards Huanuni. The analysis of the samples confirmed the value of the finding. The tin could go directly from the vein to the port, without having to undergo any concentration process. That man became the king of tin, and when he died, Fortune magazine claimed he was one of the top 10 billionaires on the planet. His name was Simon Patino. From Europe, for many years he raised and toppled Bolivian presidents and ministers, planned the hunger of the workers and organized their massacres, branched out and extended his personal fortune. Bolivia was a country that existed at his service. As of the revolutionary days of April 1952, Bolivia nationalized tin. But by then, those rich mines had become poorer. On the Juan del Valle hill, where Patino had discovered the fabulous vein, the tin law has been reduced 120 times. Of the 156,000 tons of rock that come out of the mine entrances each month, only 400 are recovered. The perforations already add up, in kilometers, a distance twice that which separates the mine from the city of La Paz. The hill is, on the inside, an anthill pierced by infinite galleries, passageways, tunnels and chimneys. It is on its way to becoming an empty shell. Every year it loses a little more height, and the slow collapse is eating away at its crest. It looks like, from a distance, a decayed tooth. Antenor Patino not only collected considerable compensation for the mines that his father had squeezed, but also maintained control of the price and destination of the expropriated tin. From Europe, he did not stop smiling. Mr. Patino is the affable king of Bolivian tin, the social chronicles would continue to say many years after nationalization. Because nationalization, the fundamental conquest of the 1952 revolution, had not modified Bolivia's role in the international division of labor. Bolivia continued to export the raw ore, and most of the tin is still refined in the Liverpool furnaces of Patino's Williams, Harvey and Co. Company. The nationalization of the sources of production of any raw material is not, as painful experience shows, enough. A country can continue as condemned to impotence as ever, even though it has nominally become the owner of its subsoil. Bolivia has produced, throughout its history, raw minerals and refined speeches. Rhetoric and misery abound. Cheesy writers and frock-coat doctors have always dedicated themselves to acquitting the guilty. Of every 10 Bolivians, 6 still do not know how to read, half of the children do not attend school. Only in 1971 did Bolivia have its own national tin foundry in operation, built in Oruro after an endless history of betrayals, sabotage, intrigue, and spilled blood. This country, which until now has not been able to produce its own bullion, has the luxury of having 8 law schools dedicated to manufacturing Indian vampires. They say that a century ago the dictator Mariano Melgarejo forced the British ambassador to drink a whole barrel of chocolate, as punishment for having neglected a glass of chicha. The ambassador was taken on a donkey, mounted upside down, through the main street of La Paz, and was returned to London. They say that then Queen Victoria, enraged, asked for a map of South America, drew a chalk cross over Bolivia and sentenced, "Bolivia does not exist." For the world, in effect, Bolivia did not exist and did not exist afterwards. The looting of silver and, later, the dispossession of tin have been nothing more than the exercise of a natural right of rich countries. After all, the tin container. It identifies the United States as much as the emblem of the eagle or the apple pie. But the tin container is not only a pop symbol of the United States, it is also a symbol, although it is not known, of silicosis in the mines of Siglo XX or Huanani. Tin contains tin, and Bolivian miners die with it. Rotten lungs so the world can consume cheap tin. Half a dozen men set their world price. What does the hard life of the miner in Bolivia mean for canned consumers or stock market manipulators? The Americans buy most of the tin that is refined on the planet. To keep prices in check, they periodically threaten to release their enormous ore reserves, bought well below their price, on the market at democratic contribution prices. In the years of the Second World War, according to FAO data, the average citizen of the United States consumes 5 times more meat and milk and 20 times more eggs than an inhabitant of Bolivia. And the miners are well below the low national average. In the Cadaví cemetery, where the blind pray for the dead in exchange for a coin, it hurts to find, among the dark tombstones of the adults, an innumerable number of white crosses on the small graves. For every 2 children born in the mines, one dies shortly after opening their eyes. The other one, the one who survives, will surely be a miner when he grows up. And before he reaches 35, he will no longer have lungs. The cemetery creaks. Beneath the tombs, endless tunnels have been dug, narrow-mouthed tunnels where the men barely fit, who enter, like viscachas, in search of the mineral. New deposits of tin have accumulated in waste rock over the years. Tons of waste upon waste have been dumped into gigantic gray masses that have thus added tin to the tin of the landscape. When the rain falls, hurled violently from the nearby clouds, one sees the unemployed crouching along the dirt roads of Liligua, where the men get desperately drunk in the shisherias. They go collecting and calibrating the loads of tin that the rain carries with it. Here, tin is a tin god who reigns over men and things, and is present everywhere. There is not only tin in the belly of the old hill of Patino. There is tin, betrayed by the black shine of the cassiterite, even on the adobe walls of the camps. The yellowish slat that advances dragging the waste from the mine also has tin, and the waters that flow, poisoned, from the mountain have it. Tin is found in the earth and in the rock, on the surface and in the subsoil, in the sand and in the stones of the Seco River bed. In these arid and stony lands, almost 4,000 meters high, where grass does not grow and where everything, even people, has the dark color of tin, men stoically suffer their forced fast and do not know the feast of the world. They live in the camps, huddled together in one-room houses with dirt floors. The biting wind slips through the cracks. A university report on the Calquiri mine reveals that out of every 10 young men surveyed, 6 sleep in the same bed with their sisters, adding, many parents feel annoyed when their children observe them during the sexual act. There are no bathrooms, latrines are small public sheds covered with filth and flies. People prefer ashes, open wastelands, where at least the air circulates despite the accumulated rubbish and excrement and the happily frolicking pigs. The water service is also collective. You have to wait for the moment when the water arrives and hurry up, stand in line, collect the water from the public fountain in gasoline cans or jars. The food is scarce and ugly. It consists of potatoes, noodles, rice, chino, ground corn, and some tough meat. We were very deep in the Juan del Valle hill. The piercing howl of the siren that called the workers of the first point had resounded in the camp several hours before. Going through galleries, we had gone from tropical heat to polar cold and back to heat, without leaving, for hours, the same poisonous atmosphere. Breathing in that thick air, humidity, gases, dust, smoke, one could understand why miners lose, in a few years, their sense of smell and taste. While they worked, everyone chewed coca leaves with ashes, and this was also part of the work of annihilation, because coca, as is known, by numbing hunger and masking fatigue, turns off the alarm system that the worker has organism to stay alive. But the worst was the dust. The Vanguard helmets radiated fluttering circles of light that dotted the black grotto, revealing sheets of dense white dust in their wake, the relentless silica dust. The deadly breath of the earth is enveloping little by little. After a year the first symptoms are felt, and in 10 years the cemetery is entered. State-of-the-art Swedish drills are used inside the mine, but ventilation systems and working conditions have not improved over time. On the surface, the independent workers use picks and heavy 12-pound combos to fight against the rock, just as they did 100 years ago, and quimbaleets, sieves, and sieves to concentrate the ore in the Kanchamine. They earn pennies and work like beasts. However, many of them have, at least, the advantage of the outdoors. Inside the mine, on the other hand, the workers are prisoners sentenced, without appeal, to death by suffocation. The noise of the drill had already stopped and the workers paused while we waited for the explosion of more than 20 charges of dynamite and ANFO. The mine also provides quick and loud kills. It is enough to miscount the detonations, or the fuse takes longer than it should to burn. It is also enough for a loose rock, a gorse, to fall off the skull. Or enough with the hell of shrapnel. The night of San Juan in 1967 was the last count of a long string of massacres. At dawn the soldiers took up a position on the hills, kneeling on the ground, and rained down a hurricane of bullets on the camps illuminated by the bonfires of the party. But slow, quiet death is the mine's specialty. Vomiting blood, coughing, the sensation of a leaden weight on the back, and acute tightness in the chest are the signs that announce it. After the medical analysis come the never-ending bureaucratic pilgrimages. They give a period of 3 months to vacate the house. The roar of the blast holes had ceased, and soon the explosion would trap that elusive brown, snake-shaped vein. So we could talk. The lump of coke swelled the cheek of each worker and greenish streams ran from the corners of the lips. A miner hurried past, sloshing mud between the tunnel rails. "That's a new one," they told me. "You've seen? With his army pants and his yellow sweater he looks so young. It has entered now and how it works. It's still an axe. He still doesn't feel. Technocrats and bureaucrats don't die of silicosis, but they live on it." The general manager of Comibol, the Bolivian mining corporation, earns 100 times more than a worker. From a ravine that falls sharply towards the riverbed, on the edge of Liligua, you can see the Maria Barzila Pampa. It is named in homage to the militant worker who fell 30 years ago, at the head of a demonstration, with the Bolivian flag sewn to her body by the bursts of machine guns. And beyond the Maria Barzila Pampa you can see the best golf course in all of Bolivia. It is the one used by engineers and the main officials of KTV. Dictator René Barrientos had halved the starvation wages of miners in 1964, while at the same time raising the salaries of prominent technicians and bureaucrats. Salaries for senior staff are secret. Secrets and in dollars. There is an all-powerful advisory group, made up of technicians from the Inter-American Development Bank, the Alliance for Progress and the Creditor Foreign Bank, whose advice guides the nationalized Bolivian mining industry, in such a way that, at this point, Comibol, which has become a state within the state, constitutes a living propaganda against the nationalization of anything. The power of the old oligarchic thread has been replaced by the power of the very numerous members of a new class that has dedicated its best efforts to sabotaging for within the state mining. The engineers not only torpedoed all the projects and plans for the creation of a national smelter, but also contributed to the fact that the state mines were locked up in the limits of the old deposits of Patino, Aramea, and Hochschild, in accelerated reserve depletion process. Between the end of 1964 and April 1969, General Barrientos broke the sound barrier in handing over Bolivian subsoil resources to imperialist capital, with the open complicity of technicians and managers. Sergio Almaraz has recounted, in one of his books, the story of the concession of tin waste to the International Mining Processing Co. With a declared capital of barely $5,000, the company with such a pompous name obtained a contract that will allow it to earn more than $900 million. Iron teeth over Brazil. The United States pays cheaper for the iron it receives from Brazil or Venezuela than the iron it extracts from its own subsoil. But this is not the key to America's desperation to seize the iron deposits abroad. The capture or control of the mines outside the borders constitutes, more than a business, an imperative of national security. The North American subsoil is becoming, as we have seen, exhausted. Without iron you cannot make steel, and 85% of the industrial output of the United States contains, in one form or another, steel. When Canada's supplies were reduced in 1969, this was immediately reflected in an increase in iron imports from Latin America. Cerro Bolivar, in Venezuela, is so rich that the soil that the U.S. Steel Co. wrests from it is unloaded directly into the holds of ships bound for the United States, and already exhibits on its flanks, in full view, the deep wounds inflicted by bulldozers. The company estimates that it contains about $8,000 million worth of iron. In a single year, 1960, U.S. Steel and Bethlehem Steel distributed profits for more than 30% of their capital invested in Venezuelan iron, and the volume of these distributed profits was equal to the sum of all taxes paid to the Venezuelan state in the 10 years since 1950. Since both companies sell iron destined for their own steel plants in the United States, they have no interest in defending prices. On the contrary, it is in their interest that the raw material is as cheap as possible. The international price of iron, which had fallen vertically between 1958 and 1964, stabilized relatively in the following years and remains stagnant. Meanwhile, the price of steel has not stopped rising. Steel is produced in the rich centers of the world, and iron in the poor suburbs. Steel pays labor aristocracy wages and iron, mere subsistence wages. Thanks to the information collected and disclosed, back in 1910, by an International Geology Congress held in Stockholm, businessmen from the United States were able for the first time to assess the dimensions of the treasures hidden under the soil of a number of countries, one of which, perhaps the most tempting, was Brazil. Many years later, in 1948, the United States Embassy created a new position in Brazil, the mineral attaché, which initially had at least as much work as the military or cultural attaché, so much so that 2 mineral attaches were quickly appointed instead of 1. Shortly after, Bethlehem Steel received the splendid Amapá manganese deposits from the Dutra government. In 1952, the military agreement signed with the United States prohibited Brazil from selling strategically valuable raw materials such as iron to socialist countries. This was one of the causes of the tragic fall of President Getulio Vargas, who disobeyed this imposition by selling iron to Poland and Czechoslovakia, in 1953 and 1954, at prices higher than those paid by the United States. In 1957, the Hanna Mining Co. bought, for $6 million, the majority of the shares of a British company, the St. John Mining Co., which had been mining gold in Minas Gerais since the distant days of the empire. St. John operated in the Paraopeba Valley, where lies the largest concentration of iron in the entire world, valued at $200 billion. The English company was not legally empowered to exploit this fabulous wealth, nor would Hanna be, in accordance with clear constitutional and legal provisions that Duarte Pereira lists in his work on the subject. But this had been, as was later learned, the deal of the century. George Humphrey, Hanna's president-director, was then a prominent member of the United States government, as Secretary of the Treasury and as Director of Exim Bank, the official bank for financing foreign trade operations. St. John had applied for a loan from Exim Bank, no luck until Hanna took over the company. From then on, the most furious pressures were unleashed on the successive governments of Brazil. Hanna's directors, lawyers, or advisors Lucas Lopes, José Luís Bulhas Pedreira, Roberto Campos, Mario da Silva Pinto, Otávio Gouveia de Bulhas were also members, at the highest level, of the Brazilian government, and continued to hold positions of ministers, ambassadors, or directors of services in the following cycles. Hanna hadn't chosen her staff badly. The bombardment became more and more intense, so that Hanna would be recognized the right to exploit the iron that belonged, strictly speaking, to the state. On August 21, 1961, President Jânio Quadros signed a resolution annulling the illegal authorizations issued in favor of Hanna and restoring the iron deposits of Minas Gerais to the National Reserve. 4 days later, the military ministers forced Quadros to resign. Terrible forces rose up against me. Read the text of the resignation. The popular uprising led by Leonel Brizola in Porto Alegre thwarted the military coup and placed Quadros vice president, João Goulart, in power. When in July 1962 a minister wanted to put into practice the fatal decree against Hanna which had been mutilated in the official gazette, the United States ambassador, Lincoln Gordon, sent Goulart a telegram protesting with lively indignation at the attack that the government was trying to commit against the interests of an American company. The judiciary upheld the validity of Quadros's ruling, but Goulart wavered. Meanwhile, Brazil was taking the first steps to establish a mineral port in the Adriatic, in order to supply iron to several European, socialist, and capitalist countries. The direct sale of iron implied an unbearable challenge for the big companies that handle the prices on a world scale. The Interport never came to fruition, but other nationalist measures such as the dam against draining the profits of foreign companies were put into practice and provided triggers for the explosive political situation. The Damocles sword of Quadros's resolve hung in abeyance over the Hanna's head. The coup finally broke out, on the last day of March 1964, in Minas Gerais, which happened to be the scene of the disputed iron deposits. For the Hanna, wrote Fortune magazine, the revolt that brought down Goulart last spring came like one of those last-minute rescues by the 1st Cavalry. Men from Hanna went on to occupy the vice presidency of Brazil and 3 of the ministries. On the very day of the military insurrection, the Washington Star had published an editorial that was at least prescient. Here is a situation, he had announced, in which a good old-fashioned effective coup d'état by conservative military leaders would it may well serve the best interests of all the Americas. Goulart had not yet resigned, nor had he left Brazil, when Lyndon Johnson could not contain himself and sent his famous telegram of good omens to the President of the Brazilian Congress, who had provisionally assumed the presidency of the country. The American people watched with anxiety the political difficulties and economic problems that his great nation has been going through, and he has admired the determined will of the Brazilian community to solve these difficulties within a framework of constitutional democracy and without civil strife. Little more than a month had elapsed when Ambassador Lincoln Gordon, who was euphorically touring the barracks, gave a speech at the War College, affirming that the triumph of the Castelo Branco conspiracy could be included along with the proposal of the Marshall Plan, the blockade of Berlin, the defeat of the communist aggression in Korea and the solution of the rocket crisis in Cuba, as one of the most important moments of change in the world history of the mid-20th century. One of the military members of the United States Embassy had offered material aid to the conspirators shortly before the coup broke out, and Gordon himself had suggested that the United States would recognize an autonomous government if it could hold out for 2 days. In Sao Paulo, it is not worth abounding in testimonies about the importance that, in the development and outcome of events, the economic aid of the United States had, of which, by the way, we will deal with later, or the North American assistance in the plain military or Union After they got tired of throwing the books of Russian authors such as Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, or Gorky into the bonfire or into the bottom of the Guanabara Bay, and after having sentenced an innumerable number of Brazilians to exile, prison, or the pit, the brand new dictatorship of Castelo Branco got down to work. He handed over the iron and everything else. Lahana received his decree on December 24, 1964. This Christmas gift not only gave him all the assurances to exploit the Paraopba deposits in peace, but also supported the company's plans to expand its own port 60 miles from Rio de Janeiro, and to build a railway for the transport of iron. In October 1965, Hanna formed a consortium with Bethlehem Steel to jointly exploit the iron granted. This type of alliance, frequent in Brazil, cannot be formalized in the United States, because the laws prohibit them. The tireless Lincoln Gordon had finished the task, and everyone was happy and the story was over, and he went on to preside over a university in Baltimore. In April 1966, Johnson appointed his replacement, John Tuthill, after several months of hesitation, explaining that he had delayed because Brazil needed a good economist. U.S. Steel was not far behind. Why would they leave her uninvited for dinner? Before long, he was associated with the state-owned mining company, Companhia Vale do Rio Doce, which to a large extent thus became his official pseudonym. In this way, U.S. Steel obtained, resigning itself to no more than 49% of the shares, the concession for the iron deposits of the Sierra de los Carajás, in the Amazon. Its magnitude, according to the technicians, comparable to the Iron Crown of Hanna Bethlehem in Minas Gerais. As usual, the government argued that Brazil did not have the capital to carry out the exploitation on its own. The oil, the curses and the feats. Oil is, along with natural gas, the main fuel that powers the contemporary world, a raw material of increasing importance for the chemical industry and the essential strategic material for military activities. No other magnet attracts foreign capital as much as black gold, nor is there another source of such fabulous profits. Oil is the most monopolized wealth in the entire capitalist system. There are no businessmen who enjoy the political power exercised, on a universal scale, by the big oil corporations. Standard Oil and Shell raise up and overthrow kings and presidents, finance palace conspiracies and coups, command innumerable generals, ministers, and James Bonds, and in every country and in every language decide the course of war and peace. The Standard Oil Co. of New Jersey is the largest industrial enterprise in the capitalist world, outside. In the United States there is no industrial company more powerful than Royal Dutch Shell. The subsidiaries sell the crude oil to the subsidiaries, which refine it and sell the fuels to the branches for distribution. The blood does not go out, in the entire circuit, outside the internal circulatory system of the cartel, which also owns the oil pipelines and much of it. Of the oil fleet in the 7 seas. Prices are manipulated, on a world scale, to reduce taxes payable and increase profits receivable. Crude oil always increases less than refined oil. With oil, as with coffee or meat, rich countries earn much more for taking the trouble to consume it than poor countries for producing it. The difference is 10 to 1, of the $11 that derivatives cost for a barrel of oil. The countries that export the most important raw material in the world receive barely $1, the result of adding taxes and extraction costs. While the countries of the developed area, where the headquarters of the oil corporations are based, are left with $10, the result of the sum of their own tariffs and their taxes, 8 times greater than the taxes of the producing countries, and from the costs and profits of transportation, refining, processing, and distribution that the big companies monopolize. The oil that flows from the United States enjoys a high price, and the wages of North American oil workers are relatively high, but the price of oil from Venezuela and the Middle East has been falling, since 1957, all along the decade of the 60s. Each barrel of Venezuelan oil, for example, was worth, on average, $2.65 in 1957, and as I write this chapter, at the end of 1970, the price is $1.86. The government of Rafael Caldera announces that it will unilaterally set a much higher price, but the new price will not reach the 1957 level anyway, according to the figures used by commentators and despite the scandal. At the same time, the main producers and the main importers of oil in the world. In the days when most of the crude oil that corporations sold came from the North American subsoil, the price remained high. During the Second World War, the United States became net importers, and the cartel began to apply a new pricing policy. The price has systematically collapsed. A curious reversal of the laws of the market, the price of oil collapses, although world demand continues to increase, as factories, automobiles and power plants multiply. And another paradox, although the price of oil falls, the price of fuel paid by consumers rises everywhere. There is a huge disproportion between the price of crude oil and that of derivatives. All this chain of absurdities is perfectly rational. It is not necessary to resort to supernatural forces to find an explanation. Because the oil business in the capitalist world is, as we have seen, in the hands of an all-powerful cartel. The cartel was born in 1928, in a castle in the north of Scotland surrounded by mist, when Standard Oil of New Jersey, Shell, and Anglo-Iranian, today called British Petroleum, agreed to divide the planet. Standard of New York and California, Gulf, and Texaco later joined the leadership of the cartel. Standard Oil, founded by Rockefeller in 1870, had split into 35 different companies in 1911, through the application of the Sherman Act against trusts. The older sister of the large Standard family is, today, the New Jersey Company. Its oil sales, added to the sales of the Standard of New York and California, comprise half of the cartel's total sales today. The oil companies of the Rockefeller Group are of such magnitude that they add up to no less than a third of the total profits that North American companies of all kinds, as a whole, extract from the entire world. The Jersey, a typical multinational corporation, makes its biggest profits abroad. Latin America brings you more profit than the United States and Canada combined. South of the Rio Grande, your rate of profit is 4 times as high. The Venezuelan affiliates produced, in 1957, more than half the profits made by Standard Oil of New Jersey everywhere. In that same year, the Venezuelan subsidiaries provided Shell with half of its worldwide profits. These multinational corporations do not belong to the multiple nations where they operate. They are multinational, more simply, to the extent that from the 4 cardinal points they drag large flows of oil and dollars to the centers of power of the capitalist system. They do not need to export capital, by the way, to finance the expansion of their businesses. The profits usurped from poor countries not only flow in a straight line to the few cities where their biggest coupon cutters live, but are also partially reinvested to strengthen and extend the international network of operations. The structure of the cartel implies the domination of numerous countries and the penetration in their numerous governments. Oil soaks presidents and dictators, and accentuates the structural deformations of the societies that it puts at their service. It is the companies who decide, with a pencil on the map of the world, which are to be the exploitation zones and which are to be reserved, and it is they who set the prices that producers have to charge and consumers pay. The wealth. A native of Venezuela and other Latin American countries with oil in the subsoil, objects of organized assault and looting, it has become the main instrument of their political servitude and social degradation. This is a long story of exploits and curses, infamy and defiance. Cuba provided, through complementary channels, juicy profits to Standard Oil of New Jersey. The Jersey bought the crude oil from Creole Petroleum, its subsidiary in Venezuela, and refined and distributed it on the island, all at the prices that best suited it for each of the stages. In October 1959, at the height of the revolutionary effervescence, the Department of State sent an official note to Havana in which it expressed its concern about the future of U.S. investments in Cuba, the bombardments by pirate planes coming from the north, and relations were strained. In January 1960, Eisenhower announced the reduction of Cuba's sugar quota, and in February Fidel Castro signed a trade agreement with the Soviet Union to exchange sugar for oil and other products at prices good for Cuba. Jersey, Shell, and Texaco refused to refine Soviet oil. In July the Cuban government intervened and nationalized them without compensation. Led by Standard Oil of New Jersey, the companies began the blockade. Added to the boycott of qualified personnel was the boycott of essential spare parts for machinery and the boycott of freight. The conflict was a test of sovereignty, and Cuba came out on top. It ceased to be, at the same time, a star in the constellation of the United States flag and a cog in the world gear of Standard Oil. 20 years before, Mexico had suffered an international embargo decreed by Standard Oil of New Jersey and Royal Dutch Shell. Between 1939 and 1942 the cartel ordered the blockade of Mexican oil exports and the necessary supplies for its wells and refineries. President Lázaro Cárdenas had nationalized the companies. Nelson Rockefeller, who in 1930 had graduated as an economist writing a thesis on the virtues of his Standard Oil, traveled to Mexico to negotiate an agreement, but Cárdenas did not back down. Standard and Shell, which had divided up the Mexican territory, attributing the first to the north and the second to the south, not only refused to accept the resolutions of the Supreme Court in the application of Mexican labor laws, but also had devastated the deposits of the famous gold belt at a dizzying speed, and forced Mexicans to pay, for their own oil, higher prices than those charged in the United States and Europe for that same oil. In a few months, the export fever had brutally exhausted many wells that they could have continued producing for 30 or 40 years. They had taken Mexico, writes O'Connor, its richest deposits, leaving it only a collection of antiquated refineries, exhausted fields, the slums of the city of Tampico, and bitter memories. In less than 20 years, production had been reduced by 1/5. Mexico was left with a decrepit industry, oriented towards foreign demand, and with 14,000 workers, the technicians left, and even the means of transportation disappeared. Cárdenas turned the recovery of oil into a great national cause, and saved the crisis by dint of imagination and courage. Pemex, Petróleos Mexicanos, the company created in 1938 to take charge of all production and the market, is today the largest non-foreign company in all of Latin America. At the expense of the profits that Pemex produced, the Mexican government paid large indemnities to the companies between 1947 and 1962, despite the fact that, as Jesus Silva Herzog rightly says, Mexico is not the debtor of these pirate companies, but their legitimate creditor. In 1949, Standard Oil vetoed a loan that the United States was going to grant to Pemex, and many years later, the wounds already healed due to generous compensation, Pemex lived a similar experience before the Inter-American Development Bank. Uruguay was the country that created the first state refinery in Latin America. The ANCAP, National Administration of Fuels, Alcohol and Portland, had been born in 1931, and the refining and sale of crude oil were among its main functions. It was the national response to a long history of trust abuses in the Rio de la Plata. At the same time, the state contracted the purchase of cheap oil in the Soviet Union. The cartel immediately financed a furious smear campaign against the Uruguayan state industrial entity and began its work of extortion and threats. It was stated that Uruguay would not find anyone to sell it the machinery and that it would run out of crude oil, that the state was a lousy administrator, and that it could not take charge of such a complicated business. The Palace coup of March 1933 gave off a certain smell of oil. The dictatorship of Gabriel Terra annulled the right of ANCAP to monopolize fuel imports, and in January 1938 it signed secret agreements with the cartel, ominous agreements that were ignored by the public until a quarter of a century later and that are still valid. According to its terms, the country is obliged to buy 40% of the crude oil without bidding and where indicated by Standard Oil, Shell, Atlantic, and Texaco, at the prices that the cartel sets. In addition, the state, which retains the monopoly on refining, pays all the expenses of the companies, including propaganda, privileged salaries, and the luxurious furniture of their Offices. That's progress, the television sings, and the barrage of ads doesn't cost Standard Oil a penny. The lawyer of the Bank of the Republic is also in charge of public relations for Standard Oil, the state pays him both salaries. Back in 1939, the NCAP refinery successfully raised its flaming towers. The entity had been seriously mutilated shortly after it was born, as we have seen, but it was still an example of a victorious challenge to the pressures of the cartel. The head of the National Petroleum Council of Brazil, General Horta Barbosa, he traveled to Montevideo and was enthusiastic about the experience. The Uruguayan refinery had paid almost all of its installation costs during the first year of work. Thanks to the efforts of General Barbosa, added to the fervor of other nationalist soldiers, Petrobras, the Brazilian state-owned company, was able to start operations in 1953 with the cry of O Petroleum e Nosso. Currently, Petrobras is the largest company in Brazil. Explore, extract, and refine Brazilian oil. But Petrobras was also mutilated. The cartel has snatched two large sources of profit. First, the distribution of gasoline, oil, kerosene, and various fluids, a stupendous business that Esso, Shell, and Atlantic manage by telephone without much difficulty and with such good results that this is, after the automotive industry, the strongest category of North American investment in Brazil. Secondly, the petrochemical industry, a generous source of profits, which was denationalized a few years ago by the dictatorship of Marshal Castelo Branco. The cartel recently launched a riotous campaign aimed at stripping Petrobras of its refining monopoly. The defenders of Petrobras remember that the private initiative, which had a free field, had not dealt with Brazilian oil before 1953,5 and they try to restore to the fragile memory of the public an episode that is very illustrative of the goodwill of the monopolies. Indeed, in November 1960, Petrobras commissioned two Brazilian technicians to head a general review of the country's sedimentary deposits. As a result of his reports, the small northeastern state of Sergipe came to the forefront of oil production. Shortly before, in August, the American technician Walter Link, who had been the main geologist for Standard Oil of New Jersey, had received $500,000 from the Brazilian state for a mountain of maps and an extensive report that he described as inexpressive. The Sergipe sedimentary thicket, until then it had been considered grade B, and Link downgraded it to grade C. It was later found to be grade A. According to O'Connor, Link had worked all along as a standard agent, in advance resolved not to find oil so that Brazil would continue to depend on imports from the Rockefeller affiliate in Venezuela. Also in Argentina, foreign companies and their multiple native echoes always maintain that the subsoil contains little oil, although the investigations of YPF technicians, Yacimientos Petrolíferos Fiscales, have indicated with all certainty that oil underlies nearly half of the national territory. And that there is also abundant oil in the vast submarine platform of the Atlantic coast. Every time it becomes fashionable to talk about the poverty of the Argentine subsoil, the government signs a new concession for the benefit of one of the members of the cartel. The state company, YPF, has been the victim of continuous and systematic sabotage, from its origins to date. Argentina was, until not many years ago, one of the last historical scenarios of the inter-imperialist struggle between England, in the desperate decline, and the rising United States. The cartel agreements have not prevented Shell and Standard from disputing the oil of this country by sometimes violent means. There are a series of eloquent coincidences in the coups that have occurred throughout the last 40 years. The Argentine Congress was preparing to vote on the oil nationalization law, on September 6, 1930, when the nationalist leader Hipólito Yrigoyen was overthrown from the presidency of the country by the coup of José Félix Uriberu. The government of Ramón Castillo fell in June 1943, when he had signed an agreement that promoted the extraction of oil by North American capital. In September 1955, Juan Domingo Perón went into exile when Congress was about to approve a concession to the California Oil Co. Arturo Frondizi triggered several and very sharp military crises, in all three arms, by announcing the call for bids offered by the entire country's subsoil to companies interested in extracting oil. In August 1959 the tender was declared void. He was resurrected immediately, and in October 1960 it was terminated. Frondizi made several concessions for the benefit of the North American companies of the cartel, and British interests decisive in the Navy and in the Red Sector of the Army were not immune to his fall in March 1962. Arturo Illia annulled the concessions and was shot down in 1966. The following year, Juan Carlos Onganía promulgated a hydrocarbons law that favored U.S. interests in the internal conflict. Oil has not only provoked coups in Latin America. It also unleashed a war, that of the Chaco, 1932-35, between the two poorest peoples of South America, War of the Naked Soldiers. René Zavaleta called the ferocious reciprocal slaughter of Bolivia and Paraguay. On May 30, 1934, the senator from Louisiana, Huey Long, shook the United States with a violent speech in which he denounced that Standard Oil of New Jersey had caused the conflict and that it was financing the Bolivian army. To seize, through him, the Paraguayan Chaco, necessary to build an oil pipeline from Bolivia to the river and, furthermore, presumably rich in oil, these criminals have gone there and hired their assassins, he said. The Paraguayans were marching to the slaughterhouse, for their part, pushed by shell. As they advanced north, the soldiers discovered Standard's perforations at the scene of the dispute. It was a dispute between two companies, enemies and at the same time partners within the cartel, but they were not the ones who spilled the blood. Ultimately, Paraguay won the war but lost the peace. Spruy Braden, a notorious representative of Standard Oil, chaired the negotiating commission that preserved for Bolivia, and for Rockefeller, several thousand square kilometers that the Paraguayans claimed. Very close to the last territory of those battles are the oil wells and the vast natural gas fields that the Gulf Oil Co., the company of the Mellon family, lost in Bolivia in October 1969. Time has ended for Bolivians of contempt, cried General Alfredo Ovando when announcing the nationalization from the balconies of the Palacio Quemado. 15 days before, when he had not yet taken power, Ovando had sworn that he would nationalize Gulf. Before a group of nationalist intellectuals, he had drawn up the decree, he had signed it, he had kept it, undated, in an envelope. And 5 months earlier, in the Canadon del Arc, General René Barrientos's helicopter had crashed into the telegraph cables and had gone down. The imagination would not have been able to invent such a perfect death. The helicopter was a personal gift from the Gulf Oil Co., the telegraph belongs, as is known, to the state. Together with Barrientos, 2 suitcases full of money that he was carrying to distribute, bill by bill, among the peasants, burned, and some submachine guns that as soon as they caught fire began to shower a hail of bullets around the burning helicopter, in such a way that no one could get close to rescuing the dictator as he burned alive. In addition to decreeing the nationalization, Ovando repealed the Petroleum Code, called the Davenport Code in homage to the lawyer who had written it in English. For the elaboration of the code, Bolivia had obtained, in 1956, a loan from the United States. On the other hand, the Exim Bank, the private banking of New York and the World Bank had always responded with the refusal to the requests for credit for the development of YPFB, the state oil company. The U.S. government always endorsed the cause of the private oil corporations. According to the code, Gulf received, then, for a period of 40 years, the concession of the richest oil fields in the entire country. The code established a ridiculous participation of the state in the profits of the companies, for many years, barely 11%. The state became a partner in the concessionaire's expenses, but it had no control over those expenses, and the extreme situation in terms of offerings was reached. All the risks were for YPFB, and none for Gulf. In the letter of intent signed by Gulf at the end of 1966, during the Barrientos dictatorship, it was established, in effect, that in joint operations with YPFB, Gulf would recover all of its capital invested in the exploration of an area, if I couldn't find oil. If the oil appeared, the expenses would be recovered through subsequent exploitation, but from the outset they would be charged to the liabilities of the state company. And the Gulf would set those expenses according to your palate. In that same letter of intent, Gulf also calmly claimed ownership of the gas fields, which had never been granted to it. Bolivia's subsoil contains much more gas than oil. General Barrientos made a gesture of distraction. It was enough. A simple handshake to decide the fate of Bolivia's main energy reserve. But the show was not over. A year before General Alfredo Ovando expropriated Gulf in Bolivia, another nationalist general, Juan Velasco Alvarado, had nationalized the fields and refinery of the International Petroleum Co., a subsidiary of Standard Oil of New Jersey, in Peru. Velasco had seized power at the head of a military junta, and on the crest of the wave of a great political scandal, the government of Fernando Belaúnde Terry had lost the final page of the Talara Agreement, signed between the state and the IPC. That mysteriously evaporated page, page 11, contained the guarantee of the minimum price that the North American company had to pay for the national crude oil in its refinery. The scandal did not end there. At the same time, it had been revealed that the Standard subsidiary had defrauded Peru of more than $1 billion, over half a century, through taxes and royalties it had evaded and various other forms of fraud and corruption. The director of the IPC had met with President Belaúnde 60 times before reaching the agreement that led to the military uprising. For 2 years, while negotiations with the company progressed, broke down, and started again, the State Department had suspended all aid to Peru. There was virtually no time left to resume aid, for the capitulation sealed the fate of the beleaguered president. When Rockefeller's company filed its protest with the Peruvian judicial court, people threw small coins in the faces of their lawyers. Latin America is a box of surprises. The capacity for wonder in this tortured region of the world is never exhausted. In the Andes, military nationalism has resurfaced vigorously, like a long-hidden underground river. The same generals who today are carrying out, in a contradictory process, a policy of reform and patriotic affirmation, had shortly before annihilated the guerrillas. Many of the flags of the fallen have been collected, thus, by their own victors. The Peruvian military had sprayed some guerrilla areas with napalm in 1965, and it had been the International Petroleum Co., a subsidiary of Standard Oil of New Jersey, who had provided them with the gasoline and the know-how to make the bombs in the Las Palmas Air Base, near Lima. The Lake of Maracaibo in the crop of the large metal vultures. Although its share of the world market has halved in the 1960s, Venezuela is still, in 1970, the largest oil exporter. Almost half of the profits that North American capital extracts from all of Latin America come from Venezuela. This is one of the richest countries on the planet and also one of the poorest and one of the most violent. It boasts the highest per capita income in Latin America, and has the most complete and ultra-modern road network. In proportion to the number of inhabitants, no other nation in the world drinks as much Scotch whiskey. The oil, gas, and iron reserves that its subsoil offers for immediate exploitation could multiply the wealth of each Venezuelan by 10. In its vast virgin lands the entire population of Germany or England could fit. The drills have extracted, in half a century, an oil income so fabulous that it doubles the resources of the Marshall Plan for the reconstruction of Europe. Since the first oil well burst torrents, the population has multiplied by 3 and the national budget by 100, but a large part of the population, which disputes the leftovers of the dominant minority, does not eat better than at the time when that the country depended on cocoa and coffee. Caracas, the capital, grew 7 times in 30 years, the patriarchal city of cool patios, main square and silent cathedral has bristled with skyscrapers to the same extent that the oil rigs have sprung up on Lake Maracaibo. Now, it's a blaring, supersonic, air-conditioned nightmare, a center of oil culture that prefers consumption to creation and multiplies artificial needs to hide real ones. Caracas loves synthetic products and canned food. He never walks, he only moves by car, and he has poisoned the clean air of the valley with the exhaust from the engines, Caracas finds it hard to sleep, because it can't turn off the anxiety of earning and buying, consuming and spending, seizing everything. On the slopes of the hills, more than 500,000 forgotten people contemplate, from their huts filled with garbage, the waste of others. The thousands and thousands of latest model automobiles flash through the avenues of the Golden Capital.